Wow. And
what are they doing putting car tyres in bikes?
What a great looking bike, and still a great looking bike even today. I've got to say they're a wonderful machine, and I did have a love affair with the GSXRs like yourself, and but I was a little torn. I did like the ZXRs back in the day, but I did take one for a test ride. I've got to say, and from my memory, I took it for a run over the the famous Grass Tree Hill back when it was a 100k speed limit. And it braked well and it steered better than the GSXR, but it didn't have the power of the GSXR. So anyway, I stuck with the Suzuki.
No, they're certainly a good looking machine, the ZXR.
Certainly were, and still are.
They're very successful at ASPK level, or national level, and world level as well as race bikes. Robbie Phillips campaign run very, very successfully in Australia for a long time, followed by Matthew Mladen.
That's absolutely, and he, Aaron Slight, and a lot of other riders did very well on the green machines, and even today in the World Superbikes doing very well. Well, Chris, that brings us to the start of racing.
Something we always look forward to.
So qualifying's done and dusted, and we head back around to race one of the day. So we've got the Formula Baskerville, the historic up to 500cc, and the pre-modern up to 500cc. Bit of a mixed bag of bikes, riders and everything going on in here, but it's going to be a good run at the front. Always close racing, and once again, those three different categories, the Formula Baskerville is the one that riders have to be a little careful not to go over the 60 or under the 64-second lap time. But aside from that, it doesn't slow down the racing, and we'll see no doubt a few guys breaking out, Chris, with penalties. I
think there's every chance of that.
You can't help the red mist. You've got a rider or two or three in front, and you believe and they're holding you up. You want to get past, so you'll take you'll make the moves necessary to try to get past, and that usually sees a quicker lap time.
It'd be great to watch the contest between Garth Newton and Taron Ocean as well on the production 250cc machines, both in pre-modern, I think. Oh, no, historic and pre-modern. But both good riders and probably reasonably equally matched bikes. So
yeah,
that'll be a good one.
So Garth Newton, he's starting from pole position, and I think that's probably his first pole position.
It probably is.
A 62 flat, and Julian Winlow on the CR500 motards, P2 on the grid, and Taron Ocean, who we were just mentioning, he'll be rounding out the front row. So it's going to be a great mix of bikes and riders.
So the first of Formula Baskerville then is maybe Carsten almost, or is it 65.3? Bit hard for us to tell on the timing screens because it's not listing classes, so we're just going off our memory.
And that's not very good.
No, it's not very good. Bit of a change to the normal running order here, Rod. We are only doing one warm-up lap today.
Yep. Well, there's good reason for that, and that is the time that it takes or saves, I guess, for the race meeting to get through on time.
Well, it's also that, and it's considered it's not necessarily that important, given that riders have tyre warmers these days. So they're going out with tyres basically a temperature, and I suppose there's an argument that there's then the opportunity for tyres to cool off more from a siding lap.
Yeah, I think riders could, looking at, they probably could get around a little quicker and shuffle into their positions, but it's first race of the day. Quite often we see riders not sure where they're starting from because they haven't gone and checked the starting line and looked at all the different grid markings.
They'll be saying watch for the big wheelie from Julian Winlow from P2.
Well, it's very hard to get the big CR500 off the line out of P2. Plenty of torque from the 500 two-stroke single cylinder engine.
Just got an issue on the grid at the moment. Not sure what the problem is. We've got bike number 54 there towards the end. I think he's struggling to find a gear. Is he? No, it's stalled. Running again now, so we're good to go. So red flag is in and ready for a start.
Okay, race one of the day, just about to get underway. The red light is on. We've had a rider roll on the start. There could be a slight jump start penalty. We're underway in Julian Winlow with a couple of gear changes of the front wheel pouring at the sky on the CR500. Leads the pack into turn one. Yeah,
there's Taron Ocean right on his heels, looking for a run down the inside into turn two, but not quite close enough. So it's Julian Winlow who still will keep the field at bay at this stage. Taron Ocean, and then it would be Garth Newton in third place. So those two two 50cc machines tied together. That's going to be fun.
It certainly will be. Should be nothing in it between those two 250 production-based two-stroke bikes.
And it's back to Carsten Ballmeister on the CBR 900 or 919 or something, are they?
I think they're a 919, that model. Yeah, 98. Before Honda started, every year they started to fiddle with the capacity on the bikes.
So he heads the Formula Basketball class, but at the front is still Julian Winlow on the CR500 with Terran Ocean right behind him, looking for a... No, I thought he might be looking for a run up the inside under brakes, but
yeah, it's going to be a late run on the brakes for him to outbrake Julian on that bike.
They look pretty well matched for speed down the straight, to be honest. Given the difference in capacity, I suppose the fairing makes a difference. And look, Terran Ocean, a very, very good racer as well. He'll be looking for an opportunity to get past here through on Julian.
I'll tell you what, Chris, I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for Terran Ocean to get past Julian Winlow on that 500. The 500's got... There's strengths and weaknesses to the motard, but one of the strengths is the agility of the bike.
Yeah, it certainly got out of the corner well there. As you were saying, that the torque of it seemed to help a little, but down the straight they seem to be pretty well matched.
Yeah, down the straight you'd think that the 250s with the fairings would benefit from the top speed.
They're certainly stretching the field out at the moment. The lead three pulling away nice, quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be on, and Garth Newton there, it's got a massive carry ahead of him to have a red hot crack at trying to get the win here.
So Carsten Ballmeister still holding down fourth place. Big line of riders behind him. Graham Cunningham looking for a way through on Carsten from Michael Regan, and that'd be Emma Reeder on the 600, number 89 going through. Matt Allen and Marek von Batush. It's still at the front, Terran Ocean looking for a way through on Julian Winlow. Where's he going to get that done, Rod? It's very hard to pick a spot.
Look, I think it's going to be very hard, Chris, for him to do it. But I think if he's got a better run generally around turn 1 into 2, so that'd be the spot potentially turn 1, I say.
I'm thinking a big lunge under brakes at the end of the straight.
I don't think it's going to be close enough. The CR's got enough legs down the back straight to get away.
Let's have a look this time through at the end of the back straight. I think you're right. He closes up, but is it enough to put a move on? Probably not.
But it does set himself up well for, if you have a look, the last couple of laps into turn 1, he's got more speed into 1 than Julian. So, but whether he can get close enough to make the move.
Well, he's just done it.
Well, there you go.
Is he going to stay on track?
No, he's got himself in very hot there, and now he's unfortunately running off across the grass. But he's stayed upright. Should rejoin safely and hopefully get himself back to third position.
Well, that's given Garth Newton an opportunity. I don't know if he can close down on Julian Winlow, but see a jump start penalty as well. Just looking to see who that is. I think you called it at the time, did?
Yeah, there was a bike. It was 5th on the grid. I'm not sure who that was.
Michael Regan, bike 888.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a shame for Taran. He was looking like he's going to take it up to Julian, but Julian now with a nice little margin over Garth Newton.
Well, we certainly picked it to have a crack at turn 1. So we got
no, you called that beautifully.
We got that right, but I think he just left it a little bit late on the brakes to pull it off. So it was a shame because it looked like, to me, that was the only place that he was stronger on the bike with horsepower. We
missed a move in third place as well. Graham Cunningham and Michael Regan have both got through on Carsten Ballmeister. So Carsten, just looking at his lap times,
I reckon Carsten's made a mistake somewhere based on that.
I mean, they're running different classes, of course, but as we often say, that doesn't really seem to matter much when they get out on track.
No. Carsten Ballmeister there, running comfortably inside the 64-second cut-off, so a 64.4 for Carsten, so he doesn't want to go too much quicker.
Good to see another rider having his first ride. Bike 509, Ben Lydon in P11, just crossing the line. Got quite a few new riders here today, so it's absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of names on the list here, Chris. It's without when we see the surname and just an initial for the first name, I'm not sure who we're talking about. So a lot of new names.
Yeah, Sean Mullen, another rider competing for the first time at Baskerville. Chatting to him yesterday, his son enjoying the ride day as well. So be interesting to see how Sean goes during the day. He's just in 17th at the moment with a 109. They feel a little strung out at the moment. I don't think Garth Newton's going to have anything to say about Julian Winlow there in front of him. And a long way back to Graham Cunningham in third place. Of course, running... Oh, they're all in pre-modern, but Garth Newton in the middle also running in the historic class.
So Garth Newton's done in pursuit here of the two bikes ahead of him, or now one, but Garth's done a 61.6, so quicker than his qualifying time. So Taran Ocean, he'll be making his way back through the pack after that unfortunate runoff. So Taran's found himself back up to 8th, and no doubt with 3 laps to go, I'm sure he'll get close to getting back onto the podium position.
Just looking at the Formula Basketball times, no one's broken out yet. Everyone's stayed above the minimum 64-second lap time, but Karsten very close for the 64.4, and Emma Reeder 64.6, so she's very close as well. I'll need to bear that in mind come race 2, 3 and 4. In fact, Emma not too far behind Karsten, so she's doing an absolutely fantastic job on that bike.
Just trying to pick up where the leaders are. Just having a look around the circuit. Bikes have got well and truly spread out over the distance of the race.
Yeah, I can't help you there, Rod. I can't see them myself.
So it must be...
coming down the straight at the moment.
Here we go. Julian Winlow just on the back straight. Garth Newton, I'd say he's probably about 100 metres back. So he definitely hasn't given up the ghost here. 2 laps to go, or a lap and a quarter to go. Interestingly, the quickest lap time of Julian Winlow a 61.4 and Garth a 61.6, so nothing ended in lap time.
And Taran Ocean 61.5.
So Taran is back up to 7th, so hopefully with 1 lap to go he may get a few more positions under his belt there. Just trying to pick him up on circuit where he is.
The last lap board out at the moment, so I don't think you're going to see much change at the front.
There's Taran just past 2 bikes.
Taran running in 7th at the moment. I don't think he's going to pick up Emma Reeder in front. So
well, he's got Karsten Bauermeister now, his next target, and I think that'll be a tough one to sort of out-drag the CBR down the back straight.
Yeah, certainly would.
But anyway, back to the start. Garth Newton has made some ground on the leader, Julian Winlow, but only a corner to go. Julian Winlow is going to safely take the win here. Crosses the line. And Garth Newton not too far behind him, and also I think nearly a PB there for that race for Garth on that last lap.
It's a good time, 61.6. And so too Graham Cunningham, bringing up 3rd place with a 62.9.
Michael Regan will probably see shuffling in. Well, Michael would have copped a start penalty, but I think he's still got enough time up his sleeve there to take 4th position. Trying to pick up where the rest of the field is. It's all very spread out.
Yeah, John Cran's just coming around to pick up, where's he, in 12th place. And that's Eleanor Renton right on his heels, so good battle there between those two.
So Emma Reeder there, Chris, she has gone under the 64.
Oh no. She was. We were saying how close she was.
She was getting, I think, as we say, the red mist with following another rider. She had Karsten Baumeister. I think she wasn't too far behind. And
yeah, but so too's Karsten.
He's also done it as well.
They're both broken out on the last lap, so they're probably. And
I tell you what, you'd have to be pretty disappointed when Karsten sees a 63.972.
Yeah,
and he's going to cop a 10-second penalty. Very unfortunate. And Emma Reeder there, she did must have been the second last lap or the last lap. She did a 63.7. So, being in the Formula Basketball category, she'll also cop that 10-second penalty for that lap.
Well, rolling out now, Rod, the class we've been looking forward to, I should say.
Well, we look forward to all of the classes, but this is going to be certainly a very hotly contested race this one here, Chris. We got the opening 600cc race, the Tas Supersport bikes, and as we know, without last year's category winners who have moved up, it's opened the door for a lot of the seasoned riders in this category to then now contest for a win. I think a lot of the guys racing and girls would have seen Jason Spencer as too much of a a hard person to beat in this category, and rightly so. The lap record holder of the track in the 600 category.
So who are you going to pick then, Rod?
Oh, I'm going to pick. I'm still liking to think John Parnell in the race, if he's got the bike sorted, will do well. I think Jonathan Hughes will be very competitive. But it'll be hard to go past Mitch Hawksley as well. So, what are your thoughts, Chris?
I think you've
I think
pretty much got it there in those three.
I think that's the podium, but the order could shuffle. But look, we've not always got it right, but we're pretty damn good at it.
Well, it depends on whether or not Matthew Long pulls something out of the hat, because he's capable of going faster than he did in qualifying.
Look, the track conditions now are absolutely perfect. They're better than what they were for qualifying. So we're going to see some more competitive times, and you can't help but, as we know, racing's going to drag all the guys along. So they're all going to be pushing for that win.
Just saw number 80, David Bartels, rolling out. Dust all over his bike, white bike. I suspect that's the bike we saw go down in the qualifying session. But obviously, he and bike are both okay. So absolutely fantastic to see David back on track.
So just the one siding lap now with the change to the regulations. So racing will be underway very shortly.
So Matthew Long, first to arrive. He'll take up his position. Where's he? Must be third row.
No, he's sixth. He's the end of the second row, Matthew Long.
Oh, of course. Sorry. Yes.
So riders is forming up on the grid. We've got Mitch Hawksley from pole position, Jonathan Hughes, John Parnell rounding out the front row. Brian Smith, great to see Brian Smith there. He's starting position 4. Joel Benson and Matty Long in 6th. Josh Rees, Daniel Briggs, Marcus Delaney on his return to racing in P9. Luke Van Edgum, Peter McEldowney. Is that Simon Delaney, Chris?
Sam Delaney.
Sam Delaney, sorry. Sam. Darren Grice. And I don't know who some of these other people are, I'm sorry. The names... As I said, we need a first name and a surname.
Red flag is in.
Anyway, we're about to get underway.
Close to a start. So red light goes on and racing, and Mitch Hawksley gets an absolute flyer. Unfortunately, John R. Hughes launched the front wheel and now he's being swamped. But it's Mitch Hawksley who will lead from... Is that John Parnell? Got through there in a second there, Rod.
It is John Parnell in a second, and Matthew Long had a really good sniff at trying to get up into second position and nearly clacked it into the back of John Parnell there. Very close into turn 1, sorry. It's
Mitch Hawksley way to a flyer. He's already put probably 3 or 4 bike lengths on second place there, so it's exactly what he needed to do, get clear of the traffic and lay down some fast lap times.
Well, he's definitely capable of running a competitive time around here, Mitch. We've seen him doing very well in the past, so his teammate moving on into the 1000cc. As we said, we think this is going to be the podium. These 3 guys who are first, second and third riders as we speak.
Good start from Daniel Briggs as well. He's up into 4th place, but right now it's Mitch Hawksley who will lead the field through the sweeper for the first time for the run over the start finish. John Parnell right on his heels and closing up from John Hughes. Then it's Daniel Briggs, Brian Smith, Luke Van Egdom and Matty Long.
And Jonathan Hughes looking, from that bad starts, recovered very well and looking extremely competitive behind, who was... crikey, tongue-tied here, John Parnell.
Mitch certainly has pulled out a few lengths through the S's there. I'm not sure where John seems to make up the time. Maybe the run through Suckers and Calvin's onto the back straight, because he certainly seemed to be closer last time round when they appeared over the hump on the back straight. Yeah,
it's certainly going to be a close race. I can't see Mitch Hawksley getting away at this stage. I think the other guys are a little bit quicker in certain parts of the track, and Mitch has shown his hand where he's quicker
John
in
Hughes,
certain parts
big pass
of the track.
Down the end of the back straight on John Parnell, and gets done quite cleanly. I thought that was a fairly optimistic move there, but he's done it well. Now John's got Mitch Hawksley in his sight, so John Parnell has been asked the question.
And as we said at the start, Chris, without Jason Spencer here to lead the way, there's a whole new opportunity to take a race win.
So 56-1. First lap from Mitch Hawksley. We thought they'd be in the 56s. They certainly are.
Wouldn't be surprised if they dip into the 55s. They've all, we know John Parnell, we know, I don't think Jonathan Hughes has before, but Mitch Hawksley I think may have, high 55s.
And as they come down the straight, it's Mitch Hawksley still with a nice little margin, but I think John Hughes may have pulled that back a little and it's starting to pull out on John Parnell.
Yeah, Jonathan Hughes is looking very strong. He's made up a lot of time there at the end of the straight.
Daniel Briggs has got through on Brian Smith, but those two locked together.
Well, Chris, look, Jonathan Hughes, 55.77.
Wow.
In pursuit, that is absolutely smashed his PB around this track. 51 years of age, getting faster like good wine, getting better with age.
Yeah, and that was a very, very nice decisive move he put on John Parnell. So look out, Mitch Hawksley. If John Hughes gets up behind you, he is feeling confident and will definitely be looking for an overtake. I think it's coming. He's looking closer now.
Well, we've had a bike down at turn 1 too, so there's a yellow flag into turn 1. Riders will need to be keeping their eye out for that. Hopefully that bike can be moved from that position.
Rider's up and actually on the bike, but in a very, very dangerous position. Unfortunately, seems to be just sitting there having a look at the bike, not thinking about how dangerous he is.
So he's just getting Jonathan Hughes there, right on the curtails now of Mitch Hawksley over the line. And also another 55 for Jonathan Hughes, a 55.9 that time round. So that carrot of a race win, and Mitch Hawksley ahead of him, has seen some fantastic riding from Jonathan Hughes on that Triumph.
He's just gone from strength to strength on that bike. Put in a couple of fantastic 2-hour rides.
Well, that's where my money is, Chris. I think it's going to be a dice between these two. They've dropped John Parnell off. He's looking pretty comfortable in third position. But Jonathan Hughes, this time down the back straight, is going to take, I would say, the race lead. There's every opportunity. He's got a good toe here in the slipstream. And he's very strong on the brakes here.
Certainly going to have a go at it. And gets it done
there
nicely.
He done. Nice, clean move there up the inside. And he's held the line beautifully. So Jonathan Hughes, fantastic ride, moves into the race lead. We've got 4 laps to go, and it's going to be definitely on between these two for the race win. And Mitch Hawksley straight back up the inside in turn 1.
Tight.
Oh, and they're nearly rubbing the back tyre of Mitch Hawksley, almost on Jonathan Hughes' knee slider as I went round turn 1, side by side. So a fantastic fight back there straight away by Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, I can't say he was caught napping, but may not have known where John Hughes was, but it certainly fired him back up again. So this is exactly what we wanted. That's
certainly a big wake up when you get a rider go past you and you think, where did you come from? So I think we'll see Mitch Hawksley also drop his times down as well. So 56.143 from Mitch, 55.77 for Jonathan Hughes. So some great times.
Here we go again. Take 2. Is he going to have another go? Certainly looks like he's going to try, but gee, it's getting tight.
Oh, that's getting tight.
And
we can't quite see the outcome there with the shed, but that was very tight under brakes.
Running out of time, so he's going to have to think of what he's going to do differently. Mitch Hawksley is well aware that John Hughes is a threat there now, so he's going to be closing the door, making it harder for John. And both riders will be giving it their absolute everything at the moment.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, so it's going to be all or nothing for these two. Just looking back to dice here for 4th position, we've just had looks like Brian Smith go round the outside down through the S's of Daniel Briggs. So a good move there from Brian. A 57.192 for Brian Smith, so he's equalled his PB, and he's knocking on that 56-second lap time that we've been talking about.
But leaders back at the end of the main straight again now. John Hughes this time closes up, but not trying an overtake, but right on the back wheel of Mitch Hawksley.
I think he's going to... He knows there's 1 lap to go, so he's going to... I think he's going to weigh up where his strengths and where the weaknesses are of Mitch Hawksley, if there is any. It looks like Mitch has really put his head down, so it's going to be a tough ask for Jonathan Hughes to find a break here in Mitch Hawksley on this last lap. But we've seen him very strong at the end of the brakes, at the end of the main straight, Chris, and I think that's where, if he can get a good run around the rest of the track, that's where we might see the move.
Yeah, that's where my money would be. I think John's going to try and stay on the back wheel of Mitch and get a good run down the straight. But Mitch has got a bit of a margin there, so John's going to have to do a really good job through Calvin's onto the back straight, and he seems to be closing up now. So
Here we go. It's all down to this, down the back straight for the last time. Jonathan Hughes, he's almost close enough.
He's certainly going to have a crack, isn't he?
But Mitch Hawksley has left his braking as late as possible, so it's going to be very tough from here for Jonathan Hughes to find some room around the outside. So Mitch Hawksley's going to take the win.
Very well deserved win too.
Fantastic win, and Jonathan Hughes a great ride into second. John Parnell coming through in third position. Brian Smith for fourth. Daniel Briggs into fifth. Then we got Matthew Long dicing here with that was a bit of a wild move there.
That's Joel Benson.
Joel Benson trying to get up the inside there of Matthew Long through the chute.
Yeah, so Matthew Long going through 57.3, fair way off his PB, so not sure if there's some bike issues there for Matthew. I was expecting to see a little bit further up, and the crash at the end of the main straight, that could be Chloe Honeychurch, is it?
It is Chloe Honeychurch.
That's a shame for Chloe, having her first run in 600, I think.
Scotty, she's up and okay, mate. She's up, she's all right.
We're going to have another bike run off on the outside of the sweeper. Can't tell you who that is.
Look, it's not Marcus Delaney. No,
it's not David Bartels again, is it? It is. That's his second off-track excursion for the morning.
Okay, well, that was a fantastic 600 race, Chris.
Absolutely.
We got the podium order. We picked it from the start, but Mitch Hawksley and Jonathan Hughes, a fantastic race between those two guys. And Brian Smith.
56.2. Weren't you saying his PB was 57.1?
He smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. Brian will be ecstatic when he sees that when he comes in. Yeah, prior to this meeting was a 57.1 or a 57.0. So, wow, the boys are finding some pace.
Well, that just goes to show what he's potentially capable of for the rest of the day.
That's amazing. I'm very happy for the boys.
It's good to see, and as we said, this 600 class is just getting stronger and stronger.
Well, that was everything we thought it was going to be, Chris, and more, I think. It was a really, really good race.
Another rider there, I mentioned having his first ride today, Sam Gala. Finished his first ever race in P13. Best lap time of 60.4, so absolutely fantastic effort there from Sam. I know he'll be feeling a lot more relaxed now, get the first race nerves out of the way.
Just give me a minute. Just excuse me for a minute, guys. Chris will just continue on while I'll have a quick toilet break.
Yeah, a bit disappointing there for Chloe, unfortunately. You never want to crash on the last lap, particularly the last corner. But main thing is she appears to be absolutely okay. She's standing there next to the bike, and I don't know if the recovery truck's gone out. It has, so there'll be a quick recovery, and then we'll be starting race one for the juniors. So just while Rod's gone for a quick visit to the little boys' room, I might just have a really quick break and have a drink, and we'll resume very, very shortly. So our juniors just making their way around the track at the moment to grid up for their very, very first race of the, well, basically ever as far as Tas Road racing is concerned, but the first race for the 2020 season for all of us, but great to see the juniors out there having their first ever race. So we've got bike number 740, who's Ollie Skinner there on pole position. About to start and away now. Unfortunately, bad start from Harley Phipps, who made a bit of a mess of releasing the clutch, but it's Ollie Skinner is away very, very nicely at the front, already gapped the field quite comfortably. Bit of a repeat of yesterday's practice start, but can't quite pick up who that is in second, but making nice ground at the moment. I suspect it's yes, it's Oscar O'Donovan, who we were saying earlier is very the experienced rider in the field. Of course, only 4 laps for these boys. Half race distance, bit of a difference in lap time, so probably about the same amount of time for the entire race. But at this pace, they only need the 4 laps. But at the moment, Ollie Skinner still holding a little bit of a margin there over Oscar. This will be interesting down the straight to see which bike's got the legs. Quite evenly matched, but good position there for Oscar to put a braking move on, and sure enough he does just that. So through in to pick up the lead. And we'll lead the junior class for the very first time over the start finish line. So it's Oscar O'Donovan from Ollie Skinner. Third place coming through now is bike number 26, so that's Chad Wiley, and then we've got a tight little battle here for 4th and 5th between Tom Turner and Harley Phipps. Good to get race lap 1 out of the way, settle nerves a little bit. But at the front, it's Oscar O'Donovan, who's certainly starting to show his experience now, stretching the field out. But Ollie Skinner is still doing a great job there in second place. Main thing is for these kids to get this race out of the way and not let the red mist get the better of them. It happens to the very best of us, and given it's the very first race meeting for these guys, it'd be great to see them just complete the race and not have any incidents. But certainly Oscar O'Donovan, as Rod just resumes. Oscar O'Donovan, Rod, is leading the field quite comfortably. Completes race 2, lap 2 I should say, with a lap time of a 68.1. Ollie Skinner going through a 73.6, not used to saying 73.
Yeah, 1:13.7, yep.
Chad Wiley crosses the line now in third place with a 1:18, and the battle for 4th and 5th has spread out a little bit. They were a bit closer together last lap. Tom Turner goes through, and Harley Phipps will round out the field, tucked in under the fairing, trying to squeeze everything he can out of that Yamaha R150.
What sort of horsepower do these little bikes have? Any idea?
No, I don't. What would you guess, 30?
No, I would think 20 odd, 22, 24 maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
If that, maybe 26 at a push, I don't know.
I have no idea.
It wouldn't be a lot.
They get round here well enough. I mean, look at that lap time from Oscar O'Donovan, 68. It's only a very small bike, small engine. Last lap forward out.
Well, if you remember back in the 60s, in Grand Prix racing, they used to run a 50cc category.
They certainly did.
I can't imagine what they were like, but what sort of horsepower a 1960s model 50cc two-stroke engine put out. But anyway, they ran them at a world championship level once.
No, but they were very, very peaky little bikes. So Chad Wiley coming around, pick up the last lap board. From Tom Turner. He's now got a handy little margin over Harley Phipps. haven't even ridden one of these bikes, so I can't comment on what they're like to ride. I don't know if you've thrown a leg over one, have you, Rod?
No, the smallest. I couldn't tell you what the smallest bike. Well, I've ridden a 125 GP bike, but only for a couple of laps. They're quite little.
Might get you excited again to start racing.
I don't know if that would, Chris.
You'd fold up onto one of those, wouldn't you?
I'm enjoying your sarcasm. I think they're probably roomier than what you think, actually.
We actually missed Oscar O'Donnell pick up the checkered flag there. Sorry about that. Ollie Skinner comes through to pick up a well-deserved second place.
Just trying to think if I've ever rode the old club bike.
No, well, I haven't even done that.
I've ridden it, but not around the track.
And Chad Wiley will pick up third. As Tom Turner makes his way down the back straight, under brakes for the last time.
Don't think they even make these bikes anymore, do they?
The R150s? Yeah, I think so.
They still make them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know for a fact, but I thought they were still a current model.
Looking at the conditions, I don't think we're going to get any rain, which is great.
No, certainly not forecast. As Harley Phipps comes through to pick up the checkered flag and complete his first ever race. So that's a great job from all our juniors. It's good to see they go through without any incident, and I'm sure they'll be feeling a lot more relaxed and
ready for the next one.
Ready for the next one.
Well, you've got to say conditions at the moment would be absolutely perfect for racing.
And the next class up, Rod,
is the big boys. It's the Tasmanian superbikes.
Certainly will be one to watch this one.
It certainly will be. As we discussed in the qualifying session, we've got Brett Simmons, the current state champion, who has a new bike this year, and also different tyres as well. But we saw status quo in qualifying where we weren't sure whether Brett would take a bit of time to get used to the bike, but put it on pole position. And it's got a reasonably clear, on paper at least, margin over second and third position on the front row.
Well, certainly a very impressive qualifying time at flat 54. Given his limited time on that bike, so I wouldn't be surprised to see those times drop further in this race. Absolutely.
There's a light breeze out there. It's pretty good conditions for racing. We've got nice warm track temperature. So I would say we'll definitely see. I would like to think that Brett will be into the sort of high to mid 53s in this race, and a bit more time on that bike. And I'm sure they're still fiddling with the setup to get it right for Brett. We could see even a lap record at some stage.
Yeah, I think that there's every chance of that. Interesting to see what happens between Cody Travers and Brad Hughes here, both almost locked on qualifying time, both starting off the front row. Know each other pretty well. They've done quite a bit of racing together now.
Well, we certainly know Cody's a very capable rider. Well, in fact, all of them are very capable riders. Cody will certainly push very, very hard to get that position ahead of the rider ahead of him. So Brad's probably a little bit more calculating in his overtaking. So yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting battle between those two. Yeah,
it could be the highlight of the race, I think, other than Brett's lap time. But like we said, it's hard to see Brett being bettered, given how clear he was in qualifying. But you know, it's racing; anything could happen. Brett hasn't done a race start on this bike before. He could get mixed up in traffic.
But he's also a very, very experienced campaigner, so I'm sure Brett will know how to get a motorcycle or that motorcycle underway pretty quickly. And but I'm also interested, Chris, just moving back through some of the field there, looking at Jason Spencer, with him moving from 600 to the 1000cc. So he's qualified in fourth position, and hot on his heels is Jamie Needham, who's on a Ducati. Very exciting rider to watch. Jamie gets that bike upwards and sideways and all over the place, but definitely one to watch. And I think we'll see all the guys pushing very, very hard at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's always one to look forward to, as we were saying. So Brett Simmons now making his way onto pole position to head up the front row. Brad Hughes just coming through at the moment on the all-white machine on the CBR 1000. And Cody Travers on the yellow GSXR 1000 to go P2. Jamie Needham, middle of the second row, Ducati number 54. Scott Honeychurch, daughter Chloe, was out there in that second last race. And of course Jason Spencer, as you were saying, to head up row 2. But
rightio,
red flag is in.
Red light is on, we're in the starter's hands, and we're away, and a great start from Brett Simmons, fired off the line, and Brad Hughes is going to move into the lead into turn 1. Fantastic to see Brad get the jump on Brett Simmons.
Yeah, a bit of a mix-up there between riders for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, but they're settling themselves down now. But Brad Hughes, it is who will hold the lead as they launch these 1000cc bikes up the hill for the first time. Brett Simmons right on his heels. It's going to be very interesting to see the difference in horsepower between these machines down the back straight rod.
Well, there's certainly a lot of horsepower there on Brett's bike with the front wheel coming up very aggressively there up the hill, Chris. I can't remember seeing previous bikes of Brett's do that. So it's certainly going to be very quick down this back straight, and you'll see the front wheels coming up over the humps here. And Brett Simmons, no problem there, going up the inside into the straight on the brakes and taking over the race a lead.
A bit of wheel spin there for Brett, but it still looks pretty composed. Brad Hughes still right on his back wheel, and that's Jason Spencer, is it, who's got up into 3rd place. That's a great job from Jason.
It is Jason Spencer, and as we're talking about, racing brings the guys ahead all the time out of their qualifying times, typically as we see here in Tassie.
That's a terrible start from Cody Travers, though. He's from the front row. He's back in, about 6th position.
He's in, yes, definitely in 6th position. So he's got a bit of work to do, Cody, to get challenging for the podium position.
Brett Simmons certainly pulling out clearly now from Brad Hughes. We did see it did look like it had the numbers on Brad's bike down the back straight, so it certainly is a quick machine that Brett's riding there. Jason Spencer, certainly impressive, right up onto the back of Brad Hughes.
And as we saw there, all the 1000cc bikes there, big power wheelies as they come down the back straight there. So Brett Simmons over the line. And what's the lap record, Chris?
I don't know, 53.4 or something.
Oh, 53.4, of course. 54.2 there for Brett, so
just off his qualifying time, which is a flat 54.
Flat 54, yeah. It's a little hard to see the screen, I've got to say. The light the sunlight coming through onto the screen, it makes it very dull. It looked like I was looking at a 53, but my eyes aren't the best either.
The standout at the moment, I think, is Jason Spencer. First serious crack at the 1000, and certainly making a good fist of it. Right on the back of Brad Hughes, so it's going to be interesting to see if Jason can do anything about that.
And we've got Jason Wiley there up the inside of Scott Honeychurch.
Yeah,
into
that's
the straight
a nice
there.
move.
He's done that from a fair way back, Jason. He is very good on the brakes.
Cody Travers certainly not running at his qualifying pace form. Where is he? A flat 55. It's not too bad. It's just the guys in front are all putting down good times, but he seems to be struggling there a little bit in 6th place. But Brett Simmons certainly now extending that lead very, very comfortably.
You see that if you watch Brett Simmons, Chris, that bike up the hill there does quite an aggressive power wheelie up the hill, so it's definitely got a lot of horsepower. The previous bikes that he's run here, they're definitely capable of doing that, but we didn't typically see it as often. With this bike now, every time up the hill, it's pulling the front wheel up in the air quite angrily, I dare say.
Yeah, so he's looking very, very relaxed on that bike at the moment, and laying down some beautiful lap times. Brad Hughes still holding off Jason Spencer, so that's going to be interesting to see how that one goes, because Jason may be now looking for a way through, and he's not scared to put a move on either.
Yeah, and Jason Wiley there, he's moved into 4th position, and he's actually looks like he's gaining a fraction on the guys ahead. So
best time of 54.9 for Jason, so that probably is getting close to his PB on that machine.
You're talking Jason Wiley or Jason Spencer?
Sorry, Jason Wiley.
The two Jasons.
Yeah.
That we typically saw battling the front of the 600 pack over the last couple of seasons. So we've got Brett Simmons once again down over the back straight here, comfortably holding probably about a 300 or 400 metre gap over second position Brad Hughes, who's still holding Jason Spencer in third. There's a bit of a shuffle going on here with Cody Travers there coming. He's made a move there, but then shuffled back again at the end of the straight.
That's on Scott Honeychurch. Oh, Jason Wiley getting very loose over the start-finish line. That Ducati spinning up pretty aggressively.
Yeah, no shortage of horsepower on the V4 Ducati. If you watch Brett Simmons' bike, Chris, going up the hill here, it tends to power wheelie fairly, or it was.
Except for the lap you pointed it out.
Except for the lap I point out, but just looking at the time, so Brett Simmons fastest lap so far of a 54 flat. Brad Hughes 54.7, Jason Spencer 54.9, Jason Whiteley 54.9, Scott Honeychurch 54.9. Cody Travers, who's still suffering from the bad start, 54.5. So plenty of good times there, Chris.
So we missed Jason Wiley putting an overtake on Scott Honeychurch, but Scott's taking him back down the straight. Jason Wiley getting very, very taily there through the sweeper, looking for a way through on Scott Honeychurch. There's probably another move coming up. It's very loose under brakes, but still composed. So
certainly doesn't die wondering, does he?
No.
It's you can't get much looser than that on the brakes. Just trying to pick up where Jamie Needham, where he's coming through the field. He must be a little bit back there, just going down through the S's now.
I think it is 55.7 though. Still a very, very good time. We do know his PB around here is a flat 54. But saying yesterday he just wants to ease back into it.
So we've got 2 laps to go. Brett Simmons has got a comfortable lead over the field.
Brad Hughes maybe gapped Jason Spencer a little bit, do you think? In between second and third.
There's not much in it, that's for sure.
Oh, Jason Wiley still spinning up on that Ducati. But Cody Travers has got through on Jason now, so good battle here between, what's that, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Now just picking up Brett Simmons again, Chris, going up the hill. Files it off the bottom of the hill, and no, it's not like it was before, so I must be seeing
He's just set you up. So Jeremy Huddleston's still rolling around. We're saying he's suffering with a lot of body pain at the moment. 57.9 though, still not a bad lap. Wade Schrader 57.8, that's a good time for Wade.
Yeah, Kane Bowman. So even Kane Bowman rounding out the back of the field, still under the minutes, 59.2. So it's good to see. There's plenty of good times there right through the field.
Brett Simmons coming around now to pick up the checkered flag, but the contest further back's one we're more interested in, but it seems to have settled down. I thought there might have been a bit of action. Brad Hughes picks up second from Jason Spencer, Scott Honeychurch, Cody Travers and Jason Wiley. Jamie Needham, as we're saying, has just dropped off the pace a little, but I think he'd still be pretty happy about that result, given it's his first race back after having, what did he do in practice? I think he broke his arm.
Last year, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've got Bob Sellers, who holds off Jeremy Huddleston from Wade Schrader. They had a good battle. The last bike through will be Kane Bowman on the earlier model GSXR 1000.
She is. What's about a 2000, early 2000 model, 2002 or 3.
Yep, posts a 59.1 on his last lap. Best lap on the last lap. Good job.
Okay, well that rounds out race 1 of Tas Superbike. So Brett Simmons comfortably there, showing his class once again, Chris. New bike, new tyres, same result, first place. So a great ride from, also in second from Brad Hughes from Jason Spencer. It's great to see Jason on his first ride, or campaigning the 1000 all season this year, picking up the podium in his first ride.
Yeah, that's a great job.
Scott Honeychurch in 4th, Cody Travers in 5th, Jason Wiley, Jamie Needham, James Ryan, Bob Sellers and Jeremy Huddleston rounding out the top 10.
Look, the only surprise there for me is that Brett didn't beat his qualifying time. I thought he would have dipped under that by a few tenths. But,
well, he did what he had to do.
Exactly right.
And there's no point, you can't win a race from the ambulance. So, if you're in the lead and you can control the gap, that's all you need to do, and you don't need to go any quicker than that.
The bike's now rolling out for Lights GP, Lights Production. Saw some very interesting qualifying times in both classes. Josh Vanderputten, who takes the fastest time outright for the group, and also to head up Lights GP, just in front of Taran Ocean. So hopefully Taran can make a bit of improvement there, Rod, for this race, and I'll take it up to Josh.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen Taran's been campaigning for a number of years, and we've certainly seen him run a lot quicker lap times. So whether there's an issue with the bike or whether it was just warming up this morning, but I'd like to think we're going to see Taran running in the 58s or better for this race.
Yeah, we saw a great ride from him in the Lights 20 lapper at the 2-hour race.
Yeah, he picked up a podium position.
He did. It was a superb ride,
and he rode very, very well. You can say he can throw it at the fence occasionally. He's been sometimes a bit of a loose cannon, but he's also won an Australian Championship.
That's true. And then our production class. So it's going to be very interesting to see between Jesse Woods. Who else was up there in the Lights Production? I know there was one other.
Oscar O'Donovan.
Oscar O'Donovan was up there
Mm.
in front of Dane Griggs, who's the regular front runner in Lights Production. So other than Joel Benson, who's running 600 today.
So yeah, Jesse Woods and Oscar O'Donovan, they will be dusting it up for the production honours. Separated by in qualifying by 0.4 of a second. So that's qualifying. This is racing, so anything can happen.
Well, are you prepared to pick it, Rod?
You're talking for outright?
Outright.
Well, look, I would like to. Well, if I was a betting man, I'd probably say Taran Ocean, but you know, on paper, Josh Vanderputten has put the lap time down, but you know, we know that Taran Ocean's done very competitive times here, so I'd say Taran Ocean for the win. And in production, I think Jesse Woods will probably still be hard to get over.
Yeah, if I knew the reason what Taran was off the pace a little in qualifying, I'd be more confident in saying Taran. But you know, Josh was very quick out of the blocks this morning. Hasn't raced here for a long time, so he's got potential improvement in him as well. I think I'd be going Josh at the moment.
Well, we've got 8 laps, and we'll know. Just about to get underway. So riders just forming up on the grid now. Looks like we've got some confusion with some grid positions. So
yeah, I think Jesse Woods pointing to the position that Oscar O'Donovan's on, and according to our grid sheet, Oscar is in the wrong spot. He needs to move over one, which he's in the process of doing. Yep. So Jesse does go up to claim his rightful spot on the grid. 3 GP bikes across the front. Daniel Briggs in P3. Yeah,
Daniel, if he gets a good start, could also go better than he did in qualifying. So he's still learning the bike. So red lights are on
and away, and it's Josh Vanderputten who gets the best start of the GP bikes. Yes, Jesse Woods on the production bike, straight through the middle of them. But it is actually Josh who will lead the field. Is Taran going to get us run up the inside of Jesse? Yes, he is, and another bike around the outside. In fact, that was Daniel Briggs through on the inside of...
So Taran Ocean has been slotted back to 4th position, so a bit of work for Taran to do.
A lot of work from there, actually, particularly with the production bike in front of him. So that's really made it hard for Taran to get to the back of Josh, who's doing a great job out there, stretching the field out as he runs down the hill now into Calvin's for the run under the straight.
Looks like everybody's safely through Suckers, which is a corner we quite often see a few incidents on.
Daniel Briggs still not out of touch though. Coming right up behind Josh there under brakes. Coming through the sweeper for the first time. Taran Ocean through on Jesse Woods.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big carrot for Daniel Briggs having Josh Vanderputten ahead of him. I don't think Daniel had the best qualifying this morning. Certainly track position, he seemed to be held up a lot in with quite a lot of riders on track. Now it's racing and he's got a clear track ahead of him. I think there's a great opportunity for him to challenge at the front.
And certainly doing that at the moment. He's not being dropped off at all from what I can see. So Daniel Briggs putting in a nice ride. Fairly new to these 125 GP machines.
Yeah, he's also running a 600 here today as well, so you couldn't ask for polar opposites in different bikes to ride.
No, and it must be hard getting off one onto the other, although we did see Jeremy Huddleston doing that last year with getting off a GP bike onto a Ducati Panigale.
And he did say it was not easy.
But Josh van der Putten still leading as the bikes come down the straight, under brakes into the sweeper. Daniel Briggs probably still maintaining that margin, I think, not closing it down at all. Taron Ocean probably holding station as well, I think, holding off Jesse Woods.
So Taron just, Daniel's just getting dropped off fractionally by Josh van der Putten, and the lap times looks like that's the case. 0.3 of a second there difference last lap around. So a 60.3 for Josh van der Putten and a 60.6 for Daniel Briggs. Taron Ocean still not finding the speed that we know he can get out of those bikes. He's sitting there with a 61.5.
As you said, Jesse Woods comfortably leading the production class, although lap time he's 62.1, and next production bike is Oscar O'Donovan, who's 62.1 as well. So they're just separated on track by a bit, but lap times are identical. Yeah,
he did get a very good start, Jesse, and he actually almost led the pack into turn one. So, but what we will see very quickly, Chris, is that the GP bikes will start.
Daniel Briggs straight past Josh van der Putten as they go over the start-finish line. We didn't see that one coming, but...
Well, Josh van der Putten's waving, he's pointing at his fuel tank or pointing at something to do with the bike, so he's obviously got some issues have crept in.
Well, he's not slowing up at the moment, but you're right, he was certainly pointing at something.
You wouldn't have thought they would have forgot to put fuel in.
You'd hope not.
You'd hope not, but you never know. There could be an electrical gremlin. Anything can happen to a race bike, especially these little GP-based bikes. They're built for purely for racing, and we quite often see just the smallest, electronic or mechanical issue that slows them up.
Look, that's potentially given Taron Ocean a sniff as well. These two locked together at the front.
Well, whatever it was, it's now working again, because you just gone past Daniel Briggs down the back straight and back into the race lead.
Yes, I don't know what happened. But you're right, straight back into it.
And Taron Ocean has found some time, but still not to. It's not into the sub-minute times yet. So, but he's 2 seconds back.
Now here's where we run into problems. We've got some very slow production bikes now mixed up with GP bikes, but they're so far all through cleanly. Is that Oscar O'Donovan right on the back of Jesse Woods now?
No, it's Mark de Jong.
It is Mark de Jong.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Oscar's a little further back. But still running similar times, I think. In fact, Oscar's dropped it to a 61.8, but Jesse's dropped to a 61.4, so both guys riding absolutely beautifully.
Taron Ocean is finding some time. He's just about on the back of Daniel Briggs now, and almost looking to go around the outside of him. That's a long way round there, Taron.
It is a very long way. But you can see he was carrying a lot more corner speed. Just had to roll out of it because he ran out of track.
So I don't think it'll be long and we'll see Taron Ocean move into second place past Daniel Briggs. He's certainly got the experience on these bikes to for us to say that. He's been campaigning these for a long time. And Daniel's new to this category. He's been, and still is running a 600 as well as the little bike. So speed-wise up the hill, they look identical, but I think the corner speed and the racecraft of Taron will see him get through. As you can see there, Chris, a lot more corner speed over suckers from Taron.
Yeah, certainly noticeable. We should point out also that last year Jesse Woods running an RS125 holds the Formula 3 lap record, and I think the quickest local time in this class at 57.9. So the current group of riders out on track, a fair way off that Jesse was doing.
So just looking there at the end of the straight, I thought Taron Ocean had another look on the brakes up the back of Daniel Briggs, but Daniel, to his credit, has kept track position and stays in second place.
Josh van der Putten just bettered his time again. First rider into the 59s, goes through 59.597.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable out in front now, Josh. He's got a good 2 to 3 second gap over second position. Barring any incidents, I can't see that being beaten.
No, I don't think so. And same in production. I think Jesse Wood's got a comfortable margin there now, holding down P4 outright, but P1 in production. Oscar O'Donovan, P6 outright, but P2 production.
So here we go. Down the back straight again, we've got Taran Ocean once again sizing up Daniel Briggs for a move into second. Not quite close enough there he's closing up on the brakes, and once again looking around the outside. It's a long way, but it looks like he's almost done it again, but just runs out of track. And Daniel Briggs, a little bit of lap traffic there to get around as well, so that's worked in Daniel's favour. Taran straight through as well.
It's hard to see where Taran can get this done. He's tried that twice at the end of the straight there, Rod, but run out of track. He certainly carries a lot more speed in there, but it's not working for him.
Well, this is the last lap, so it's somewhere around this, on the last stripe, he's going to have a go at it. So I would dare say that he will down the back straight this time. He's very close to Daniel. And you can see here over Suckers, Chris, the difference in corner speed. Taran's carrying a lot more speed and looking to get up the inside there. He's gone around the outside there onto the back straight. So a great move from Taran Ocean.
Question is, can Daniel Briggs...
Daniel got a good run onto the straight. So Daniel's right there. In fact, Daniel's bike's got a little bit, maybe more horsepower in a straight line, but Taran Ocean on the brakes, comfortably back into second place. But coming around to take the race win, Josh van der Putten. A comfortable win with 3.5 second gap back to second place, and Taran Ocean, after a bad start, gets back through to second, and great to see Daniel Briggs on the podium in third. We've got Jesse Woods now, who's going to take the win for the production class, and he's got a comfortable margin over Oscar O'Donovan, who's just crossing the line now.
Very impressive ride there from Oscar.
Yes, he's only 14, I think, so showing maybe 15, I'm not sure whether he's turned 15, but showing some experience well beyond his years.
Absolutely, bearing in mind that Jesse Woods is a lap record holder just up the track from him, so great ride there from Oscar. Matt Allen just coming through to cross the line with Marek von Bertusch right behind him on a GP machine, and that's Doug Watson, is it, on the KTM RC390 just crossing the line.
Yep. So still a few bikes to get across the line to finish all the timing off for the race.
Andrew Hay having his first race meeting, I think, on bike number 36, just crossing the line, finishing in P16. Certainly plenty of new riders here today, Rod.
Certainly is. Well, that was a good ride from Josh van der Putten. I think it's been probably a couple of years since he's been racing, Chris. Has it been that long?
Oh, look, I don't know.
It's been at least, well, it's been I think 2 seasons since we've seen him. And he was very fast back then, so for whatever reason Josh has done other things, so it's good to see him back and great to see him come back and get a win.
Yeah, we're toyed with the idea of running an R6, but I don't think he actually had a race start on the 600, which is unfortunate.
We'll just recap the results for the lights, production and GP combined. So for the GP, Josh van der Putten, Taran Ocean, Daniel Briggs round out the top 3. In the production, we've got Jesse Woods, Oscar O'Donovan, and I think it must be Graham Cunningham, Chris.
It is Graham Cunningham. So this is one we've certainly been looking forward to. The Formula 3 with pre-modern over 500 and historic over 500. We saw in qualifying there was a nice little grouping of bikes for first, second, third, was it? All in the 58s.
There was.
2 historic bikes and a Formula 3 bike with Hamish Sellers on that SV650. And of course Len Bester on the R1 on the second row, but we know he's got the fastest lap time on paper, so assuming Len didn't have any machine problems, I'd still be expecting to see Len come through and probably pick up the win, but we're going to see a great battle, I think.
I think so. I think I'm looking forward to seeing Hamish Sellers, the little chip. He's a great young fella, and what is he, Chris? Probably about 50 kilos wringing wet. So he's a lightweight, but he reminds me of Danny Pedrosa in his size.
Oh, does he?
He does.
I thought he reminded you of Brett's daughter.
Well, that's his hair. Confused me. My eyes are bad. That was quite funny that day. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing how Hamish goes on the SV650, and we saw in qualifying dipping into the high 58s on that 650 V-twin bike. It's going to be interesting watching him take it up to the more powerful bikes ahead of him. He'll certainly be dragged along by James Ryan and the other historic open bikes.
Yeah, as we've often said though, that extra bit of horsepower makes life a lot easier for you. You can easily overtake down the straights.
Oh, look, absolutely. Left his work cut out for him for sure, but that bike has shown it's very, very good through the corners. It would definitely a better bike from turn 1 to turn 5 or so. But yeah, it definitely loses out in a straight line in a big way.
Hamish has to do his work through the corners, and that's a lot harder than just opening the taps and overtake people down the straight. But,
it certainly is. He'll have his work cut out for him, but anyway, if he can get track position early on in the race, put his head down, he may do better than expected.
Well, who's your pick, Rod?
Well, I'm going to go with, for the actual on-track win, I'll say Len Bester. I think Len Bester will be, I'm not sure what machine issues he had, but Len would be the man to beat, and I think James Ryan probably come through for second on track position, and Peter Bellchambers in third.
I'll go Hamish for third.
Yeah, I think Hamish will probably come through in fourth, but you never know.
Bit of a delay, given riders again needing to shuffle around, not knowing where they're meant to start. So that's third row confusion.
Yes.
Larry Eaton on the third row, whereas he should have been ahead of the fourth row. So that's now been sorted out. Red flag is now in.
Okay, and the starter's hands. Red lights are on, and we're away for the start. Looks like a great start from Peter Bellchambers on the historic 750 GSXR. It takes the lead into turn 1.
It is, and that's James Ryan on the FZR 1000 right on his heels.
And looks like Len Bester, I think, moved into third position.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's Hamish Sellers going down the inside of Len Bester, so using the agility of that lighter SV650 machine. But look at that, as Len Bester opens the taps on the 1000, absolutely blows the SV650 to the weeds.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing Hamish can do there in a straight line. The R1's got far too much horsepower.
And that's what we're saying, Hamish's work has to be done through the corners, but those leader bikes is going to open the taps and just leave him in their dust down the straight.
And you look here, down the straight here, you know, Len Bester, you've got a 750, and then you've got an FZR 1000 and an R1. So Peter Bellchambers' bike did a great job down that back straight for the first stripe. Certainly not slow in a straight line, but James Ryan now sizing up for a challenge into the lead, and not too far back Len Bester.
Yeah, nice tight line from Peter Bellchambers there, not giving James Ryan a lot of a look in going to turn 1 or turn 2. So Peter still managing that P1 position very, very well. And
we're talking about the agility of the little 650 twin there. Once again, Hamish is right on the back wheel of Len Bester there as we're going up the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, he's going to have his work cut out. I think he's going to stay with them, but to actually pick up a position, it's going to be very hard given the long back straight right before the finish.
That's right. So second time down the back straight now. We've got still Peter Bellchambers. Len Bester now looking like he's going to challenge James Ryan, but James is very strong on the brakes generally, and so positions have stayed the same. And it's going to be Peter Bellchambers leading us around as we start lap 3.
Interesting to grab some lap times here. Peter Bellchambers just goes through at a 58.9, so he's a little off his qualifying pace as well. James Ryan 59.1, Len Bester 59.1, Hamish Sellers 59.4.
Okay, so not particularly fast for some of these guys from where they've been before, because we know Len Bester's his quickest time around here's a mid 56. We know Len had some issues in qualifying, but I dare say those issues are still there, Chris, because Len's 3 seconds off where he normally would be around here.
Well, at the moment I'd be saying that Peter Bellchambers is holding the field up a little. Peter's only just off his qualifying pace, but I think James Ryan's probably looking for a way through, and Len Bester will be doing the same thing And I think the times will drop here very shortly, because there goes both the leader bikes past the 750 down the straight, and Len Bester picks up P1, so it's going to be very interesting to see.
Now, if you had a camera there, that would have been a great photo. 3 abreast as we went over the hump, but Len Bester has gone from third into first on track position. James Ryan moved into second position right on the back wheel of Len Bester, so we know both are very competitive, and I think James Ryan will push Len right to the very end here, Chris.
Yeah, I think so. It's a bit hard to say. We were saying this morning that James is running two, like Superbike and Historic today, so he's going to be suffering a bit of fatigue. We don't know what's up with Len. So look, who knows? But at the moment, Len is starting to pull clear, so maybe...
Look, and Len's starting to find his straps, 57.9 on the last lap, so he's starting to get back into the rhythm that we know, but still 1.5 seconds off his PB round here. A big power wheelie that time, Len Bester over the hump on the R1, so Len's clearly now put his head down and starting to find some form that we know he's got, and he's stretched that lead out now to maybe about 50 or 60 metres, maybe 100 metres. Over the line it's out to just 1.6 seconds, so that's a big change in one lap.
Yeah, certainly is. Hamish Sellers goes through 59.4, so that's not as fast as he did in qualifying either.
No, 58.9 in qualifying for Hamish. So Len there on the last lap, Chris, a 57.4, so he's starting to get down to the times we know he's capable of. And it's showing on track when you look at the gap that he's pulled out on James Ryan and Peter Bellchambers.
The next Formula 3 bike is P7 outright on track, and that's Peter Macoreni. He's going around 61.7, so that's a great time actually. Probably not too familiar with Baskerville.
Well, there's still a great battle here, Chris, for second position, because James Ryan, even though he's on a 1000cc FZR, Peter Bellchambers on the G6R 750, is challenging here for second position as we go across the line. So, and having a look,
that's tight.
That's very close, and whether Peter will stay on track.
He does. I tell you what, doesn't want to get any closer than that.
No, and he's unfortunately he's balked Hamish Sellers there on his line through turn 1, so that was very, very close to a disaster for those two riders. Probably would have resulted with 2 crashes, I'd say, if they'd come together there. We have seen that happen before.
Quite commonly, actually. It's a difficult overtake to judge going in there in turn 1, because the rider on the outside that you're typically overtaking doesn't always know you're there.
No, that's right. I've had a journey off there myself, and I don't know whether you have in the past, but I'm sure you've probably had an experience or two through turn 1 here. So Len Bester comfortably now has a large gap leading the field. A 57.4 on the last lap, and he's got that the lead out comfortably to 4.3 seconds over James Ryan.
And Peter Bellchambers has got back past Hamish Sellers as well.
But interestingly here, Chris, where Hamish Sellers is on the SV, you can see the difference with the agility of the two bikes and how much more space or track time that Hamish can make up through the corners on Peter. It's all in vain though, because as soon as we get to this part of the track up the hill, you can see the difference in horsepower.
Yeah, that's right. I know we were saying earlier that this is not necessarily a horsepower track, but when you're talking an SV650 versus in this case quite a quick GSXR 750, or even worse, the 1000cc bikes in front, it does make a difference. So last lap board being ready for Len Bester, who's just coming through the chute at the moment, about to pick up that board. Goes through 57.6, so just starting to back it off a fraction. James Ryan, same 58.9.
58.9 for James. A 59.2 for Peter Bellchambers, and a 59.3 for Hamish Sellers. So he's getting well and truly dragged along by Peter.
It's interesting to see if Hamish tries a move here on Peter Bellchambers through the S's. That's the place he's going to have to do it. He might think it's in vain though, so not worth the risk.
It's definitely swings and roundabouts. Like if you look where Hamish is here, right on the back wheel of Peter, and then he'll lose a bit up the hill, but then through Suckers, he gains another 4 or 5 bike lengths, as you can see here on the brakes, and he's right on his back wheel again. But all in vain. The horsepower down the back straight here shortly will be very hard to beat. It'll be a very late out-braking manoeuvre if he's going to do it. Here we have Len Bester anyway, coming around to take the win. Comfortable win for Len. And James Ryan coming through. And just looking at third, there is a chance here that Hamish Sellers is challenging Peter Beltram. He's just looking around the outside, but he just doesn't have the horsepower. And separated by half a bike length on the line.
Yes, Stuart Bug next to the pre-modern machines to come through. Dropped off John O'Hughes a bit. They were a bit closer last lap, so I don't know if John O ran out of track there somewhere with an overtake. And we've got Peter McEldowney from Rob Scott and Shane Moresby on the Yamaha R1 as well.
And Larry Eaton, unfortunately, he copped a jump start penalty, so I'm not sure where he will end up shuffling down in the timing, but at this stage Larry was rounding out the top 10 in track position. But three different classes, as we know, in this category. So the win for pre-modern was Len Bester, the historic open win was James Ryan, and the taking the win for Formula 3 is Hamish Sellers.
And that rounds out our first set of races for the day.
Yes, we head back to the start, and that'll bring us up with race 2 for the Formula Baskerville Historic up to 500 and pre-modern up to 500.
So conditions could not be any better here at the moment, Rod.
No, that wind that we had yesterday is not here, thankfully. This looks like a light breeze. Conditions are, you'd say, almost perfect.
Just looking over there, the cars parked on the hill, Rod. A couple of classic old Holdens there. You're going to hazard a guess as to what they are?
Well, one looks like an EH wagon. The other one, well...
FX or FJ?
Well, I don't know to tell the difference, but it's one or the other.
You used to be a mechanic at Motors. You should be all over it. You'd have done your apprenticeship on those, wouldn't you?
No. I helped restore one once, but that was an FJ a long time ago. You worked at Motors too, Chris, so you know.
Not on the spanners though, mate.
No, but you still looked at the same things. They still had the same badge on them. A little bit before our time, though, we got to say.
A little bit, but I did have an EJ sedan and an EH wagon, so bit of a soft spot for them.
So that wagon from here, Chris, is it an EJ or an EH?
Don't know. I can't remember what the difference is in the wagons between EJ and EH. I can pick the tail lights on the sedan, but I'd say my guess is EJ because I thought the EHs had a little emblem in the middle of the grille, and the EJs didn't. But maybe whoever the owner is can come up and inform us later on. I'd be interested to know.
Well, they certainly look like they've been well loved and restored, and someone's pride and joy for sure. Good to see them here.
It certainly is.
Certainly appreciate my classic Holdens and Fords and anything really that I like my 4 wheels and 2 wheels. So.
Yeah, I think you were HQ owner back in the day, weren't you?
I had yes, an HQ. Wish I still owned it. HQ Monaro, 5-litre 4-speed, very lively car. Had an HJ Monaro as well, an SLR Torano one stage with the V8. That was only the little motor, but it was a nicely done up car. And a few other things over the years I wish I still had.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it?
Wish I still had my RG500. I bet you do too, having owned one.
Yeah, I didn't know you had an RG500.
I did.
There you go.
I sold it in pieces. I crashed it and it was taken away in a trailer.
Loving memory.
Loving memory of it. I was going to, yes, after the crash and the damage, I threw it in the shed in disgust, and then one day a gentleman knocked on my door and he said, I heard you had one and you might be considering selling it. So he ended up buying it. So it went off in a trailer in pieces.
Yeah, it's certainly worth some money these days.
Yes, in fact I saw it fully restored and going. The next time I saw it was in the 1996 World Superbike Phillip Island car park.
Oh, okay.
I just was walking in and went, that's my old bike.
So they came in 2 schemes, the red, white and blue, and the...
Yeah, it was the black, white and blue one.
Yeah,
I think I had.
yep.
Yeah. They were a fun bike to ride, but very undertired for the engine.
Well, yes. Was fairly consistent in those days with bikes of the 80s.
Yeah, the engine technology went ahead and the tyre technology still didn't keep up with it for a number of years. Anyway,
we did see a few of them racing out here as well. I think John Goulet held the 500 lap record on one for a period of time.
Would have been a handful.
Yeah, probably not as bad as the RZ 500s, but we saw those when the Castrol 6 Hour, didn't we?
They were not an easy bike to ride, that's for sure. Anyway, we've got the Formula Baskerville pre-modern up to 500, historic up to 500, just gridding up now, ready for a race start. And we've got in the starters' hands, we've got red flag in. Big field of bikes, Chris. See who's going to get the jump this time. Red lights on and we're away, and it's Julian Winlow on the South 500 with the front wheel once again power wheeling up in the air. And looks like I can't see. Taran Ocean.
We'll pick up, I think that's a repeat of race 1 actually, Rod. I think Taran did actually get through on Julian while Julian was pulling his wheel stands.
I can't remember now. I think Julian led from start to finish myself.
But the loser there's Garth Newton, who's way back.
Yeah, Garth, who had a good race 1, he's back in 5th position, so he's got a bit of work to do here.
Taran Ocean at the moment will lead the field. Oversuckers down the hill towards Calvin, so I know that 500cc bike of Julian Winlow's is a little faster, but we did see the fairing advantage as well on the lighter bike that Taran Ocean's racing. So,
and given clear track, I think even in race 1, I think if Taran had a clear track, he would have been hard to beat. And we'll see his class now whether Julian can use his experience and speed on that 500 CR to get back on the curtails of Taran. But Taran already got his head down and pulling away comfortably.
Yeah, doing it very nicely.
So a 64.4 off the start, a flying lap for Taran, and a 66.8 for Julian. So a good couple of seconds straight away off the start, and I think we'll see that continue through the race.
And, Garth Newton's still struggling to get through. He's got Emma Reeder in front of him, who's on a 600cc bike. And similar issue to what we were saying before, that the horsepower advantage of bikes down the straight, when you're on a little bike like Garth Newton is, it makes it very, very hard to put a move on and make it stick. Rod just had to leave us temporarily, do a bit of a tyre change by the looks of it. But Taran Ocean still now with quite a comfortable little lead over Julian Winlow. So I can't see Julian doing much about that at this stage. So the contest is more so back in, third is now Michael Regan. He's got a little margin over Emma Reeder, who I was saying was causing some trouble for Garth Newton. Garth Newton's now got another large capacity 4-stroke in front of him, being Carsten Bormeister, looking to go around the outside of him through turn 1, and that's not an easy thing to do. And poor old Garth, he's just getting shuffled back. It's got to be frustrating for him. He's obviously got the speed, but just getting mixed up with larger capacity bikes at the moment. So as soon as he puts a move on, he just gets shuffled straight back as soon as they get to the straights. Big group of riders there, just going down through the S's at the moment, entering the bottom of the hill. Bit hard from here to pick up who they are, but obviously some good racing going on between that group. But Taran Ocean probably pulling out a little bit now, coming through the chute. Nice big lead over Julian Winlow. Taran goes through at a 60.4. Nice time from that production bike. Julian Winlow 62.4, so really 2 seconds a lap difference. Michael Regan, nice time as well, 63.8 quickest time. Then we have our issue in Formula Basketball, the not being able to break out of 64s. So Emma Reeder doing a great job at the moment, 64.4. Carsten Bormeister gone a little faster, 64.2. But staying just above that 64s where they need to be to avoid getting that 10-second penalty. So at the moment, Emma Reeder doing an absolutely fantastic job leading the Formula Basketball field. Taran Ocean holds station at the front. Got this race well under control. In fact, pulling out even more of a margin now over Julian Winlow. So I think, barring any issues, Taran's got this one comfortably in place. And I might actually have to retract what I said before about the start being a repeat of race 1. I think maybe Julian Winlow did actually get a win the start, and that's why Taran Ocean had so much problem getting through, because he's clearly got the extra track pace. but doing it quite comfortably. Michael Regan in third place, holding Emma Reader comfortably at bay as well, and then you got that tight little group of riders where I think Garth Newton's mixed up with Graham Cunningham. Is it Graham? Yes, it is Graham, and Carsten Burmeister on the CBR 919. So lots of different styles of bikes, but they can't get clear of each other. Emma Reader doing a great job. I think it's a CBR 600 she's on, but leading the Formula Basketball class. Terran Ocean just coming through now to complete the next lap. Doesn't better his time, last lap through 60.9, but still a fantastic lap time for a production-based bike. Julian Winlow looking over his shoulder to see where next bike is, but he would have not been able to see anything. Got a rider down there at the end of the back straight. Can't quite pick up who that is. I'll try and have a quick look. That could be John Kranz, is it? I know it's an orange. Yes, it is John Kranz. It's not like him to fall off that bike. He's a very experienced racer, but he's parked the bike and now jumped over the rail. But hopefully he's okay. He's must be sitting down, maybe catching his breath. But hopefully the flaggies down there are reporting back to race control just to make sure that John is okay. Good to see someone driving over there at the moment, so we should hear back. Just want to know that, because no one can see John sitting there behind the rail, just want to know that he's okay and doesn't need an ambulance. But a big group of riders coming over the start finish line at the moment. Emma Reader will still lead Carsten Burmeister, Garth Newton and Graham Cunningham. Now it looks like John's up now, so that's good news. Nice to see that he's not in need of assistance. But I know what it feels like to fall off a bike. It can knock the wind out of you sometimes, and you just need a couple of seconds to regroup and catch your breath. But importantly, he's up and spectating from the rail. So Terran Ocean now will come through to pick up the last lap board. I don't think he's in any danger of coming under threat for the lead. I think Julian Winlow now just coming through or entering the chute. Once again, I don't think Julian's at risk of losing that position either, barring any incidents. Michael Regan in third, just coming around now, and then this is probably where the battle is. Emma Reader leading Formula Basketball, Carsten Burmeister right behind her. Neither of them have broken out of the 64-second bracket yet, so they're actually no penalties, and they're both racing for the win in Formula Basketball here, so well worth watching. Emma Reader just going down through the S's now on the orange bike, Carsten Burmeister right behind her on that Repsol scheme CBR 919. I don't know, there'd be a lot of difference in straight line speed between them. The CBR 600 being a later model bike, but obviously lower capacity than the bike behind it, so well worth watching. Just going up over there at Suckers at the moment. Terran Ocean just crosses the line to pick up the victory. Very, very convincing win too. So well done, very capable rider as we keep saying. Julian Winlow now coming up to claim second position. Big group of riders all... Oh, look out, there's bike running off. That's Carla Monday from... he got pushed wide by Carsten Burmeister, but Emma Reader will actually pick up the win in Formula Basketball. Great job, and unfortunately for Garth Newton, couldn't get clear of those larger bikes. Good to see Carla Monday as well, not falling off, getting into the dirt, but that can happen when a lot of bikes converge together on the last corner. A few people trying to get the better of each other. Some good racing in there. Unfortunate for John Kranz up there. I can see him walking around now, so hopefully that means he's A-OK. But disappointing to see him have to park his bike on the rail. Very passionate racer and big supporter of our club. Bike number 32, Chris Eaton, is crossing the line. He's planning a full campaign this year, which is great to see. And that's what you need to do to improve your ability on a bike and your lap times. You just need to stick at it, and that sort of experience will just keep paying off for you. But Taran Ocean just re-entering the pits, looking very, very happy with himself. And so he should. It was a very, very impressive ride. I don't know that Julian Winlow's going to be able to do a lot about that for race 3, but he'll go back and have a think about it. I think part of his strategy is going to have to be to try and win the start rather than concentrating on big wheel stands. Because if he wins the start, we know that Taran Ocean finds it very hard to get past. That does now conclude the Formula Basketball Historic up to 500 and Pre-Modern up to 500, which means the 600 Supersport class is up next. So that's certainly provided some great entertainment in race 1, so this is one to look forward to. Rod is indisposed at the moment. I'm not sure where he is. I'm just going to have a very quick break to have a drink before the 600s are on track. So 600cc machines just rolling out here at the moment. I'm very fortunate to have a change in commentary. Sorry, Rod, but I'm welcomed up here by one of the most experienced basketball racers in Boyd Witzman. Welcome, Boyd.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Yeah, a bit interesting to be on the other side of the fence. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, really, how 600's just exploded in the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, you've done a lot of racing in 600 class. It's always been one of my favourite classes. And as you say, it certainly has exploded in the last few years. I guess when you were going around, there was probably, a field of maybe 5 or 6, and they were mixed up with the thousands as well.
Yeah, that's right. On a consistent basis, there was really only probably 4, 5, 6 people. And it was fun. We had some good battles, but gee, it must be really good for the people coming up now to have a class like this to aspire to, where they can go into a big field, they're going to fit in somewhere and have some good battles on track. So
absolutely. You had a look at race 1, I assume?
Yeah. It's and of course it's all wide open now, with last year's probably 2 quickest riders now moving up to the superlight class. So the guys that have been there or thereabouts now probably got a little bit of extra motivation to really push and try and get that win.
Absolutely. So we saw a great contest in race 1 between John Hughes and Mitch Hawksley. Big move from John Hughes down the end of the straight, but Mitch Hawksley put it straight back on him through turn 1. That's not an easy place to pass, is it?
Yeah, and John Hughes probably one of, if I'd say probably the hardest man to pass out there. I've had a few battles with him over the years in different classes, and you come alongside him and he just lets the brakes off and goes in front of you. It's like you're not coming through. And
to do that to you is a fair feat, because you do the same thing.
Yeah. I've tried inside, outside, and straight through the middle with John, and I still didn't get past him in one of those races. So
No, he certainly fights his space. But look, credit to Mitch Hawksley. He did exactly the same thing in race 1 and took a very, very deserved victory. So I'm looking forward to this. Interesting thing was the lap time, I guess, from John Hughes in race 1. He got into the 55s.
Yeah. No, the thing with Mitch, I've never raced against him until the 2-hour support races. I'm behind him in one of those, and he is a very, very late breaker. He's a demon. So,
is he?
Yeah, definitely hard to get past at the end of the straight, which limits your opportunities to sort of get by him. It'll probably take a really good run into turn 1, or maybe outside and then sweep up the inside into turn 2. And I know Jono's good on the inside at turn 2. So,
well, it's going to be great to get your input during this race. Knowing the machines, knowing the riders, it's always good to try and strategise from up here as to...
I wouldn't count John Parnell out either, because if he gets a good start here, he'll be hard to get around.
Very experienced rider. But red flag's in. The red light is on and racing. Beautiful start there from Mitch Hawksley. Launched his front wheel a little bit. Still, I think we'll get the run into turn 1. Big group of riders.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, that was close. But it's Mitch Hawksley from... Gee, who's that in second? We'll tell you in a minute.
We need some binoculars up here.
Well, I do have binoculars. I'm just... Who's that on black 600? I thought Joel Benson has come through from the third row.
It would be, I think. I thought it was an R6.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I couldn't pick it. That's a great start from Joel, but it's done Mitch a whole lot of favour, because he's now got a nice gap. But look at that gaggle of riders there from second through to about sixth. Going either side of Joel. John Parnell on the outside, and who's that on the inside? Is it
that's John Hughes? Yep. So Joel's finding out there the late breakers there.
Yeah, Daniel Briggs right behind Joel Benson as well, looking for a way through. From Brian Smith. Fantastic racing here in the 600 class, Boyd. Does it give you itchy feet?
Oh, I tell you what, I got me thinking about trying to track down my old 600 and see if I can buy it back.
Well, it would be good to see you out there. You're always exciting to watch.
Oh, look, as you know, Chris, I've raced a lot of different classes out here over the last few years, and they're all fun. They all have their pluses. But yeah, 600s. It's if you want something that's really going to give you a good thrill with the speed and the power of these modern machines, the 600s is a good way to go, because you can get something that's a lot cheaper than a superbike, and still run at the front. I suppose you don't have to spend mega bucks.
And at a track like this, the 600 is not that much slower down the straight, is it?
Yeah, that's right. It's most of the time I was chasing 1000s around when I was in the class, and it was up the hill. It was really, really close, but down the straight they would just pull that gap, and it was very, very difficult to get past.
But back to the race. Mitch Hawksley still maintaining that nice gap in first place, but as you said, John Parnell coming through very strongly here.
Yeah,
just looking at their lap times. So Mitch has done a 56.3, John Parnell 56.5, John Hughes 56.7.
He's going to have to really push, but if he gets into a good rhythm here, there's still time to reel that gap in. And John Hughes still right behind him, so he'll be looking for any opportunity to get past.
Yeah, and it's then Daniel Briggs and Brian Smith, I think. Brian put a fantastic ride in race 1. I think 56.1. 56.2 was his best time. So
Well, Brian's, I know he's done a lot of work to his motor, and it makes over an extra 10 horsepower now. But I'm wondering if maybe there's also just a little bit of extra confidence that's helped him pick up the pace so much, because as we know, horsepower isn't everything around this track. So
no, but confidence is a big part of motorcycle racing.
Yeah, and in fact the man in front of him, Daniel Briggs, is someone who seems to be growing in confidence every time he comes out, and I think that's a big part of his riding.
Absolutely, he's going from strength to strength at the moment. Really, really good to see. Yeah.
It often looks that way with Daniel. He takes sort of different lines than most of the other riders I've noticed. He's more of a sort of break late, square it off, and try and shoot it out than carrying a lot of corner speed. But obviously, whatever he's doing is working for him. So
it certainly is. Did you say Brian Smith had the extra power?
Yeah, Brian O'Brien had a little chat with him. He had the motor all apart and a bit of head work. I'm not sure exactly what he did, but I think just a bit of a blueprinting type thing. And Yeah, he told me it's 10 horsepower more, so that's a big jump.
It certainly is. He'd be feeling that. But Mitch Hawkesley doing an absolutely outstanding job leading the 600 field, crossing the start-finish line now and goes through at a 56.2.
Yeah, well, I know Mitch used to have a habit of throwing it down the road quite a lot when he was a couple of years ago when he first started coming down here, and ever since he switched to the Honda and sort of under the wing of Jason Spencer and the Motorcycle City team, he's really matured in his riding. He's very, very smooth and consistent now.
Looks good on a motorcycle too.
Yeah, he's got that modern, almost MotoGP sort of Marquez-esque sort of attack position when he enters the corners. So.
The thing that the taller riders amongst us struggle a bit with.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Got
a rider re-entering the pits. Is that Chloe Honeychurch?
I think you might be right, yeah.
Yeah, Chloe, unfortunate faller in race 1, so I don't know if there's a problem with that bike. I'd be guessing there probably is.
Yeah, it's a shame. I did see a little bit of her out there. She was right in the thick of it, having some good battle there, and getting a bit of racecraft experience on the bigger bike, which helps a lot, and which is a lot different than a smaller bike when you're in close quarters with other riders, because the little bike you can move out of the way left and right very, very quickly and easily. Things happen a lot faster than you think on a bigger bike.
Absolutely. So. Yeah, we say that often up here, but particularly in the thousands, things get very busy very quickly.
Yeah.
But status quo at the moment. John Parnell still holding that group for the dice for second place. So he has John Hughes behind him from Daniel Briggs and Brian Smith.
I think John will be very, very keen to get past. He'll probably give a big push here if he just gets that little sniff. All he'll have to do is sort of pull alongside and make his presence known, I think, and we're going to have a good battle.
Good lap time too from Joel Benson, 57.4.
Yeah, well, Joel's also only sort of just stepped up to this class, hasn't he?
Yeah, so he's not that familiar with the 600 yet, so that's a really good time.
I think probably what helps him is that his little Honda CBR 250 is basically like a mini 600. If you're coming up from a smaller class, not having to get used to a different engine configuration and similar sort of style of riding, I guess.
Brian Smith round the outside of Daniel Briggs through turn 1 and up into turn 2.
Very smooth move there.
You don't see that happen very often.
Yeah. Well, as I said, Daniel Briggs takes those tight lines, and a similar thing happened in the lights race with Daniel on the 125. I think Taryn went around the outside. Oh, he's having another go. So Daniel Briggs also not going to roll over here.
Not at all. It's great to see the 600 classes producing some fantastic racing.
Yeah, we've got some battles further down the field too. We've got our new rider Sam Gala. He's sort of riding the thick of it there, picking up some valuable experience.
Yeah, 60.4, a really respectful time. First time out, Boyd.
Yes, and so far I'm trying to keep tabs on him, see how his progression is, and he's been pretty smooth there and hasn't sort of tried anything too outlandish. And I know he was involved in the tangle at turn 1 in race 1, but I'd say he was just on the inside. The rider tried to go around the outside and just a racing incident, I guess you'd call it.
So it's back to second place. John Parnell, he's got 3 riders breathing all over him now.
Yes. I hope John doesn't go for a look over his shoulder here, because he might get a bit of a shock.
Yeah, well, John, a lot of experience. He's not going to get.
Yeah, the R6, although that's a bit of an older model now, it still seems very competitive in terms of straight line speed, even against Brian's hotted up Triumph there. Oh, closing up here.
We're coming around for the last lap, Boyd, so this is going to be on for this last lap. Who's your pick, Boyd?
Hang on, we're getting the checkered flag.
Oh, checkered flag, sorry, I've got it wrong.
Oh, we were too caught up in the action there, I think, Chris. Yeah, wow. That was so close. Could have gone anyway there.
So obviously Mitch Hawksley took a very, very impressive win, but John Parnell did hold off John Hughes from Brian Smith and Daniel Briggs.
Yeah, you have some quick laps there, low 56s. That's Brian Smith 55.9. Wow, he's going to be.
That is impressive.
I reckon that might even be a PB for Brian. He's going to be pretty happy when he comes in and sees that. So.
There's Sam Gala, who you're referring to, just completed race 2 of his career. So picks up P13.
A lot of Triumphs out there, Chris. I've done a few laps here on the Triumph 675, and they're interesting. The power delivery of those bikes very different than the 4-cylinder. They get the torque off the corner. They feel like they're a lot faster than the 600, but when you actually get out there, they're sort of similar. They just make the lap time in a little bit different way.
Still a very competitive race bike though.
Yeah.
As we're seeing in the hands of John Hughes, is doing a fantastic job, and Brian Smith. You can't say enough about that, can you?
Yeah.
That's a really, really impressive time.
Yeah, well, Brian is definitely one of the more experienced campaigners in this class. He's been out there a long time, and but he's definitely found his mojo with this bike now. He's got it all working for him.
He'd be absolutely delighted with that, and it's so good to see.
Yeah, well, who knows? The next race, all he needs is a good start, and he should be right there.
But look, not taking anything away from any of that leading group, those lap times are impressive. And for people who haven't ridden a motorcycle before,
yeah,
I've often said that breaking the minute round here is quite an achievement.
Yeah, and I think, well, of course, when I raced 600, it was before the resurfacing of the track too, and I guess it was a lot more daunting to get on a bike that capable of those lap times, but to ride over the rough surface was difficult. You had to have a good setup, and as you went faster, that setup had to change because it would be too soft. You had to basically set it up so it could handle the big bumps, and if you were a second off the pace, it was like you were just hitting obstacles out there on the track. So
I recall it only too well.
Yeah,
you almost needed a compass to find your way through the bumps.
yeah. So I think best I ever did was a 56.3, I think, and I'd love to get a chance to see what I can do on the new surface, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think I'll stick to the SV 650.
Well, we'll keep at it. We'll keep pestering you, because it'd be great to see you back on the 600s. We know that you used to campaign them very successfully. So, speaking of your career, where are you at? What are you going to do?
Well, career, I suppose, is not really the right term. It's I'm at the point where I just want to race for fun. So, and that chops and changes, by the week, really. So, I get enjoyment because I've cut so many laps out here. I guess I get a lot of enjoyment just riding different bikes, and I like building bikes as well. So, see what I can get out of them. The SV 650 was a really fun project to build, and that's worked out really well. So
you're going to push on with the SV?
Yeah, well, the SV was only supposed to be a temporary bike till I get my old Pantar fixed up. That's a more long-term project. But so the SV came along at the right time, and ended up just absolutely loving riding. I think it does everything really well. It's easy to ride, but it's still fast enough to be fun, and it can do a season on a set of tyres if you're lucky.
But that bike's done plenty of laps out here. I can remember seeing it going around in the late 80s.
Oh, the Pantar, yes.
The Pantar,
yeah. It's actually a real race bike pedigree from back in the day. I think it was Annie Walker who used to campaign it out here.
I remember Anne McNally riding it.
Anne McNally, sorry, yes, yeah. It even, I think, caught fire out here once.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's still got the rear master cylinder is still all melted, the reservoir on that. It's undergone a few changes since then. It was a 680 until it melted a hole in the piston. So it's converted back to a 650. It's all the crank and everything's all been done by Go and Lock Ducati. So the motor's all hotted up, but it's just everything, like the rest of the parts on the bike's still sort of gathering bits and pieces to get it back up to speed.
I certainly look forward to seeing it back out here. We've got our junior bikes on track at the moment. Exciting beginning for a new class.
Yeah, it's great to see some young blood coming into the sport.
Yeah.
And I know Shane O'Donovan's been working really, really hard to get a few of these youngsters out here.
Well, they're away till race start now. Ollie Skinner's been getting the starts of the day, and from the back row, he'll do the same thing again. And I think he will pick up the lead. Yes, he does.
Gun off the line there.
Yeah, that little KTM gets away really well, but it's obviously Oscar O'Donovan who's got the class in the field and easily won race one.
Yeah, it's a purpose-built little race bike that Moriwaki's on.
Yes.
And, I know that there's been a few teething troubles with it to get it up and running smoothly, and it looks like it's quite on song now. And also something I wouldn't have thought of using a dirt bike out here, like a mini motard, I guess you'd call it. And that's probably a good thing for the kids who've got these sort of bikes at home. Maybe do a little bit of bush riding or motocross. Word spreads that you can bring it out here and put a set of road tyres on it, bring it out here and tear around. Then they're probably going to really enjoy it.
Absolutely, and you can see right there in front of us, they make quite a competitive little bike, and there's no doubting they're having a lot of fun out there.
So what is that bike, Chris? Do you know? Is it one?
It's a KTM 85.
80. Oh yeah, right, 85, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's it's obviously geared pretty well because it's keeping up top speed wise, mostly with the Morawaki.
Yeah, but as we saw in that previous historic 500 pre-modern 500 race, Oscar O'Donovan's riding very, very well, and took it almost basically matched lap times with Jesse Woods,
which is very impressive considering his level of experience. He's obviously going about his racing here very, very smartly, just chipping away at it. It has been interesting. I keep tabs on a few guys who've been coming to the club, and I've raced against other classes, and some come along and just straight away really, really fast, and you've got others who start out slow and then they just build and build and build and build, and if we know it, they're right at the front of the field. So
what's Rod and I often talk about the secret to going fast. What do you think makes a fast rider?
People do ask me that, why I'm so fast, and I don't know. I can't answer it. I don't think I'm that much faster than anybody else out here. So when people say it, I think a bit like, okay. But I think it's obviously confidence, but I think the big thing that really separates the fastest riders is their ability to judge corner entry speed and overcome that feeling that you need to roll the throttle off or hit the brakes. Because if you and also being very, very consistent at your corner entry as well. Because if you're consistent and you don't have to think about it and just do it, that's usually when the lap times come. So it's a little bit trickier out here now. There's not a huge number of reference points when you're entering the braking zones, and I think basketball is a track where it does just take a lot of laps to learn and just be comfortable out there. If you try and try too hard, you'll end up making mistakes and going slower.
Yeah, I think that's very, very true. It's interesting thing though that all the local fast riders tend to start to ride their lap very, very much in the same way. But in the 2 hour, particularly when we have some very talented mainland riders here, you suddenly see riders changing their line and doing things a little differently. So you can actually get stuck in a bit of a rut as to how you ride locally. And I guess it just goes to show there's more than one way to skin a cat. Yeah,
let's talk. Done a lot of sort of wandering around and having a bit of a chat with people today, and we were I can't remember who it was. We were talking about turn 2 though, and different approaches you can make to it. And a lot of people like to take the sort of wide sweeping line, and it probably is the fastest line through there. There's a little bit of bumps on the inside. I try to take that line and I run wide every time. I just cannot do that line through the corner. I have to hug it tight. And it's but a few different areas around the track here, depending on your bike setup and how you like to approach the corner. There's I don't think there's one particular perfect line around this track. I think.
No, I think you're right. So your favourite corner, Boyd?
Oh, gee, it's hard to say. I don't. Since the resurfacing, I used to hate turn 1. It was horrible. Pretty much every bike I had just pounded through the bumps there. Sometimes you'd throw it in, you didn't know if you were going to come out the other side. Yeah. And I remember my first flying lap around here on the new surface, and it was smooth.
I'll just interrupt you there, Boyd, because Oscar's just coming through to claim the race victory now. Another very well-deserved win, very comfortable win. And we've got Ollie Skinner not far behind on the KTM, so it's great to see all the juniors completing race 2 without incident. I shouldn't speak too soon because they're not all home yet, but Ollie goes through to pick up another great second.
Yeah, it'd be good to see if he can close that gap down a little bit by the end of the day as he gets a bit more experience up. Oscar obviously got a lot more than him at this stage.
And it's Chad Wiley, I think, picking up P3, just coming through the chute now.
And he's on the Yamaha R15, 150cc 4-stroke. I think they run them as a national junior class at select support events for the ASBK. So the more of those bikes we get out here, probably the better. They'll be a good stepping stone if you want to go up and take your racing further and compete on the mainland.
Definitely. Tom Turner just takes the checkered flag, and we're waiting on Harley Phipps, who's just coming down the back straight now. But they're still currently available, the R15s?
That's a good question. I should know that, shouldn't I?
Yeah,
since
sure.
I work
We won't
at the
throw you under a bus there, Boyd.
I'm going to say yes. Because obviously Yamaha support that class at a national level, so I assume that they're still available for sale. I think you can actually buy them with a race kit included, so it's quite a good discount. And as if you then buying all the parts separately, I suppose it's pretty much a box with all the go fast bits, and put it all together and away you go.
Sorry, just going back to what you're saying about your favourite corner. You're saying the turn 1 used to be an issue.
Oh, look, turn 1 is, especially on the lesser horsepower bikes, turn 1 now, you can just carry so much speed through there. It's really, really good feeling when you get it right. Probably most riders agree we're not as good at right-handers down here because we don't have as many of them. I know I still feel sort of awkward at turn 2, especially when I'm first session, first race where you're not warmed up. So when you absolutely nail turn 1, it's a really, really good feeling. And I was watching Brett Simmons there on his new Honda in that first race, and the precision he took that corner with, most laps he was pinpoint apex right out to the edge of the track, super fast, and typical Honda I suppose, and typical Brett, both just right on the money. So
yeah, look, I think the chute here in front of us, if you get that right, particularly on a 1000cc bike, it's pretty exhilarating. It's a fast corner, and the thousands go through there leaving rubber and wheel spinning. Other than that, I think the run on the back straight's always good. It's a really critical corner for getting a fast lap time, and particularly placing you well for a race finish.
Yeah. What about you, Chris? What would your favourite corner be, do you think?
Look, I think probably Calvin's, the run onto the back straight. I think it's so important for your race strategy, and it can make or break where you finish. It's difficult, as you know, it's a difficult entry because of the camber. You need to be absolutely precise getting through there and get the power on early. There's a lot to it. You can really disrupt your lap.
And in a way, it's even almost probably the most difficult corner in the track to really get right because of that camber and the tendency most people have to take a tight line on entry, whereas a wider approach seems to work better. But we're looks like we're gridding up now for the superbike race. I might hand over. Oh no.
Okay, so you're with us for the superbike race as well.
I was going to hand over to Rod, but I'm getting waved on. So
you don't mind joining us for one more?
No, that's fine. Yeah,
fantastic. Because this one's always entertaining to watch.
Yeah. Now I guess I'm lucky that I've raced in pretty much almost every race group that's been out here today. But superbike by far probably the most difficult, definitely most physical bikes to ride. They require a lot of laps and concentration to get right. Slight slip of concentration on one of these 200 horsepower bikes, and you're in big trouble. So yeah, these guys all experience those. I think a couple of people have only just started out there. Jeremy Huddleston recently to the superbike class. I know he's really enjoying his Ducati Panigale. Says it handles beautifully, so it helps a lot.
Yeah, of course they're probably the heaviest class we have of bike, and most aggressive horsepower, so give you a workout physically just holding onto them.
That's right, and also it depends how you ride them too. I think the really fast guys, they use the power to the fullest. You often feel, especially engines that have a lot of torque, like the CBR 1000s, you can ride them further down in the rev range, not rev them, but they can actually be harder because the torque of the motor, it sort of overcomes the power a little bit. It's a bit hard to describe, I suppose, but certain bikes, they respond better to being ridden hard, and they just go faster and faster. So.
Well, we saw Cody Travers lose the start in race 1. He was back in 6th position running into turn 1, so hopefully he's going to get a better start there from P2. The red flag's in now, so we are ready for a start. Red light is on. Racing, and looks like Brett Simmons got the jump, but Brad Hughes will actually fire it up the inside again. I think he did the same in race 1, and will lead the field for the first time down through turn 2. Brett Simmons, Cody Travers has made a much better start this time, and it's Jason Wiley right on the back of Cody Travers from Scott Honeychurch and Jamie Needham. Is it? It's a bit hard to pick up from here.
Well, Jamie's certainly we know he's capable of some fast laps here. He's close to the front, and that bike is quick. Let's see how he goes on this first lap. Do need to be a little bit probably cautious of cold tyres on the first lap on such a powerful bike of the superbike.
Big wheel stand there from Brett, already past Brad Hughes. I didn't see where that happened. Maybe the run into Calvin's.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think both those two lead bikes, ex-team Honda bikes.
Brett's
right. The newer bike.
Cody Travers making a big move up the inside of Brad Hughes. So whatever happened in race 1, he's turned it around, and he's got the bit well and truly between the teeth.
Yeah, I know when he gets that carrot in front of him, the carrot of Brett Simmons, that I think he kicks it up a gear. So he'll be very, very keen to stay in touch here, I think. Try and close that gap down a little bit and just sit there.
Yeah, I think you were at Simmons last round when Cody beat Brett.
Yeah, Cody was really, really on that day. I think Brett was on his second bike that day after some runs in practice. Yes. I know that they run different electronics packages, Brett's R1s, and he does prefer one over the other. And speaking of electronics, it was interesting that the older bike there that has no electronics or launch control still made it into turn 1 first. So
yeah, absolutely. The old hand can work well as well. But at the moment, Cody Travers is actually reeling Brett Simmons in, I'd say.
Yes, he's closed that gap down. You can just tag on here, figure out what Brett's doing on this new Honda. I think we're in for a good show.
I think so, and Brad Hughes still doing a great job there in third from Scott Honeychurch, Jason Wiley, Jason Spencer and Jamie Needham.
Yeah, some fast guys in there. Scott Honeychurch, certainly no slouch, and he did very well here at the 2 hour. I remember coming up on him with his leg out because he had a cramp, I think.
No, he lost a foot peg.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah.
Well, he still passed and disappeared, so
I'm sure he ended up with a cramp after riding around without a foot peg.
Well, Scotty's a hard charger. If he gets a bit of a sniff, he'll certainly not be afraid to put the front wheel up the inside there.
So Brett Simmons still holding up Cody Travers, but Cody closes up under brake, so it's going to be interesting to see what this first flying lap is from Brett.
Yeah, Cody's had a lot of time on this newer model GSXR now, so he should have it pretty well dialed in.
54.6, 54.6.
Yeah, so they're definitely getting down to some quick laps.
But Brett did qualify flat 54, so he's got more up his sleeve.
Yeah, conditions probably now are the best they've been all day. I think the wind's died down a little bit, so the track temperature will be up a bit.
Hard to think you get any better at the moment than what we have out there. Nice bit of heat in the track, no wind.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too many scares or run-offs, so I think grip-wise,
the guys put the commentator's curse on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But, Brett Simmons still power wheeling over the hump on the back straight.
It does seem to wheelie a lot, that Honda. I was talking to Brett. My thoughts were coming from the Yamaha that, well, certainly as a standard package, the Yamaha very, very aggressive bike in terms of its throttle delivery. I would have thought the Honda would have been easy to ride in comparison, but Brett told me the opposite. He said the Honda's a real handful. It wants the wheel stand everywhere.
Spencer just threading the needle there up the inside of Jason Wiley into turn 1. There wasn't much room there at all, but he got it done cleanly in the end. I'll certainly hold him a breath watching it.
Yes, that's right. I forgot about Jason there on the big Panigale V4. Awesome sounding machine.
Yeah, they certainly are.
And speaking of a handful, I imagine that would be too, with the amount of sheer power it's got, that you really need to get your suspension working to put that power to the ground.
Yeah, I know they did have problems with that bike in the 2 hour, that they ended up finding that the forks still had rubber bump stops in them, which, Cody Travers pass on Brett Simmons at the end of the back straight. Didn't see that one coming. I don't know that Brett did either. Brett spinning up there as he tried to get back onto the back of Cody, so...
Cody braked very, very late there. It wasn't that he creeped up on Brett, he was straight past and then really, really hard on the anchors. So very nice move to pull that up and not run wide.
So what's Brett Simmons going to be thinking, Boyd? That he's just sorting out the new bike and he's not too fussed, or...?
Well, I know Hondas pretty well. I'd have to say Honda's my favourite brand. Most Hondas you ride, a lot of people say it, you get on them, you feel comfortable straight away. I think Brett will forget all about the fact he's on a new bike and he just wants to win. So, and I think the bike's capable. It's going to be very, very close.
Well, that last time through, they were 54.4. So, as I said, Brett qualified flat 54. He's capable of going faster, but Cody Travers, really impressive race here at the moment.
Yeah, Cody's just got to keep it nice and smooth and consistent now. Hit his apexes, hit his braking markers. Don't give Brett too many opportunities. He's going to know he's going to still be right there. 54.2 from Cody. So, look, he's on the money. Brett's going to have to work hard to get past him. Yeah, Brett very good there through, nice tight line through turn 2, closed up a bit. So Scott Honeychurch has got a little bit of breathing room there in third place now. Doing well to hold off the likes of Jason Spencer.
Yeah, and Jason's got the better of Brad Hughes too, so Brad now being shuffled back to fourth.
And Brad has slipped back a bit.
What's interesting here is the contest at the front. So Cody Travers still in front of Brett Simmons as they come onto the back straight. Interesting to see the horsepower difference here.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be a whole lot in it.
No, it's just a lot of wheel standing.
Yeah,
really.
a lot of wheel stands, yes. Brett actually saying that he still, well, at least this morning, was running the Honda in the soft power mode or wet mode, just to try and tame it down a little bit.
Well, last lap, so we're about to have our questions answered, Boyd.
You might need to put it back into mode 1 and get a little bit extra oomph.
Up the inside, that's a big move.
Beautiful move.
You don't see that happen very often.
Yeah, I don't reckon Cody would have expected that, but it looks like he's managed to stay right in touch.
Question is he going to be able to do anything from here?
Well, Brad will be really putting the power down here. He's going to try and be inch perfect around 3 suckers. Cody's still right there. Yes, it's going to come down to a horsepower shootout here and who's got the biggest brakes at the end of the straight.
It certainly is. I don't know that Cody's close enough there. There's a few bike links between them. He's going to have to put on a big move, and Brett knows it's coming, so I think other than move through the chute, which you've seen happen before.
It's both very late on the brakes there, very
hard as anything coming from here, but Cody's going to give it a crack. But no, Brett Simmons will actually hold him out, and that was a very classy move. Brilliant battle there. Good ride from Scott Honeychurch too to pick up third place from Jason Spencer, Brad Hughes, Jamie Needham, Jason Wiley.
Yeah, so looking at lap times there, we've got 4 riders in the 54s. Jason Spencer down to a 54.7, and Brad Hughes, we know he's capable of more, so hopefully he'll be able to maintain his pace a little bit in the next one, and we'll have a really close battle there.
Well, how's the adrenaline there, Boyd?
Oh yeah, look, I tell you, it's usually when I come out here and I'm not racing, I'm itching to get out there. But it's actually quite fun watching from up here. You get a great view and get to suss out all my old adversaries and see what all the new guys are about. So yeah,
I guess knowing what it feels like to have been in Brett's and Cody's shoes that last lap. Well, it's a good feeling when it works for you.
I've gotten close to Brett, and he is the man. He's very difficult to beat. He's very determined. His bike setup is always spot on. Very good off the line. And anyone who can run close to Brett and beat him, like they're a good rider. We've seen the quality, how close they run the top talent that comes down here for the 2 hour. There's not a whole lot in it, so I think it says a lot about the quality of the field here in local state racing. And I reckon the mainland has probably been pretty surprised, some of them, just how quick a lot of these Tassie boys are. Yeah, and they're quite honest about that. Mike Jones has said to me himself he's so impressed with the level of talent here in Tasmania. Yeah, it's just a shame we have that big Bass Strait barrier. Makes it a little bit difficult to get over to the mainland. But a number of our riders do sort of go over there at the Victorian road racing rounds and usually ride up there. That's good to see, and as the field sizes grow, that creates more competition and people go faster as well. But the one thing you always want is the lead rider needs someone to chase, and that's what going to the mainland gives you. More fast riders. Brings the level up a bit, I suppose. And speaking of level coming up, we've got some of our little GP lights bikes here, and production bikes. So really the production bikes these days are probably the feeder class to an international motorcycling career if you can get that far. GP bikes now, dwindling, I suppose, but they've been very popular here in Tassie in the last couple of years. So, still absolutely great little race bike, and we've seen some fantastic racing come from this class. But I think you're right. The production class for a long time has really been a feeder into the bigger classes and international racing. It provides the pathway. It's a good entry point. Now we have the entry point as juniors, but I think the natural transition from there is lights production. Well, I think we've got a really good path right through racing here between lights production and the F3 class. You've got the opportunity to move up levels on bikes. You can build or buy relatively cheaply. They're cheap to run. Really, the Formula 3 class with their SB650s, they're a good stepping stone probably from this class. Similar sort of budget to run, but it's still very popular, the Proddies. Has been for a long time, going right back. Small bike production classes produce some of Australia's best talent. Yeah, it's a shame that the technology's probably dumbed down a little bit from the heyday back in the 90s with the two strokes.
Yeah.
But you can just imagine how much they would cost to manufacture and sell these days. They'd be nearly the price of a 600, I suppose. So not sustainable. And there's more, I guess, mass production friendly bikes. They might not be as sort of race bike like, but they're still a hell of a lot of fun to punt around the track though, as Jesse Woods would probably attest, who's moved over to the production class now.
Yeah, doing an ASBK season, or planning to, so it's good to see him getting local experience here.
Yeah, Jesse will probably be very, very quick off the line here too. That's probably the biggest advantage for the production bike against these little 125s. A lot quicker off the line, a lot easier to launch, the extra torque.
Have you ridden a 125 yourself, Boyd?
Only once, and yeah, it was a bit of a scary experience. It's old tyres on the old track surface. I think I hit some of the ripples through the S's, and yeah, that was it for me.
Well, Josh Van der Putten, the man to beat. We're ready for a start now. Red lights on. I think we had Oscar O'Donovan creep there a little bit.
Might be in trouble there, Oscar.
You're right. Jesse Woods seems to...
Jesse Van der Putten, very, very good off the line on the 125. He's... when he was back racing the TZ125, he could really launch that, and it looks like those skills have gone to the Honda.
Problem for Daniel Briggs down here on the GP bike. He had stalled it, but he's got it going, which is fortunate, because otherwise it would have been a red flag for the race.
A bit of a shame there for Daniel. He was right at the pointy end in the first race.
He certainly was.
I have the red mist now.
A long way back from there, but Josh Van der Putten at the front. Just see Taran Ocean going through on Jesse Woods for the run through Calvin's onto the back straight. So Taran couldn't quite get in striking distance of Josh Van der Putten in race one. So
he's got through early here. There's still time to probably close that gap. He's going to have to work for it.
He's going to have to find some extra speed though. He hasn't been at PB pace today.
Well, interestingly, both Taran and Jesse Van der Putten haven't been on these bikes much over probably the last 12 months. Taran, of course, fairly experienced on the 125, but had a bit of a break from racing.
Did do the Lights 20 lapper.
That's right,
December.
he did.
He did a great job in that.
Yeah, Taran's he's an experienced rider. He can definitely be on. When he's on, but when he's off, it does happen. He is usually off the side of the track, but so far from what I've seen of him today, he's been pretty well composed, and just maybe find a little bit extra speed, keep it nice and smooth. He could close that gap.
Yeah, but Josh Van der Putten doing a great job. I'm not sure when the last time was he raced here at Baskerville, but straight back into it and straight into competitive lap times.
Yes, he's definitely I guess you'd say a natural rider, Josh. He's got the right build for the 125, small fella, lightweight, and yeah, I think he's done a lot of dirt bike riding. Has a bit of a motocross background, which seems to help a lot of people. Just with although they're very, very different things to ride, I think just just natural talent comes through. He's pulling quite a gap now. I think. What times are we doing here? He's into the 59s.
Yeah, I think he did about a 59.7 in the first race, so pretty much on the money. Daniel Briggs now weaving his way through the back markers. As you said, a bit of red mist after blowing the start.
A nice smooth move into turn one there to go and pass those two proddy bikes. So Daniel's has really been enjoying riding this 125. His build fits the bike quite well. Definitely not an easy thing to ride the 125s. I did my one test session out here, and I didn't make it one lap around without bogging it down somewhere. And no Moto 3s out there today though, Chris. We usually have a few of those. Oh no, we have
Mustard.
Yeah, Mark de Jong. Yeah, he's running in 5th.
Just looking at lap times, Taran Ocean going through 60.4, so he's still 0.8 of a second off what Josh is doing, so he's certainly not going to close him down.
Yeah, they're fickle little bikes. They really need to get the setup right with these little machines. Carrying corner speed is everything, and if your setup's a little bit off or your tyres are a little bit old, you just lose a little bit everywhere, and it makes it very, very difficult to sort of ride around that, I guess. You can't use any extra horsepower to get you out of trouble.
Yeah, you do often see that when riders get a little bit mixed up in an overtake. The little 125s just bog, and you know.
Yeah. I would have thought that the Moto 3 would have had a real advantage there, but apparently you really need to ride them like a 125 as well. They're tuned so that you've got to keep them on the boil.
Yeah, I know Jeremy Huddleston was saying the same thing. He was surprised by how picky they are.
Yeah, they're an out-and-out racing machine, very, very high tech, and it marvels really that you can just imagine those tiny little valves bouncing up and down in them that they can then hold together. Of course, the 125's two-stroke's been around a long time. Two-stroke traditional Grand Prix bikes, built purely for racing. People who ride them say there's no comparison between a proper GP bike and a production bike. And
Yes, I believe that.
yeah, so probably not many people will get the opportunity to ride a true GP bike in future. But as technology marches on, I suppose the production machines get better, and I think Kawasaki have brought out a four-cylinder 250, probably not to be sold in Australian markets, but if anyone could get their hands on one of those to race here in Tasmania, I think that would be a very, very fast bike.
They certainly look impressive. As is Josh Vanderputten, who's just crossing the line at the moment. 59.3 last time round, so that's the fastest lap of the day for this group. Extending his lead further, and has no reason to do that because Taran Ocean's absolutely nowhere near him.
Yeah, we've seen very consistent lap times here from all the front runners. They've spread out a little bit. Valuable experience for Jesse Woods here though, getting more time on the production bike as he prepares to go over and do some rounds on the mainland this year. Try and mix it up with the front runners in some of the Yamaha R3 or Aussie production races.
Yeah, we know he's a very good rider, Jesse. I was saying before, he holds the lap record in Formula 3 here with a 57.9 on a 125 GP bike.
Yes, took to the GP bike very quickly, got right to the front of that. I'm sure he wishes he'd be out there on his 125 now, but obviously the path to success is now through the production ranks, and he's got great aspirations of going further in the sport. Another one who's come from dirt bike background, but just loves his road racing, it seems.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know. You were saying before how there's a clear difference between GP bikes and production bikes. If Jesse's finding that transition going back,
yeah,
a bit of a readjustment.
I haven't actually asked him. I'm just assuming that he'd want to be on his 125. But then again, he had a few, say, technical difficulties. It must be nice just to be able to just jump on that R3, press the button, and away you go.
It certainly would be. But you're right. He did have some suspension setup issues that he's still chasing with it. But at the moment, you'd say he's looking pretty quick out there.
Yeah, we'll usually see a few more of the production bikes, the KTMs, and we're missing Joel Benson, obviously, on his CBR 250, having moved up to 600. So there's a bit of a door open there for some of the other guys to get on the podium here today. Not the usual sort of scrap we see at the front.
No, Oscar O'Donovan was up there a bit further in race 1, so he's currently in P6, fastest lap, flat 62. So not that far off Jesse Woods, but enough that over the course of the race, it's created a bit of a gap between them. But last lap board out now, Taran Ocean just coming through. Almost a 10-second gap back to Josh Vanderputten. So fantastic ride there from Josh.
Very, very impressive, especially considering his time off the bike, and he's really, really taken to it. It'd be great if we can see him for the rest of the year, and a few more of the GP bikes come out. Could have a real good championship battle like last year.
It's always good to watch, and that Lights 20 lapper was a real treat for anyone who's out here.
Oh yes, I think that would have to be one of the highlights for me of all the races I've ever seen. It was nail-biting stuff. There was barely a cigarette paper between the two leaders the whole race.
They almost moved as one, even passing traffic.
Yeah, and you could see they're both very young, but so experienced and such smarts, I guess, to not try and do a big bold move. Oh,
it's Josh Vanderputten just stopping there almost in the chute. Got it going again now, so I don't know what happened, but he will pick up the win. But what happened? I have no idea. Taran Ocean will come through to pick up another nice second place. And Jesse Woods, P3 outrider on a production bike. That's an impressive ride.
Very, very consistent there from Jesse. He'll be happy when he looks at his lap times, I think, to see the consistency there. That's if you're riding around on your own, that's the best challenge you can do, is just try and hit every marker on the track. And when you check those lap times and they're all within a few tenths, you think, well, that's the best I can do.
That's right. Dane Griggs just getting the better there of Oscar O'Donovan for the second and third in the production class. So I don't know if Oscar saw that one coming, but Dane just getting the better of Oscar.
And 62 is it's still a quick time for the production class.
What was your best on your GSXR 250?
Yeah, some may know I built bike when this class first started, the lights, to try and help stimulate it, get people going, show that they can get an old 90s 4-cylinder bike and build it up relatively cheaply. And well, it started out relatively cheaply until I lost control. But it's they still are competitive though against these newer bikes. I think I did a 61.9, Chris, but I don't know how I did it, because I rode it I think 3 times after that and I didn't get anywhere near it.
Is that right?
I might have to dig it out of the shed one of these days and get it back out here for another go, I think.
Well, it'd be good to see, because on those sort of times you'd be right amongst it. So
yeah. I remember last race round there was a really good battle between Dane and Joel Benson, and I was just wishing I was out there a part of it. So yeah, lots of fun to be had in all the classes. But in terms of racecraft, these small bikes are fantastic fun. Things happen a little bit slower. You get more confident about being right behind someone. You can pull alongside and not have to worry about sort of missing the corner as much as with the big, powerful bikes. So great place to start.
Yeah, we often say that. We encourage people to start in the smaller classes because, particularly with the big bikes, I think they teach you to rely on the straights more so than learn corner speed.
Yeah, and you can sort of get to the point where maybe a little bit overconfident, and before you know it, you've shot off the track somewhere.
That's right. Particularly the 1000cc bikes, they do cover ground very, very quickly.
So what have we got up now? We've got Formula 3 and the
Historic over 500 and Pre-Modern over 500. So this will be the last race before lunch, I expect, as this concludes the set of races for race 2.
Yeah, so it'll be a good battle here, hopefully. It'd be good to see if anyone can challenge Len on his R1. He's been super smooth and fast on that bike. Well prepared machine. He's a bit of a dark horse, old Len. I remember getting passed by him at Ride Day a couple of years ago, and when I realised it was Len, I didn't know Len was fast. And he's absolutely been killing it out there in the last couple of years.
Yeah, Len and I actually had our very first race day together back in 1988.
Wow, so plenty of experience from Len. And we've got James Ryan here today on his FZR 1000. Haven't seen him race this bike for a couple of years, I think.
He's straight back into it though. He's doing 58s in race 1.
Yeah, obviously an older model generation behind the R1. So, but that's a very nicely prepared bike. That's certainly no slouch. It's James was telling me the engine could do with a bit of a freshen up, but the suspension and everything obviously properly set up as a race bike. So he'll be aiming to sort of maximise his corner speed here and just try and, I think, get a good start. If he can get away in second spot, and again, nice and smooth, see what Len's up to, there's a chance he can stick with him. But Len was very, very quick in that previous race, very consistent 57s.
Yeah, we know on paper that Len's PB is 56.5. And
Is it really?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have any problems keeping James at bay. James, by his own admission today, thought 58 would pull him up, and that's where he's at. But we all know what red mist can do. James is a good rider, so...
Well, James sort of in a similar situation to I was a couple of years ago in the superbike class on an older bike, which really the technology these days on the new superbikes, it really does help. I think when you're down a little bit on horsepower, no electronics, you're going to struggle against powerful bikes, even at a tight track like this. So he'll be relishing, I think, the opportunity to run at the front, maybe get a win. So let's hope he gets a good start here.
Good to see Hamish Sellers there on the SV650, the fastest qualifier of the Formula 3 class. We saw him trying to take it up to Peter Bellchambers and the 2 leader bikes in front of him, but it was hard work. He obviously had the corner speed advantage, but coming the straights, the leader bikes just left him in the dust. Yeah,
they're it's just the top end power is where it's lacking, but everywhere else they're very quick bike, the SV650.
John O'Hugh's doing a great job there on the VFR 400 as well, on the second row, outside of the second row, but ready for a start. And Peter Bellchambers has got away beautifully again. Len Bester, not a bad start, but I think Stuart Bugg has got through on Len on the inside.
Great start there from Buggy. You can see a bit of green up the front here.
James Ryan looking for a way through on Peter Bellchambers, but there's not a lot of room there, Boyd.
Nice tight line by Peter there. He'll maintain the lead here through the S's. And I think Hamish got balked a little bit there, got held up. He's made up one more place. He'll need a nice run here to try and hold some of these powerful bikes off.
Yeah, it did that on Glenbester in race 1, lap 1 as well, down the inside, and but to no avail because the leader bike just left him.
Yes, but you've still got to do it anyway, Chris.
Just to make a point.
You wouldn't be a racer if you didn't.
No, that's a good point.
So this is where he'll need a good run. The 750 there of Peter Beltram is certainly up to the task down the straight.
Yeah, they're not slow, and I think Peter's done a little bit of engine work on that from what I'm told.
He's been riding that bike now for the last few years. We know it very, very well, and a lot of development gone into it now.
Yeah, look, he rides really well.
And he doesn't even look like he's trying, but somehow he stays out in front and gets off the corners really quickly.
Low 58s from race 1, so he's certainly riding it well.
He's competed in the 2 hour as well and done quite well, hasn't he? So he's obviously fairly fit.
Yes, he actually rode with Jason Wiley a couple of years ago, and somebody else last year. I can't think of who that was now, but
I think they surprised a few people, didn't they? Him and Jason Wiley team. They got on the podium, I believe.
They did in the 600 class. That's right.
Yeah. I think Pete does a lot of mainland racing too, so obviously really enjoys his track time.
He enjoys his racing. He's always got a smile on his face.
Big wheel stand there from Len Bester as he closes in. And I think that he's looking a bit ominous there in 3rd place. Nice drive out of the sweeper here. I think he'll be right on James Ryan as he approaches turn 1.
Probably no need to do anything before the main straight, you'd say, Boyd.
Nice defensive line there from James. I think he's looking at the inside. They're both looking for a pass there, which means no one's going to get past. And a very tight line from Belchambers closes things up again. Stuart Bug there, still battling away with Hamish Sellers. Hamish up the inside again at the bottom of the hill. Well, that's the advantage of the lightweight V-twin there. You're very, very nimble.
It certainly is, but the disadvantage, as we can see right there, is the power.
Yeah, the ZX7R, though, quite a heavy bike. It's certainly in standard trim. Not easy to get all the weight off them as a race bike. It's Stuart is very, very passionate about his ZX7Rs. Got some trick parts on there.
Investor there just going past James Ryan down the straight, but Peter Belchamber still maintaining the lead at the moment. As I said, I expect Glenn will probably play it safe and wait until the back straight. Although right now I was going to say looking for a run around the outside of Peter Belchambers, but Pete takes a nice tight line in there into turn 1.
Yeah, he takes the traditional sweeping lines here, but the tight line at turn 2 is going to probably negate that passing opportunity for Len. He's going to probably do it at the end of the straight. If he's smart, he'll just bide his time and get the nice drive. Yeah,
it's nice to have the luxury of the extra horsepower where you can do that. And it's not as if there's anyone further up the track he needs to catch either. So
we've got a fantastic battle here again at the bottom of the hill. Hamish Sellers up the inside and Bug past again. I tell you what, they'll be absolutely loving that, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have grins from ear to ear, both of those riders.
I might watch them a little bit more closely this time down the straight. Oh, he's up the inside again.
Calvin's awesome.
Wow, Stuart's not going to know which way to look on every corner of this track. See if he can pull much of a gap down the straight.
For Hamish to make that stick, he's going to have to do it in a turn 1. So have the advantage of turn 2, 3 and 4 to pull a bit of a gap. But we did miss Len Bester taking over the lead at the front, as we suspected under...
Yes, using the extra power there of that R1. Yeah, when that Model R1 came out, it was a landmark bike. It was light years ahead of all the other production bikes at the time in terms of its power and its weight and its technology. So it's obviously going to have a real advantage over these, I guess, period 6 bikes manufactured before 1990. Is that right?
Period 6, that's correct.
Yeah,
yes.
So really it's a little bit unfair, but credit to Len, he's riding the wheels off that bike, and he'll probably look to just bring it home here now, nice and smooth.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's obviously the most capable machine in the field, but at the same time, Len's riding it very, very well. As Rod said earlier, he does respectable times on it for the Superbike standards. Yeah, well, we've got another one out there too. Shane Moresby has a bike similar to Len's, and very, very nicely presented bike. Shane's put a lot of work into preparing it. It's got some trick suspension on it. It's had a few engine dramas, had to get some niggles ironed out there, but and Shane only a late decision to race this weekend and hasn't been out on track too much lately, but I'm sure he'll be enjoying himself, and he hopefully we'll see him out for a few more rounds, and we know he's capable of running closer to the front as well. So. That's right, and as we're saying, the more racing you do, the faster you get. Hamish still looking for a way through on Stuart.
Oh.
Same
Oh,
thing
he's-
again. I'm surprised Stuart had to sit that up. He must have known it was coming.
Well, yeah, he probably should have defended a little bit harder there because they both ended up wide, but Stewart was wider and didn't get the drive up the hill.
There is an opportunity for Hamish going into turn 1, but Stuart takes a very tight defensive line in there.
Well, it's going to be interesting now because he's leading onto the straight. He may be able to slip back up the inside under brakes once the inevitable pass comes, I think. The machine of Hamish is not too shabby down in terms of Formula 3 speed, but he has been zapped here and I don't think he's going to get back through.
So looking for a run around the outside. I think he can definitely go up the inside. In fact, trying for the outside this time.
Oh, brave move around the outside at turn 1 as we've already seen today.
You can sometimes do the over and under though, Boyd.
Yes, that's true. That's true. As long as you don't get squeezed too hard on the entry.
That's right.
Stewart taking a very tight line now. I think he's a little bit wide here though. Hamish thought better of it.
And I think Stuart's probably wisened up a little bit to know that he needs to tighten up through there.
A good lesson in racecraft there. But Hamish taken to this SV650 very quickly. He's only just new to this bike. Shows that it's a well set up machine that you can just jump on that machine and be so competitive on it.
That's right. So it comes back to what you're saying before though. I think it's a fun class and these guys are having an absolute ball. Good to see Peter Bellchambers holding off James Ryan as well.
Yeah,
Bear in mind they're same period but different capacity. James Ryan on 1,000. Last lap board out at the moment. But the battle we're watching is going out the line right now. Stuart Bogan, Hamish Sellers.
So one final roll of the dice here for Hamish. I think he's going to have to really put a move on Buggy here to get in front and stay in front. I don't know if he's got that much anger in him.
No, look, I think it's.
I hope not.
now.
Anyway, it could end in tears. So, no, Stuart wise to it now. He's holding a nice tight line there. We'll use the power up the hill.
The only chance I think is if he can overtake through Calvin's and get enough run down the back straight, it still might be a chance through the sweeper.
Yeah, certainly quick around the top there. The SV650 corner speed maintained very well there by Hamish. Leader's coming down towards the braking zone now.
James Ryan just picking up second place as we speak at the end of the main straight. So use the power of the 1,000 to go on past Peter. Nice calculated ride there from James Ryan.
He's run a little bit wide there. Peter's right back on his tail, but I think he'll hold it to the line. And a good battle there.
Yeah, no chance for Hamish unfortunately, but good battle between these two. Provide a lot of entertainment for us and them.
I tell you what, those two will have the biggest smile on their faces when they come back into the pits. So.
Without a doubt. Bit of a lonely ride there from John O'Hughes, but a good one nonetheless, coming through on the VFR 400. And then Rob Scott, good campaigner on the SV650 as well.
Yeah, it's good to see a bit of variety out here in the F3 class. The SVs probably have a bit of an advantage over the older 400s, but I think we saw last time out some good battles between Jono on that 400. I think you ride the wheels.
Matthew Long, I think, who was riding
the
pre-modern.
Yeah, Matthew's been competing on a 400 now for the last couple of seasons, and I've had a bit of a battle with him up at Simmons Plains, so it's good fun. Well, conditions still looking perfect out there.
Yeah, I think only getting better, unless the wind picks up. It was meant to be a clear afternoon, so couldn't hope for more here at Basketball Raceway. Good to see a few spectators on the hill, hopefully enjoying the day.
Yeah, great day to be out there. And I think there'll be a few people keen for a refreshing drink soon if this sun keeps beating down like this.
Absolutely. So, look, I'd be very surprised if that's not lunch, given it's the last race in that set for race 2. We'll just wait to have that confirmed, but let people know that there is a shop down here in the pits, and if you're wanting something to eat or drink, wander on down, grab something to eat, and feel free to walk around the pits as well. All the riders are more than willing to have a chat. So go and talk to them about how their day's going and what their bikes are doing.
There's a man we didn't really mention much in the race on the 650 there. Where is he on the timing sheets here?
Which number?
Can't find him at all.
Trevor Renton?
Trevor Renton, that's who I'm thinking of. Trevor, his name escaped me at the time, but Trevor, another SV650 campaigner, finishing down the field a little bit here, but Trevor, a really hard charger. Sort of when he's on, he's And he's an absolute gun off the start.
He is, I know. At Simmons Plains, he was winning all the starts.
Yeah, I think we do see it sometimes. Some riders a little bit more confident one track or the other. And I know I always was better out of the blocks here at Baskerville than Simmons Plains. Sometimes you just go up there and struggle. But Trevor, usually very quick.
Okay, well, we just had to confirm that we are stopping for lunch now. So, as I said, people who want to have something to eat, come on down. We're pausing for about 30 minutes. We'll resume shortly. And Boyd, thank you. We'll go and have something to eat and drink ourselves.
No worries, Chris.
We're
Thanks
back
for having
soon.
me.
All right. Thank you. So, bikes back on track after our lunch break, ready for first race of race 3, being Formula Basketball Pre-Modern 500 and Historic 500. And another change in our commentary box. Very, very happy to welcome back Chris McGrath. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks, Chris, for having me. Yeah, it's good to be out here watching everyone. Bit hard watching, though. I would rather be out there racing, but yeah, having a year off, so yeah, have to come out and support everyone else for once. So.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's as Boyd was just saying, who was commentating the last race, he found it wasn't actually too bad up here, but we were agreeing that you do get itchy feet watching particular superbikes going around.
Yeah, well, we've got the best seat up here. We can see it all, so...
Absolutely. So, contest in this group so far has really been between Julian Winlow on that CR500, just pulling up on the front row.
Yep.
Taron Ocean on the production, what is that, an NSR 250 or something? I think it is. And Garth Newton has shown enough pace, but been getting bad starts and getting falling back into the clutches of some of those big four-strokes that, as you'd know, it's all well and good to have good corner speed, but come the straights, those big four-strokes show the difference. But ready for race start now. Julian Winlow got away beautifully, and that's exactly what he needed to do, because Taron Ocean's actually been a bit quicker on track, but it's been finding it hard to get past Julian. So this one will be interesting.
Is that a new bike that Taron has just put together?
No, I think it's the one that Mike Green was racing.
Right, yep.
So it's a borrowed bike. We are more familiar with seeing Taron on a GP bike, and of course he's racing that today as well, but he's doing a great job on this this production-based bike. At the moment, Julian Winlow nicely up over Suckers, ready for the rundown on the Calvins, and we know there's not too much difference in straight line speed between these two, despite the difference in capacity, 500cc versus 250, but that fairing should be making a difference for the little bike, Chris.
Yep.
In fact,
Taron,
there you go, look at
past
that.
Him.
You wouldn't think it's a 250 versus a 500, but he did that really pretty easily. One thing we're not picking up here in the commentary box very well is the breeze has picked up quite a lot, and some of the riders are saying it's starting to cause problems down the back straight. But didn't seem to cause Taron too many problems, and he's looking like he's really on it now, so it'll be interesting to see what his first flying lap is. Garth Newton looks to have made a much better start there. I think that's Garth, is it? Just going through into turn 2 now, so he's got underneath Carsten Baumeister on that CBR 919, and that's probably the best start that Garth's had so far. I think he's probably a little too far back to
chase down Julian.
To chase down Julian, yeah, because I think they were doing similar times, but he was much happier with where he's at. Emma Reeder doing a great job in Formula Basketball. She's just heading up the hill now on the orange bike towards Suckers. Of course, the thing we always talk about in Formula Basketball is you can't go any faster than a 64-second lap.
Yeah.
And as you well know, Chris, it's not always that easy to know as a rider
where you're at.
And it's a 10-second a lap penalty if you breach that 64-second lap.
So who led the last race for Formula Basketball?
That was, I think Emma actually won that from Carsten.
Yep.
So Carsten's coming through now with Emma right behind him. So that's going to be a great contest. And they both, as we keep saying, be careful.
Exact same lap time, 54.5.
So only half a second up their sleeve. That can easily be a problem to go that little bit too fast.
Yeah.
The Taron Ocean now pulling out a nice big gap over Julian Winlow. We saw that in race 2.
Yeah.
He's certainly the class act in the field.
Garth is sort of slowly but surely chipping away at Julian.
I think he is too. It looks visually like the gap's closed. What is it on the timing? So he's 2 seconds behind. We'll just keep an eye on that, because I think you're right, Chris. I reckon he's closing up. Look at that. That's got to be a second gap now, surely.
Yeah, that's massive close under brakes.
We know Garth Newton's a good rider, and like I was saying before, he just needed to get clear of those big capacity bikes that he fell back into the clutches of. But now he is. He's got clear track, and he's doing a great job.
Yep.
Carsten Baumeister still leading Emma Reeder. They go through. Carsten's just gone 63.9, so there's a 10-second penalty for Carsten, and that's what we're saying.
Yep, that could make the difference for this race for Emma.
Absolutely. And Emma's riding beautifully. big group of bikes coming over the start finish line at the moment. John Crans, I can see in there, which is good to see him back out there, having crashed in race 2. So obviously he's absolutely fine.
Where did he crash, Chris?
Off the end of the back straight there.
Yeah.
I didn't see what happened, but ended up over there near the rail with the bike leaned up against the fence. So I don't know. It's unlikely he had high side on a 250. Guessing he lost the front. But at the moment, I don't think anyone's going to challenge Taran Ocean, who's heading over the start-finish line at the
he's
moment.
got a massive lead now.
And lap time-wise, 60.2. Now, I'm not sure what he did in the previous 2, but I don't think it was any better than that.
Garth
look at
has
that,
got
Garth.
past.
Good job. So it's going to be interesting to see if Julian Winlow can do anything about that. Garth closed that down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Carsten's last lap was under minute 5 as well, so he'll be penalised again.
Minute 4 it needs to be.
Right.
64 is the minimum, but Emma is staying above that, so at this stage
She's there.
she's there. So despite the fact she's behind him on track, she will pick up the honours in Formula Basketball again.
Yeah, it's a great class, the Formula Basketball, for people looking to get into the racing.
It is. It's a big mix of machines. There's no there's no restriction on any type of bike. All you need to do is not go any faster than 64 seconds. So, as you say, Chris, it is a great class to start racing.
Just seeing Taran Ocean pass Carla. He was pushed out a little bit wide coming under the bridge there, but he made it work.
Yeah, a bit of a risk in this class. Taran's a very, very fast rider, and there's you're having Formula Basketball in here as well, which is a beginner's class. You do get that situation, a lot of overtaking of slower riders, so the lead group do need to be very, very careful. So who's that? Is that Chris Eaton leading John Crans, I think, and that's Eleanor Renton on the other orange 250 machine there, number 70.
Yeah, she just made a pass.
Fantastic. So Taran Ocean just coming around now. It must be second last lap, I'd say.
Yeah, yep. 2 laps to go.
Joel Benson certainly... Sorry, Joel Benson. I mean, Garth Newton pulled out nicely on Julian Winlow now.
Julian Winlow going past Carla.
Oh, Graham Cunningham looking up the inside of Carsten Baumeister and gets that done. Not the easiest place to put a move on, Chris, into turn 1. You need to be pretty decisive about it, don't you?
Is this Carsten's first year racing, Chris?
Nah, second year, I
Second
think.
year?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Or possibly even third.
Yeah, right, yep.
Is that Eleanor Renton going around the outside
Yeah,
of
John
Crans?
Oh, she's keen.
Good job.
Great
So-
to see the girls out there, giving the boys a bit of a touch-up.
Absolutely, and that's the thing that our community here is open to anyone. Sorry about that. So Taran Ocean just picked up the last lap board. So barring any issues, he's going to be taking out a fairly comfortable victory, I'd say. Carsten Baumeister still leading Emerita, but we know Carsten's likely to get that 10-second penalty.
They're doing such a good job keeping just above that, 64 seconds. That'd be
Yes.
very hard to do.
You wonder if that's intentional.
Yeah.
Don't you? So Taran just coming down the back straight now. Nice handy lead over Garth Newton, who's just coming over the hump on the back straight. So another very, very impressive win for Taran Ocean, who's just coming over to pick up the flag right now. Bit of a shame.
Eleanor
she's
made the pass.
she got past John Crans, so
Yep.
John's getting a bit roughed up today. He had a crash in race 2 and he's been passed by Eleanor Renton in race 3, but good on Eleanor. That was a very, very impressive ride from her. So I suppose just to backtrack a bit, Chris, you're having a year out. For those that who don't know, you had a bit of an incident in the 2 hour last year.
Yeah.
Talk us through that.
Yeah, so we're sort of, I think we're in third or fourth position in the 2 hour, and I was only about 6 laps out from coming in actually, and going to shoot up the bottom of the hill there. I went to go around a slower rider, and I decided to go on the outside there, and the rider actually moved out to allow me to go on the inside. So I ended up off track, which was all good, and sort of thought, better get back on track, and waited for my spot to get back on, and gave it a little bit too much gas to shoot up the hill a bit, and it spat me off, and doing about walking pace, and drove my shoulder into the corner of the track there, and broke it. So yeah, that was the end of my race. So yeah.
Yeah, I remember it all too clearly, sitting right here watching, and so probably as disappointed as you were, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was all good. I thought, I felt a bit stupid, to be honest, but I went to push myself up and felt it click and move. I thought, first time I've broken something, and ran over to the fence there, and was starting to get a bit worried it was going to start hurting, so I put my arm up, and the officials and ambos come and got me, but it wasn't too bad end result really, but a bit of a shame me and my teammate John Hunt didn't get his ride, because he was putting on a real good show.
Yeah, and you guys were pretty well placed at that time as well, weren't you?
Yeah, we were definitely in a shot by the end of the race. I reckon we would have been pretty close, but didn't get to find that out. So
no, and you're having a year off, not just because of the injury, but you have a new arrival at home.
Yeah, new baby, so I sort of try to do the right thing and help out my partner Kelsey, and have a bit of a year off. I'd like to do a few ride days, so I'll keep in the bit in the game, but a bit of a year off to help her, and ready for next year. So what do we got next? We've got Super Sport.
Yeah, certainly provides some of the most entertainment we've seen so far. We've seen some fantastic racing at the front, but so far, Mitch Hawksley, 2 from 2.
I saw also a bit of a up-and-coming Brian. Brian's doing good times today.
Oh, absolutely. 55s, I think.
Yep, that's honking.
Yeah, I thought his previous PB was in maybe a 57.1, so to drop into the 55s, that is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's first time he was up against the mix with the top few, so it'll be good to see how he goes in this one.
Yeah, it's hard to explain why a rider can just drop a second and a half. For those that us have done a few laps, a second and a half is like
it's a big jump.
Big jump. It's not just like I'm just going to let the brake a little bit deeper here.
Yeah, it's strange. You sort of I guess you try different things, and it just clicks and just starts coming to you. So yeah, it'll be good now. He'll have a bit of confidence for this one, and good to see where he goes.
Yeah, well, he's certainly doing a great job, and I think a good start here. He's going to be right in the mix. So too was John Hughes on the other Triumph 675.
Yeah, so he's been putting in a good ride lately too. The past year or so, he's definitely stepped it up and got into some good pace, and also I've seen some good racing by him. Yeah,
a lot of experience, but he's also he fights his track space pretty hard. He's not unfair, but he doesn't give an inch.
No. I remember the 2 hour weekend, saw him and my teammate come under the bridge there, literally bumping elbows, fighting for the position.
Yep.
Yeah, it was great to see.
But so far, as I say, Mitch Hawksley has taken 2 from 2.
Yeah, he just had a good weekend at the Bend over in Adelaide. He won one of his races, and he put in good laps for his first time on a new track, and such a big track really. It would have been very hard to try and work out. He put in a good weekend, so he'll be coming back to Tassie for this year's championship with a lot of confidence, I reckon.
Yeah, he's certainly riding that way as well. That race one where John Hughes put a move on and Mitch took it straight back. That's a sign of confidence, and that he's determined as well, which is exactly what you need. But ready for a race start now. Racing. Mitch Hawksley has actually managed to get the lead, I think, just from John Hughes, but John's nicely placed, so we're in for another ripper race here again, I think, Chris.
Yeah. Who's going around the outside there?
That could be
Briggsy. No, that's Briggsy up behind John Parnell.
So John Parnell in third. Yeah, you're right, Daniel Briggs.
Yeah, he sort of pushed his way through around the outside.
I think that could be Joel Benson. Got another good start from the third row, who goes through in 5th place at the moment. And maybe Brian Smith behind him. Brian probably needed a better start than that. Given the pace he's shown, he needs to try and latch onto these leaders.
Yeah, he did say that if he got past Briggsy, he would have a good run.
Yeah, that's for sure. But at the moment, Mitch Hawksley doing exactly what he needs to do. Still leading this field, but he's got John Hughes breathing down his neck at the moment. John Parnell, Daniel Briggs. Oh, it's actually Matty Long. It wasn't Joel Benson. So that's a great start from Matty Long. It's good to see him showing a bit of pace.
Yeah, he's one of my favourites at the moment. He seeing him sort of come through the past couple of years. He's especially the 2-hour weekend and leading up to that, he's starting to really get some real good pace, and he's such. I've followed him, and he doesn't really make a mistake. He's a real strong rider.
Yeah, I haven't seen him as strong since the 2-hour where he did those high 55s, and then unfortunately just lost the front down there at the end of the straight in his pole lap.
Yeah, right. Yep,
and, he's just been a fraction off since then.
Yep. Might take him a couple of rides to get his head back in the swing of things, but I'm sure he'll get there for sure. Looked like Briggsy was
up
near making a move.
Yeah. It's,
Brian's going through.
That's
that was tight.
Oh, look out, that's Joel Benson. What happened there? He's run really wide, but why?
Yeah, hopefully no one... all safe.
I didn't see what caused that. It looked like his foot was off the peg and he's looking back. But it's not the sort of place on a 600 you like at a high side or over a rear wheel slide. But, still at the front, Mitch Hawksley. Fastest lap so far, 56.6. John Hughes, as you'd expect, 56.7, right on his heels.
Yep.
Flat 57 for John Parnell. Daniel Briggs, 56.9. So not much between them. What's going to be interesting to see if John Hughes in second place can turn the tables on Mitch Hawksley. Mitch already having taken 2 from 2. I can't see that John's got much of an advantage anywhere to say that's where he's going to put a move on.
That's right, yeah.
And Mitch just, he's just doing everything so perfectly at the moment. All his lines are spot on. John's going to have to work really hard to put a move on here.
It's good to see Motorcycle City's been sort of getting behind a few of the 600 riders too. You're starting to see more bikes pop up.
Yeah, absolutely. Big thanks to Greg Davies and the crew from Motorcycle City. They put on turn out a very professional outfit, and you can see the benefit that quality preparation does. It's rider Mitch Hawksley with a great bike. Not much difference in straight line speed. As I come down the straight, just having a look, John Hughes really not making up anything.
No.
Mitch Hawksley. Talking to Boyd before about the Triumphs, how they make a little more bottom end power than the inline fours. So it might just be helping John Hughes just get a little bit of extra drive off the turns. But I'll tell you what, can you pick where he's going to put a move on?
No, they're pretty about same everywhere. Brian sort of made a bit of a starting to catch up to Briggsy. What's their times? Brian is doing faster times than Briggsy, so he's definitely in a good second faster. So he's in for a chance of getting past.
Now who's that through the S's run off? Is that Joel Benson again? Looks like it. I don't know what problem he's having, but it's 2 big issues for him within a couple of laps. Oh, we've got to fall at... Is that John Parnell down? It is.
Yeah.
We didn't pick up on that watching the leaders. That's a real shame for John. In the meantime...
He's standing over the other side of the fence, so it looks okay.
Yeah. Look, it's hard to say. You can high side from there coming out of that turn, or it could also be having lost the front, or get tangled with another rider. All of those things can happen over there. Real shame for John though. But back to the leaders, still nothing at all between them.
Brian Smith trying to get past Briggsy. He was right on his tail to go shoot up the hill. So how many laps have they got left? 3 laps to go.
Well, Boyd was saying that Triumph of Brian Smith's has been rebuilt and they found another 10 horsepower in it.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
a fair bit on a 600.
Oh yeah, yep.
So it's obviously got some speed.
Yeah, 10 horsepower. You can definitely feel it. So
You certainly can, particularly on the 600s that aren't using wheelie control like your 1000. So look, I don't know, with first and second, if I was John, I'd be trying to get a good run onto the back straight and put a move under brakes at the end of the main straight, but easier said than done.
look at Brian. Brian's
Around the outside.
He's there.
She's a long way around on the outside though.
Let's see what he does here.
I tell you what,
just
that was
saved
close.
it. That was a close one.
It was very close. Doesn't get much bigger than that.
Yeah, I wonder if he probably smashed his screen, I reckon, with his head.
He was over the front of it. That was a
But
big
he
slide.
hasn't stopped. He's kept riding.
Yeah, I tell you what though.
That was a close
It'll
one.
take the edge off it a bit, I reckon. That was big.
Oh, yeah, Brian Smith nearly shooting himself to the moon, shoot up the hill. Can't say he wasn't trying.
No, absolutely. It's last lap board out now for our leaders, so we're going to have to keep an eye on this and see what John Hughes can do about it. It's a little bit of a margin or gap between them, so I think it's going to be very, very hard for him. And really, it's just a credit to Mitch Hawksley. He's just been
Putting in a good
absolutely
ride.
flawless. Brian Smith come round to see the big darkie on the road that he left.
Oh,
You'll be thinking twice about
It'll be
giving
near
him so
cha-
much gas there now.
yeah, he'll be near changing his DAX, I reckon. Any new newcomers in this?
Yeah, there are actually. We were just saying before that there are quite a few in this class, so just running down the list. I'll give you the top 5 finishers first. So we had Mitch Hawksley, John Hughes, Daniel Briggs, Brian Smith, Matthew Long. But Sam Delaney is having his first race meeting, as far as I know.
Yep.
Has been coming out here doing ride days for some time, but to do a 59.2 on your first race day is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Then in 12th is Sam Gala. He's only second time to Baskerville,
Yeah, right. Yep.
so flat minute for him. David Bartels, first time racing here at Baskerville. I don't know if it's his first race meeting. So he's down to P14 with a 1017. Jared Doyle as well, I think, having his first race meeting. So 1045. But really, all those times are. Here comes Sam Gala, I suspect, just to cross the line. He'll be very, very happy to get another one under the belt. But as I was saying, Chris, those sort of times are still very, very good for somebody who's never been on a road bike out here. It's hard to understand what a fast time is.
Yeah. Yeah, that 60-second mark, that's a fast time.
It is.
Yeah, people start thinking that, yeah, you really need to be down around the 55s and that, but yeah, I remember, yeah, it took me a long time to get down to that. I remember I ran off the track when I did a 62 because I was so stoked. Coming through the start line, I saw my lap timer doing a 62 and I was like pumped.
Yeah.
But yeah, back when I first started, a 62 was fast. But
I guess for most fast road riders who've never been on a circuit before, they come out here and feel like they were riding as hard as they could, and it would probably be a 62 or 63
that's
second
right.
lap.
Yeah.
And that's why we say to do a 60 is a bit of a surprise in how fast it is to people who haven't ridden a racetrack before.
Well, matter of fact, my first day out here, I think me and Damien Folds, when we first started, we were doing, would have been minute 14s. And we thought we were bloody shit hot out on the road, but yeah, it goes to show, like, yeah, those minute marks are fast.
But it's a completely different style of riding on the racetrack versus on the road. You can't get your bike set up on the road to the way you can on the racetrack. You don't have hot slicks, but you also don't get the opportunity to do the same corner every 60 seconds.
That's right.
And just refine it, and that's what road racing can do for you. You can find you can push your bike harder than you can ever on the road.
That's right, and actually learn, yeah, a lot of safety aspects too of knowing how to use the brakes as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Make you a lot more of a safer rider.
It certainly does, and you can't. you also can't really get your bike to the limit on the road, but you can learn the limits of the bike on the racetrack, and you start to understand a lot more about what a bike feels like and what sort of feedback it can give you when you start pushing them harder. So look, I think it's a great thing to do for any road rider to get out here and even on our ride days, not necessarily racing, just do a few of our ride days, and you'll learn a lot about bike control.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people sort of get stuck thinking that you have to have a purpose-built race bike or track bike to come out here, but yeah, it's a good way just to come out and get some time on your bike, and you know you're going to be safe. You're not having to deal with other people on the road. So yeah, it's a safe way of enjoying your pride and joy, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, it does teach you a fair bit. If you want to, if you're interested in coming out, jump on our website, srct.org.au. There's information on there. There's some contacts you can call, and find out when we have ride days. There's a calendar on there and what you need to do. But I'd certainly encourage you to do it. It's probably the beginning of a lot of fun for you. Look, just while that bike of John Parnell's is being picked up, I think we might just have a really quick break, have a drink, Chris, and come back for the start of the next race.
No worries, mate. Thank you.
Okay, so now that bike's been cleaned up, our juniors are on track to start race 3. Been a little bit spread out today, Chris, in our juniors class, but nevertheless it's been entertaining.
So, is it Shane O'Donovan who's really been the backbone of this?
Well, look, Shane has been supporting his son Oscar for some time. Oscar's been doing some mainland racing in juniors, and that's what we're referring to before. That Oscar's got the most experience in this class on bike 17, just coming down the straight there at the moment. But Shane has Shane's on the SRCT committee and has taken charge of developing this junior class for the state. So this is, I guess, a toe in the water, our very, very first race meeting for juniors, and all I can see is it's going to build from here. I think it's going to attract a lot of interest.
Yeah, it's good to see it sort of goes to show the KX85 there of Oliver. It goes to show you can put any sort of tyres on a dirt bike and get out here in this event as well.
Yeah, for sure. It gives you quite a few options in what sort of bike you can use. The R150s, the Yamahas, they're a popular bike on the mainland because they have the isn't that the Blue Crew Cup?
Yeah,
I think it's called.
yep.
Yeah, there's heaps of them. It's fantastic racing. But a little KTM 85 there.
So who's on
Skinner.
pole? Is that Roy Turner's
It is.
boy?
It is. That's
Yep.
Tom. But a bit of wheel spin there from. Well, I've never seen wheel spin off the start, let alone from a junior bike. But
Yeah, right.
the as I say, the KTM there's been getting the blinding starts of the day, and it certainly has again. But I think Oscar O'Donovan's going to reel him in pretty quickly. He's already ranging up behind him. But, that
KTM
was
is off.
Harley Phipps who
Oscar.
popped the clutch and. I don't think there was any smoke, but it's only spun a couple of turns. It's got a bit of straight line speed, the little KTM. As you're saying, good opportunity for anyone to who's got a little bike like that to bring it out, put some tyres on and race it.
That's right. It's
Probably
all-
change the gearing a little bit.
That's right. It's just getting people out here, and I guess gets their family out here as well, and just growing the sport. So who we got in the
That's all-
125s? We have
Well, third place hasn't come over the hump yet. I'll just pick them up in a minute. But so we've got Oscar O'Donovan leading at the moment, coming through at the chute. Ollie Skinner on the KTM. Then I think it's Chad Wiley on the first of the R150s from Harley Phipps. And it'll be Tom Turner looking to go around the outside of Harley at the moment. Usually a pretty brave move around the outside there, Chris, but maybe at this speed it's not quite as bad.
Yeah, so Chad's leading the 125s. He's son of Jason Wiley, who's going real well.
And the Superbike class
Yep.
on the Panigale V4. So at the moment it's pretty much the same as race 1. Oscar O'Donovan showing his experience and speed at the front, but look, not just in this class has he been going well. He went really well in the lights production class as well.
Is he riding 300? Is he, Chris?
What's he on in the production class? You got me there. I need to go back and have a look. Hang on, flick back a page. Oscar O'Donovan. It's
Yep.
a Ninja 300.
Yep.
But doing basically the same lap times as Jesse Woods on his Yamaha R3.
Yeah, well,
how
that's
fast Jesse is. It's really good.
that's a good pace then.
So we know he's a very, very good rider, and he's showing that here at the moment on his Morawaki 80, I think it is. He's running in the junior class.
So this Oliver, has he been out here for long, or was it the first?
No, I think it's his first meeting here. I think he did a couple of ride days.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Went out in the novice class, but first race meeting for all of them, other than Oscar, of course.
Yeah.
So I think the main thing is that they get through in one piece and end the day with a smile on their face. Come back bigger and stronger, because we're sure the class will continue to build. And first race meeting, it can go wrong for you. It's always good to get it under your belt, Chris.
That's right. Build a bit of confidence.
Confidence is a big part of this game.
So, yeah, the little KTM is doing a minute 12. I think I rode an R3 around here. I think that's the fastest I could do. And I was trying, but yeah, I couldn't go any faster than that.
Retirement.
That's Oscar.
Oscar come in before the last lap. So giving up the lead there. So
Must be an issue.
yeah, looking at the front tyre. Don't know. Must have been a big issue if he couldn't finish one more lap with that lead he had. But anyway, his dad Shane looking at the bike. He's sending back out again, so save a few points. So Tom Turner, not far off the back of Chad Wiley there. He's improved a lot during the day. Last lap, I don't know if he's close enough. How are they going for lap times there? Chad Wiley 1:19 and Tom Turner 1:17.
So he's 3 seconds a lap faster now.
And all over the back of him now.
Yeah, he's definitely going to make the pass soon, I reckon.
He's doing a great job. So I don't know if Chad Wiley knows he's there. He might get a bit of a shock in a minute.
Yeah, I know that Tom Turner he, must love his two-wheelers. I remember, over the years seeing him up at Simmons Plains on his push bikes. He's obviously loves it. And being around motorbikes with his old man, always out the track. Yeah, it's great to see him finally be able to have a bit of fun himself out here.
Absolutely. We just saw Ollie Skinner come through to pick up his first win of the day. So congratulations, Ollie. So, look out. Oscar's not going to complete the race.
Something's definitely not right.
It's a contest for second and third. I don't know if Tom's close enough to put a move on Chad. Chad might have realised he was there and
put the hammer down.
Right, but he'll hold on to that second place. Good ride from Tom to pick up third, and then going back to Harley Phipps, who's just entering the last turn at the moment. Once again, just good to see these guys get another race under their belt. I'm sure they'll be thinking about their first race meeting for a long time. Hard to say what the problem is down there. But I'm sure Dad Shane will have a good look at the bike and hopefully see him back out here for race 4. So that's concludes our junior race for race 3. Next up is the one you're going to be struggling to watch, Chris, the Superbike.
Yeah, it's pretty hard watching them have fun, but it's also good to see everyone sort of stepping things up a notch, and it's great to see.
Certainly is, but look, having said that, fastest lap of the day so far is a flat 54, and you're one of the few people in the state to lap in the 53s around here.
Yeah, it'll be. I'm sure this year will change that. There'll be a few people stepping in there, I reckon. It's interesting. A few people mucking around with different tyres today. See Brett Simmons' new Honda CBR 1000, which is a ex-Australian Superbike Team Penrite Honda factory team bike, actually. So he's trying to ride on a different tyre that he's not used to racing on. So he's trying to work that out. And a few other guys are trying the Pirellis and trying to get them working.
We often talk in the commentary box, Chris, about what it's like to ride one of these 1000cc bikes. For somebody who hasn't been on a 1000 before around here, what do you think is the thing I've noticed the most?
Fast.
They are fast. More so than the weight of them, do you think?
Yeah, turning weight and everything, and you just got to be so careful on the throttle. If you get a bit ego on the throttle through a corner, it will definitely spit you off. So you just got to be careful. They're a lot less forgiving than the Super Sport 600s.
Something Rod and I often talk about is what you can't see from the from a spectator's point of view is that these bikes are leaving rubber out of all the turns. As a racer, you see the rubber being left out on the track.
You also cop it, little bits of rubber hitting you in the helmet, which you're pretty close up someone's tail when they're throwing rubber at you.
Absolutely, but at the same time, there's nothing like the adrenaline rush one of these bikes give when you get the best out of them.
Oh, that's definitely right. Yeah, they're good bit of kit, and yeah, they definitely get the heart pumping. It's yeah.
Well, we saw a great race too, where Cody Travers actually took it up to Brett, put a move on him, and Brett, true to form, very classy, experienced rider, put a move back on Cody into turn 2, but.
Yeah, we thought Cody had it home and hose, but he made that little bit of a mistake, and Brett was ready there to take it.
Well, you've done as much racing around here with Brett as anyone. Where do you think there's an opportunity to get Brett, if there is one?
I don't think there's many. Yeah, he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, that's for sure, and I've been in the position where I've been hoping for him to make a mistake and I'd have it, but he's very quality rider, and he's definitely, but still the man to beat.
Yeah, he is. He's just he's so good on so many levels,
and especially riding a new bike. He's this is a new bike to him, and so he's definitely got the pressure on.
It's going to largely come down to the start here. If Cody gets a good start and gets away with Brett, I think we're going to see a good contest.
Yeah, he's definitely in for a chance.
Now, you said somebody's got a new rear tyre in. I think it looks like Brett from
here.
Yeah,
you can see that. Brett's got a new tyre in because he's running Pirellis today. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes now.
That should give him a good lap time, the first couple of laps. But let's have a look. The red light's on. Racing, and Brett gets away beautifully. But so does Brad Hughes. I think Brad's going to actually...
He might hold it.
He won't hold it. Brett's very good at sweeping around the outside there, but... that's not what Cody Travers wanted. Even though Cody's up there into third, I think yes, he is. He probably needed to be a little bit closer to Brett, especially as Brett's got that brand new rear tyre in.
Yeah, Brad Hughes will definitely be struggling out there. He's got some stomach issues today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's in a lot of pain actually, so he's struggling just to be out there, to be honest. So he's doing a real good job. So he's definitely going to be fighting it.
So I'd be very interested to see the first flying lap for Brett, because as we're saying, new rear tyre, there is nothing like the grip that a new tyre gives you.
Whoa, big wheelie from Cody Travers just past Brad. That was a big wheelie.
I didn't see that. I was watching Brett Simmons' wheelie.
Oh, big slide.
Spencer.
Yep. Yeah, he held it on though.
Not used to the 1,000 as much as the 600, and the 1000s will spin up more there, but nice move up the inside of Brad Hughes. So Jason Spencer's got the bit between the teeth, and not too far behind Cody Travers.
Yeah, he definitely dominated Super Sport, and it's great to see him move up to the Super Bike, and he'll definitely be putting in a good ride this year.
Yeah, he's a quality rider, there's no two ways about it. And he's, I don't think he's beaten his 600 time yet on this 1,000, but he's not far off it, and I think he's only going to get faster.
Brett has definitely pulled a bit of a gap on Cody.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it, and
that new tyre must have done him good.
That, and the fact that Cody put a move on him in race 2 probably is just a little bit of fire under him as well. But we're about to see what Brett's first flying lap is. I expect it's going to be pretty quick. Oh, 54.1. I was thinking it was going to be faster than that, but fast enough. 54.9 for Cody, so they're off the pace of race 2. But we do often see that in the afternoon, that the afternoon times aren't quite as fast for some reason.
Yeah. So a bit further back we have, after Brad Hughes, Jason Wiley, Scott Honeychurch, Jamie Needham. Must be Bob Sellers. He'd be the oldest fella out there racing at the moment, I
reckon, yeah. And then...
Old Fossil.
That's James Ryan. Now I'm struggling, I can't see them. Jeremy Huddleston, Wade Schrader and Kane Bowman.
Yep. So Brett has got a big lead. Yeah, unless he makes a big mistake, I don't think Cody will be able to get him in this one.
No, I think there's enough gap there. Cody really needed to get a better start and be right there with Brett.
But interesting one, Jason Spencer is definitely making ground on Cody. Times, definitely faster than Cody.
And it looks like that on track too. Cody, Jason Spencer certainly looks to be getting closer to Cody Travers, so that's the battle between second and third. But interesting to see Jason Wiley right there behind Brad Hughes as well. I think he's going to be trying for a pass.
Yeah.
So that bike of Jason Spencer's, I think it's a standard engine. It's an older model Honda, so it's not going to be as quick as Cody's new model Jessica 1000 down the straight.
No, definitely not.
But we do know those older Hondas work very well around here. We've seen Jed Metcher actually do mid 53s on a older model Honda.
Low 53s, wasn't it? Was it a 53.3?
I don't think so. I think it was a 5.
Right.
Jason Wiley all over the back of Brad Hughes, down the inside into 2. Gee, I tell you what, there wasn't much room there, and
No.
Brad Hughes had to set it up, but
Yep. He's got through though.
got through. It's probably not what Brad felt like with a sore stomach. And, Brett Simmons comfortably out in the lead now. I don't think he's going to come under any threat. So barring any incidents, I think he's pretty safe for first again. But Jason Spencer, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do about Cody Travers in front of him.
Looks like Scott Honeychurch is starting to get right on the tail of Brad Hughes.
Jason Wiley pulling out a little bit on Brad Hughes as well. But you're right, Scott Honeychurch looking for a run up the inside into turn 1 and will get it done. That's a nice clean move from Scott. And that's Jamie Needham just behind them. So Jamie putting in a nice ride. I was saying before that he's coming back from injury.
Yeah, Jamie was really getting down into the fast times actually. He wasn't far off a 53. And he's had a couple of stacks since then, and I think it's slowed him up a little bit. He's just starting to get his mojo back, I reckon.
It's part of the apprenticeship everyone has to do though, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, I've been through that.
You go fast and you have to learn that you do need to tread that line. These guys are walking the line. There's not much left between what they're doing and ending up in the dirt.
That's right. People don't really realise that, these people were probably on the limit of themselves, and it's a bit hard for a spectator to understand that their front end could go at any moment.
That's right.
Or the back end, it's always on the limit.
Well, the thing with the back end of these thousands is they're often sliding a little bit anyway out of corners.
That's right.
They're probably not. They don't high side as often as maybe some of the smaller bikes because you do get so much spin and feel out of the back end, but they do often lose the front end. It's Brett Simmons, another wheelie over the hump.
So we've got 2 laps to go.
Last lap coming up now, actually. So Brett Simmons just coming through the sweeper, so he'll pick up the last lap board. As I said, fairly comfortable lead, so I don't think there's any threat of Brett being challenged.
Brett's dad's out there with his lap board, keeping him knowing that he can sort of take it easy now.
Now, Scott Honeychurch on Jason Wiley. This one will be interesting. Scott right behind Jason.
Scott's time's a little bit quicker than Jason, so he's got a chance.
So just approaching the corner at the bottom of the hill now. Scott's a very, very experienced racer.
That's right.
But so too Jason Wiley.
Yeah, Jason is a hard racer. I've raced with him, and even when he was on a 600 and I was on a 1000, he was a hard person to get past, and he'll fight back past you again.
So just keep an eye on them down the straight. I don't think Scott looks close enough to put a move on, given the speed of that Ducati in a straight line.
He's good under brakes, Scott, though, but
He
he
made a
has
big
got that big gap.
But Brett Simmons will take the win anyway. Nice second place there from Cody Travers. Jason Spencer, and you're right. That gap has been enough for Jason Wiley to hold off Scott Honeychurch, Jamie Needham, Brad Hughes, who, as you say, is probably really hurting out there at the moment.
Jason Spencer's making a good debut for his first weekend on the Superbike in Baskerville.
Yeah, he certainly is. Bob Seller's going through 57.6. Not bad for a, 62-year-old or something?
Yeah, yep.
I know Jeremy Huddleston just crossing the line on that Ducati at the moment.
Yeah, so
as well.
Yeah, Jeremy's in a fair bit of pain. He's really struggling with his shoulder after his crash. Yeah, he said as soon as the bike gets a little bit of shake in it, he's really struggling with it. So he's doing good just to be out there.
I think we're probably turning a few people off. We keep talking about these riders coming back from injury. But at the end of last year, we just had a bad run.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the superbikes never ever fail to impress, and as we said, being in the mix yourself, there's nothing like it. These bikes are absolutely awesome.
No, that's right.
So next up, we have our Lights GP and Lights Production class combined. That's been providing some very good racing, but Josh Vanderputten being the man to beat so far.
Yeah, so he's had a bit of time off and he's just come back.
Yeah, straight back into it and absolutely streeting him at the moment. Mind you, Taran Ocean's a little bit off his usual pace. We don't really know why. So Taran would usually be running around 59, same as Josh, but
Right.
he's just been in the low minutes, which is enough to let Josh get away. But also Josh has been getting really good starts. So I think if Taran can get a good start and get on the back of Josh, we could be in for an interesting race. But Daniel Briggs as well has been going well, but stalled it on the line in the last race, which didn't do him any favours. And then, as I said, in the production class, Jesse Woods on that red Yamaha R3 has been leading the field, but Oscar O'Donovan as well.
Jesse's looking at doing a bit of SBK racing this year, isn't he?
Yeah, he did the Phillip Island test only a few weeks back. He's certainly a quality rider. I was saying earlier in the day that he holds the Formula 3 lap record around here with a 57.9 on a 125 GP bike.
Right.
So we talk about how well Josh Vanderputten's going doing 59s. Well, Jesse has done a 57.9. So
That's right, yeah.
there is a fair bit of difference.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show that Jesse's a very, very good rider, but I know they're still struggling a little with the setup of that Yamaha R3. So just looking to see if Oscar O'Donovan's down there.
Yes, yep, yeah, he's just going out now.
So he's almost been matching Jesse's times, which is really very impressive.
Yeah, yep.
Hopefully see Daniel Briggs get a better start this time.
Josh Vanderputten going out last. Is he starting on pole, obviously?
He's on pole, yeah. So don't really know why he's doing that. Sometimes riders want to arrive last to have the most heat in their tyres.
Yep.
That's a common strategy. Whether that's what he's doing or not, I don't know.
And some of those GP bikes will probably without air running through them will be getting hot on the line, so
That could be part of it as well. That's right.
let everyone else's bikes overheat.
Yeah, that's it. So one question I often ask other racers, Chris, is gridding up for a start. Everyone has their own feelings and routines they go through.
Yes.
Do you have any habits or?
Oh yeah, I get quite nervous actually before I get my first race done for the day. So I literally try not to think about anything, and I try to go out as if I'm doing a ride day, and I'll sit on the line there and just try not to think about anything until I get to the first corner.
Wow.
And then it's easy. But if you start thinking about too much, you get a bit you get very nervous, and it is hard. But I find just to try to keep a bit of a blank mind and worry about it when you need to.
Yeah, but I suppose the point is everyone sitting down there at the moment is going through something similar.
That's exactly right.
There's a lot of high heart rates, a lot of adrenaline.
Yeah.
And there's a lot happens at the start, and that's where a lot of adrenaline comes from, which produces good race times.
It's one of the best and most scariest moment, I reckon.
It certainly is. The lights on now, ready for start. Josh Vanderputten getting a great start again, but
Jesse Woods comes into second.
Using the four-stroke torque to get up there, but
Taran's come through in second.
now that's what we wanted from Taran, to be on the back of Josh, because he's been getting bad starts all day. So this will be interesting.
Is that the same bike that Taran rode in the last race? No.
I don't know. Oh, sorry, he's been on the production bike, you mean?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, gotcha.
Yep. But this is the GP bike. So
Gotcha.
how hard it is swapping from one to the other, I don't know. But at the moment, Josh Vanderputten's still
Bit of a
pulling the
gap.
lead. Of course, Taran's a taller rider as well, so probably not ideally suited to one of these bikes. But one thing for sure is when he's got somebody in his sights, he will put in. And at the moment, hopefully he's... you can see Josh Vanderputten up the track, and hopefully this is Taryn's chance to get onto the back wheel of him and make a contest of it. Good to see Daniel Briggs up there as well, right on the back of Taryn Ocean.
He sort of looked like he had more speed through the sweeper there. So
also great to see Oscar O'Donovan right behind Jesse Woods. So there's no bikes in between them, and that'll be a genuine contest for the lead in the production class.
Yep.
Just running up the hill there at the moment. Jesse Woods about to tip into Suckers on that red bike. Is that Daniel Briggs just got past Taryn Ocean? That'd be a huge move if that's the case.
Yes. Yep, he has.
So I can only assume that Taryn's got some issues with that bike today, because he's usually faster than this. He's, as Rod was saying earlier...
Jesse Woods is closing in on him too.
Wow.
Definitely. Yeah, he'll definitely be making a move soon, I reckon, on Taryn.
Well, what's Taryn's lap time there? 61.1.
Jesse Woods was riding through there, touching his lap timer with his left hand. Yeah, yep.
Just adjusting it.
Yeah, he must be looking pretty comfortable.
Unless he was tapping it, saying, "Hey, is that right?"
He's doing something. Riding one-handed.
Do you ride with a lap timer when you're racing, Chris?
Oh, I try not to. No, it's just honestly, you don't riding a super bike. You don't get a chance to do it. Look at it even. Yeah.
I've run one in the 2 hour because I found a useful lap counter to know where you were in the race.
Right, yep.
But watching lap times, no. You can have a quick look coming onto the straight so you know what your split is.
Yep.
But crossing the start-finish line, you're way too busy.
That's right.
It's Josh Vanderputten, nice job out there in front again.
Taryn's still on Griggsy's rear, but...
he's not going to give it away, but he's certainly... Griggsy's doing a nice job there, holding off Taryn. I didn't see where he put a move on. I think it must have been over Suckers or into Calvin's.
Jesse was still doing the same thing going through there. I wonder what he's doing.
I don't know. I'll have to have a look.
He's adjusting something, yeah.
There's not that many adjustments on an R3, are there?
Ah.
Unless it's something very, very loose. So Josh Vanderputten just coming down the over the hump at the back straight at the moment. Daniel Briggs still holding off Taryn Ocean, so as the laps count down, Taryn's going to have to think about where he may be able to put a move on. Coming up to some slower traffic, so that can often play a part in it as well, depending on who gets through when. But I've just...
So who will be how are we sitting with the production? We got Jesse Woods.
Yeah, and Oscar O'Donovan still is sitting there behind him. So Jesse just going through turn 2 at the moment, and Oscar just entering turn 2.
And then we have the KTM rider of Dane Griggs.
Dane Griggs. Dane's often run at the front of the production class, but probably not used to having Oscar and Jesse in there. And the other one who's moved on to 600 from this class is Joel Benson. He's been cleaning up in lights production as well.
Yeah, looks like Josh Vanderputten has got this home and hosed.
Taryn Ocean looking for a run down the inside of Daniel Briggs and gets it done. Nice move.
Makes it stick.
So the question now is, what can Daniel Briggs do about that? Looking for a run down the inside. Is he going to get through?
Oh, wow.
Taryn Ocean looks at him as if, what are you trying to do?
He tried.
He certainly did. I thought he's going to actually have a go there.
Yeah. He's got a few more laps to try something, so...
How are they going for lap times there? So Josh Vanderputten 59.7. He did 59.4, I think, in race 1. Taryn Ocean 1 minute 6. Daniel Briggs 101.1. So Taryn's certainly got the track speed, but it's going to be interesting to see now if Daniel Briggs can up his pace a little bit. He's got some good straight line speed, actually, Daniel Briggs. You noticed that in race 2. In fact, have a look at this. Coming up alongside Taran Ocean now. I'd be thinking he's still a chance there for towards the end of the race, Chris, to put a braking move on.
He holds a lot more speed through the sweeper there.
Up into turn 1.
He's pulled out of it.
He does. He gets a good run through there, doesn't he? Yeah, I don't know who I'd be betting on between the two of those.
Looks like Mark De Jong, is he the only one on a Moto 3?
Yes, I think he is today. So he's there behind Oscar O'Donovan. So he'd be the, 4th place GP bike, I think, and 6th outright.
Yes.
Yeah. Just looking to find our leaders again.
Greasy must have got past.
Yeah,
but
we always miss that one. I don't know where he does it, but Taran got him back again at the end of the straight. Last lap board out, so this is really going to be interesting. Briggsy looking for a run up the inside.
Coming past the lap rider.
That's not done Briggsy any favours at all.
No.
He got through well enough, I think.
Yep.
See Mark de Jong just putting a move on Oscar O'Donovan as well. GP bike versus production bike, but Oscar straight back to the inside. That's the way. Oh, tell you what, Mustard back around the outside of him. Have to keep an eye on both of these races.
Yeah.
But Taran Ocean got a bit of a gap on Daniel Briggs, so I don't know there's going to be much change there. But
No.
Mark de Jong just going up over suckers at the moment with Oscar O'Donovan right behind him. Keep an eye on that one.
Much speed difference between those two bikes?
I didn't notice. I only saw them battling as they came over the line. You'd think the Moto 3 bike would have the legs, but there's probably not too much difference by the looks of that.
Only a couple bike lengths maybe.
Taran Ocean will actually get the better of Daniel Briggs to pick up second. Of course, Josh Vanderputten picking up another very, very impressive win. Jesse Woods.
See what he's doing there? Yeah, he's touching his lap timer.
Yeah, I did notice that. I don't know why. Maybe it doesn't have an automatic reset. Dane Griggs pick up 3rd place in the production class. Graham Cunningham.
Chloe Honeychurch must be taking, what's that, 4th in production.
I think that'd be 4th. Yeah, it's a good ride. Good to see Andy Vince back too on the Ninja 300 after a long spell. Reece Tan just crossing the line after he's a little off this morning. One of the few riders around here who scraped his elbow, I think.
Yeah, right. So Andrew Vince had a bit of time off, did he?
Yeah, he's building a house.
Right.
So he and his wife, partner, were building a house last year. So you know only too well that sucks up the cash.
That's right. He was quite fast on the 300.
Yeah, he said he was
time on it,
particularly in the wet.
Yeah,
he was almost faster in the wet than he was in the dry. But good to see him back out there. Big helper of the club as well. Big supporter of the club.
So who we got next?
We're into Formula 3, historic over 500 and pre-modern over 500. That's been interesting because we've got Lynn Bester who's been taking the win outright on the 99 R1 Yamaha. But right behind him there's been Peter Bellchambers on the historic GSXR 750, James Ryan on the historic FZR 1000. And then in that mix as well is Hamish Sellers on an SV 650.
So these pre-modern bikes, that's also a great class where me and Len and you got to race against each other for a year.
We did. Well, you were in pre-modern on a 600.
Yeah. Yep.
I was on a historic 750, and Len was on, I guess, that bike, Yamaha R1. Was he? Yes.
Yeah. So it goes to show, like these bikes, only you could pick one up for a couple of grand and go racing. And I remember I did a whole year on one set of tyres, and we were all in the 57s, and
yeah, absolutely.
that was a good year's racing.
it was good fun, and as you say, like lots of different styles of machines.
Yeah, it just goes to show you can have just as much fun with a more budget sort of year of racing without spending a lot of bucks.
That's what Rod and I were saying earlier. The thing that's important about racing is having fun. And you can do that on any of these bikes down here.
So we have Hamish Sellers down there on the SV
650, yes.
Now he's not too far off his brother's lap time around here on that.
Yeah, I think that's a 58.8.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Hamish has done a 58.8, but Harry's time's a 58.5, I think. But Hamish is on old tyres. That's his
is that
excuse.
right? Is that
He said as soon as he gets on some new tyres, he'll smoke him. Yeah, Hamish is definitely a good rider. We've seen that on every bike he's jumped on. He puts in a good ride.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see what happens with new tyres, but he's set himself up now.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Yeah, he's a quality rider. We've seen him. He rides anything well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on thousands and runs around here in 54s.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so this class has certainly produced some good racing today. Lots of SV 650s in there. It's always hard not to look at what's happening at the front with these bigger horsepower historic bikes. But
I saw we have James Ryan racing as well.
yeah, on his FZR 1000, he's been doing a really good job with that. He hasn't been
Yeah.
on that bike for over 12 months, I think.
Yeah, he's been focusing on his superbike, I guess. But yeah, I remember a lot of racing with James, and he's a very hard, good racer.
He is great bloke as well. Always wants to stop and have a chat, and very enthusiastic about what he does.
Yeah, it gets it's a bit of a struggle racing two bikes of a day. Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Yeah,
Jumping from one to another and still making it work. But it also fills up your day too, so you get by the end of it, you're pretty knackered.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. That does take it out of you, particularly riding superbike around here. You usually end up feeling all the muscle soreness the next day.
Good to see Shane Moresby out on the Yamaha one.
Yeah, nicely presented too, that bike.
Yeah, he looks after his bikes. Puts them together real well.
Yep. But grid's pretty much lined up. We're ready for a start. Peter Belchamber's probably been getting the starts of the day on his GSX-R 750. And does so again. Launches very, very nicely. James Ryan, a bit of a wheelie, but I think he'll hold on to second place as they run into turn one.
Yep.
He does, and that's Hamish Sellers, who's up there into third place. So that's a good start from him.
James, nah, nearly.
Oh, around the outside, it's a long way. It's not going to work.
Hamish has latched on there.
Hitting out everywhere. Glenn Vester through into fourth, I think, but
Hamish got a good run up the hill for the
Wow.
bike he's on, for sure.
up the inside of the FZR 1000.
That's going good.
Maybe he's got a new tyre in.
Harry, watch out. Need a box of tissues, I reckon.
But Peter Belchambers certainly doing what he's done in the first two races. Glenn Vester looking for a run up the inside of
Didn't get the chance.
James Ryan. Backed out of it. Probably thought better of it. And,
Yeah.
there's plenty of racing left.
No point risking it now.
No, that's right. John Hughes coming around the outside of Rob Scott over the line as well. Both are Formula 3 bikes, SV 650 versus VFR 400. But Peter Belchambers probably holding up James Ryan there a little bit. And then Len Vester through on... just as I say through.
Hamish has just snuck through.
But open the taps on that R1 up the hill and have a look at that. I think Hamish is having an absolute ball on that bike out there.
Yeah. Just goes to show, those SV 650s, they get good racing out there and a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Cheap way to go racing too.
That's right.
I think we're going to see a change at the front. Len Bester coming past James Ryan, looking for run up the
Blows
inside
past.
of Peter Bellchambers.
Will he take it?
Backing
No.
out of that as well.
Safe
Super tight
move.
there. So just
Hamish is still there.
It's absolutely
Hold on.
fantastic. So what are their lap times? It's only doing minutes, so that probably explains why Hamish is holding on to them at the moment.
Probably Peter holding up the pace a little bit.
I'd say so, yeah. I think James is looking a bit impatient to get past, but that bike of Peter Bellchambers is not slow down the straight.
That's the same bike you raced, isn't it, Chris?
Mine was a year or two newer than that. That's an 88, and mine was a 90, but much the same, yeah. And they are, as you know, they're a really capable race bike.
That's right.
And we're seeing that right here in the hands of Peter Bellchambers.
He's been doing a lot of racing lately. He's gotten over the mainland doing a lot of stuff over there and having an absolute blast by the look of it.
He certainly is, really enjoying his racing. But there's Len Bester just gone through now to pick up the lead. Nice, safe way to do it. But Peter Bellchambers, I think maybe gapped James Ryan there a little bit. I was just saying James looked like he was being held up, but I think Peter's probably pulled out a little bit on him. Unless Hamish got in there and carved James up a little bit somewhere. Didn't see that. Stuart Bug further back on a pre-modern. That's a ZXR 750. And then we've got John Hughes and Rob Scott stuck together in Formula 3 as well.
You always see John Hughes racing all kinds of bikes out here, don't you?
He certainly does. Got plenty of experience, and once again, another guy who just loves his racing. Loves being out here and part of it.
Yeah, in it for the love of it.
Totally. Nice big power wheelie there from Len Bester over the hump. I don't know that James is going to have a chance to get past Peter Bellchambers. Peter's riding that really, really well and holding James off. James might be getting retired though, he's, like we're saying, riding superbike as well.
Yeah.
There's still time left, but I just wonder if fatigue's starting
Hamish
to creep
Sellers 58.7.
in. Wow, getting close.
Yeah. Time to get nervous, Harry.
Yeah. Is he here?
He's here somewhere.
Oh, okay. Peter Bellchambers still holding off James Ryan. I don't think James is going to be close enough to use the horsepower advantage of that 1000cc bike down the straight. Peter's doing a great job there, and so too Hamish Sellers, hanging right on the back of them. Looks like Rob Scott's got past Jonathan Hughes as well, so need to have a look at that next time round. So laps counting down, so James Ryan's going to have to do a little bit more here just to get onto the back of Peter Bellchambers. Good run onto the back straight, and he can use the horsepower advantage to put a move on, but at the moment I think it's going the other way. I think Peter Bellchambers is pulling out.
Yeah, he's about a second, only half a second faster than James at this stage.
Oh, I tell you what, John Hughes looking for a run up the inside of Rob Scott, ran out of road, almost ran off the track.
Yep. Just held it together.
Bike's very evenly matched. It's a good contest this, and Rob Scott riding very, very well. Still time for John Hughes to reel him back in, but I think that probably made John think a bit hard. They got very tight up there. So it must be almost time for the last lap board to go up. How many laps do we have left?
3.
3. So Len Bester, our leader, just coming through the chute now. Peter Bellchambers still not far behind.
No,
great job.
He's holding in.
58.7 for Len and 59 flat for Peter Bellchambers.
Yeah, Hamish is definitely not far away from.
John Hughes has caught right back up to Rob Scott again, so he's on
his
for
tail.
another overtake, but I don't think he's going to do turn 1 again. Yeah, Mark Eagling there all over the back of Karen Webb's GSXR 750. Probably not running to his potential. Last time down here at Baskerville, he was doing an outstanding job contesting the lead, I think, and then lost the front into turn 1. and then following that had another off up at Simmons. So it can take you a bit to bounce back. Hamish Sellers round the outside of James Ryan going through the chute.
Oh,
He's
he's
going to make it
eager.
stick, is he?
Yep, he's got it.
Absolutely fantastic. Last lap too. That won't make
Wow.
James happy. He might be tired, but he's going to have to do something about
Yeah,
that.
see what
surely.
they do down the back straight.
I mean, he only needs to stay close enough. But Hamish is riding it so well. What was that last lap?
They're doing 59s, Chris.
So obviously Len Bester got this well in hand. Great job as well from Peter Bellchambers.
I reckon Hamish has got enough of a gap to make it stick.
John Hughes all over the back of Rob
Oh!
Scott as well, getting pushed wide. It's on. The
Yeah,
elbows are
wow.
out.
Yep.
Got to watch this one
Not
to the
giving
end as
in.
well. Around the outside over suckers, that's not easy.
Too wide.
Has he got it done? No, Rob Scott back down the inside.
Wow. Nah.
You keep watching that one.
Jonathan's got packed past.
Len Bester coming through to take the win. Well done, Len. Peter Bellchambers. Hamish Sellers will hold off James Ryan as well. But back to...
Rob Scott's got the legs down the straight, but yeah, they put in a good fight.
Is it over? John Hughes very, very close. Looking for a
Oh,
run around
he
the
might
outside.
have the
He's going to have a
run.
go here.
Oh, this will be close.
Oh.
Not quite.
Great
Yeah.
riding to all them.
They would have had a great, yeah.
That's what you want to see. Larry Eaton, Andrew Eagling, Trevor Renton, Karen Webb, Mark Eagling across the line. And Tony Oliver, good to see another man who loves his racing, just completing race 3. So we're wondering whether or not we get through 4 races, but so far things are looking good. This is coming up to the first of race 4. Back to our Formula Baskerville pre-modern 500 and historic 500. So just while those bikes are filing out, I might just have a really quick drink break and come back.
Thanks, Chris.
So bikes back on track for the first of our race 4 group. Formula Basketball, pre-modern 500, historic 500. I think Taran Ocean's been the man to beat. Showed the field a clean set of hills in race 3. I think who was it? Julian Winlow's been the only guy getting close to him, but I think it's a bit of a stretch for Julian as well this time round.
Just have to check to see how it ended last race with Karsten and Emma. See who ended up.
Well, didn't
winning
Carsten get
that
the
yeah, so
10-second penalty?
Yeah, so Emma would have been in front.
Emma Reeder, who's leading the field round here at the moment on the orange CBR 600. The other really good contest in race 3 was with Eleanor Renton. She put in a great ride to go around the outside of
Yeah, she did.
John Cran's on the last lap.
Yep.
Admittedly, John did have an off in race 2, so I don't know that he's on top of his game, but Taran Ocean.
Yeah, so Emma Reeder did win the last race for Formula Basketball.
Alright, well...
Then Michael Reedon in second.
Okay, we're about ready for start, I think. Oh no, we've got Reece Tanner just finding his position on the grid. Now the red flag comes in, so in the starter's hands. Julian Winlow probably getting the starts of the day, but if he can keep the front wheel down, we're about to see racing, and it's actually Taran Ocean who gets a wheelie this time. And this time Julian does keep the front wheel down, and therefore claims P1 as they run into turn 1, turn 2. So exactly where we wanted to be, in front of Taran Ocean, and another good start from Garth Newton. So Garth wants to try and tag onto the back of these guys. Michael Regan, Graham Cunningham. So all the leaders away, and then Formula Basketball, we've got Emma Reeder just in front of Karsten Bormeister, who have been having a lot of fun racing each other today. So in for another good battle here, I think, Chris. Julian Winlow still leads the field as they come down through Calvin's onto the back straight. We did see Taran Ocean go past him in race 3.
Looks like there's 3 of them there.
Yep, Garth Newton might get through as well, will he? Yes, he will. Although he gets it done.
This will be good because he's right there with Taran at the start of the race, so he might be able to latch on.
Got some good drive there. Actually pulled Taran back a little bit. Could just be a gearing thing on these bikes, but it did look like it hooked up well. So it'd be good to see Garth get into this and try and hook onto the back of Taran. So Graham Cunningham there, is it in 4th place? Yes it is, he's putting a nice ride too. And then back to Michael Regan. Emma Reed is still in front of Karsten, and then it's Ben Lydon having his first race meeting as well, so he's putting in a great ride. But at the moment, leaders coming down the back straight. Taran Ocean may have pulled out a little bit on Garth. It'll be interesting to see the lap times this time through. And Graham Cunningham looking for a way through on Julian Winlow as well.
So lap times are Taran Ocean minute 55, and then Garth Newton 61.7.
Okay, well that might tell us which way this is going to go. Maybe Taran is going to eke this out a little bit. Sometimes having that rider just up track in front of you can be enough, all you need to pull out another half second or so.
Yeah, it's much easier being able to get a tow than running blind being out front.
Certainly is. But having said that, Taran's got plenty of experience, so he's not going to be struggling with being out in front by himself too much. But you're right, certainly from a racer's point of view, having a bike just up the track in front of you a little bit does give you a bit of a tow along.
Yeah, you really get to gauge on when they brake, you can brake later and make those little gains on them. Good judgment.
That's right. So it does look like Taran Ocean's pulling out that gap a little bit. Garth Newton, so just checking those times there now. Yeah, about almost a second between them in lap times. Whoa, Emma Rita squeezing through on Michael Regan.
Yeah. So she's just moved into her first place for her class in Formula Basketball.
Still okay on lap time, 64.7, so she can't go any faster than 64. Of course, Michael Regan, who she overtook, he's running in a different class. He's in pre-modern 500.
I think he's entered in pre-modern as well.
I think you're right,
sorry,
actually. Formula Basketball, yes,
yeah,
you're
he's
right. He
entered
enters
that.
everything.
Yeah.
In fact, Michael Regan's just taken her back. Must have been through the S's. But she's still heading Karsten Bormeister, so that's the main thing as far as Emma's concerned. Graham Cunningham up the inside of Julian Winlow under brakes at the end of the straight. That's a nice move. Julian back through underneath Graham. Graham ran a little bit wide, so these guys are having a great battle as well. Julian Winlow, quick look over the shoulder as he comes over the start finish line.
Emma's back in front.
Yeah, she must have taken Michael down the back straight. Now Karsten needs to get past, but he's going to have to wait till at least the drag up the hill, I think. Use the advantage of the bigger machine.
Showing the boys how it's done.
Yeah, riding really, really well. So Michael looking for a way through, because the little 250, there you go, straight through the bottom of the hill, but that won't amount to much when, there you go, when Emma opens the taps on the 600.
Yeah, another one to watch would be Eleanor.
Yeah, well, she's right there behind her dad, Trevor. And then who's in front of them? Was that not Trevor?
No,
I thought it was.
Neil.
Oh, that's
Neil and then John.
Yeah, okay. From here it looked like it was Trevor Renton. Of course, he's in Formula 3. So Emma Reeder now pulled out nice little margin over Michael Regan, but Karsten Bormeister threw on Michael Regan as well. So as far as Formula Basketball goes,
Michael Regan was looking like he's going to twist the throttle off, trying to find some more power.
oh,
no,
straight
he's
down
just
the inside.
he's got back past.
Absolutely fantastic.
Struggling for power.
It just goes to show, different bikes, 250 versus 900 and 600, but they're all having a ball out there.
That's right.
And doing the same lap times. Taran Ocean, our leader, just coming through the chute at the moment. Doing it very comfortably out there. Goes through 61.0. Garth Newton.
It's about a second and a half slower than Taran, Garth is.
Now, interesting, Julian Winlow has pulled out on Graham Cunningham again. They were just trading places there a moment ago, so not sure what happened, but Emma Reeder through, still got a nice lead over Karsten. In fact, Karsten did not manage to get through on Michael Regan, so Michael's doing a great job holding him off on the 250.
He's good for a little battle. Looking like they're about to come up on the lap rider.
Yeah, that's Carla Munday, actually Jason Wiley's partner. It's a bit of a family affair for...
Yeah, they've got the whole family out here racing now. That's great.
Absolutely, having a fun time.
Carla took a trophy for the 2-hour weekend, didn't she? For one of the...
Yeah, that was the handicap feature race. It's great to see her claim victory in that. Took about 3 seconds off her PB just in that race.
Yeah, right.
Had an off-track excursion and came back on and still managed to win.
Yeah, wow.
So last lap board currently out. So I'd say, providing Emma hasn't gone too fast, and she hasn't, 64.4, she'll pick up Formula Basketball honours today. As long as this last lap's not too fast, but I think she's won 2. So yes, I think she should pick up the win. You'll be delighted over that.
Good start for the year.
Is that just looking at the end of the back straight, Eleanor Renton.
Yep, got past John again.
John there having a great battle.
Yeah.
Two of these.
Yep. She got a real good run out of that corner actually, and made a good amount of ground. great to see.
It is. It is fantastic. And how old would Eleanor be? About 16?
Yeah, she's quite young. So
John Kranz? Let's not go there, but
Keep
we
that
won't be rude. Let's say a bit more senior.
Julian Winlow.
Graham Cunningham crosses the line. So here we go. Emma Reader, last race for the day, and I tell you what, she has to be absolutely delighted with that. What a great ride. Carsten Baumeister gets the better of Michael Regan right on the line. I don't know if Michael saw that one coming. Matt Allen and Ben Lydon having a great battle there as well. And then Reece Tang, good to see him finish his first race day. Despite he's a little off this morning.
Where was that, Chris?
Just off the end of the back straight there.
Right, yep.
So that's Neil McEldowney just crossing the line. Eleanor Renton. And actually left John Creans for dead on the last lap. Don't know what happened there. Might have been a bit of fatigue creeping in.
Yeah, she'll have to go stir the old boy up.
It's definitely Taran Ocean's going to be happy boy. 4 from 4. Actually, not 4 from 4. He ran off on the race 1 and didn't pick up the win there, but certainly convincing wins in the last 3. Beautifully.
Garth Newton's bike looks nice.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly the same thing. Very, very well presented.
Yeah.
In the style of the old Kevin Schwantz Pepsi Suzuki from the 500 GP Grand Prix days.
Looks like Super Sport's rolling out.
Yeah, so speaking of 4 from 4, is Mitch Hawksley going to do it?
I reckon he's in for a good chance.
I think he's got to be favourite. He's put in a faultless performance so far. Haven't seen him make one mistake. Been getting great starts. And I don't know that John Hughes has got an answer for it. Brian Smith, he's pretty lucky to still be out there. Bit of a change of underwear, I reckon, after the last one.
Yeah. So even this class here, you could go out and pick up a good 600 bike, already set up with all the gear, 5 or 6 grand. You could basically get a ZX6, R6, CBR 600, which are most of these are like the leading bikes. So yeah, you can get into this for not spending a lot of money either.
No, well, there's an example right down there in front of you, number 64, the Triumph that Sam Garler's riding, first race meeting, and that's the ex-Phil Paps machine, actually. So he bought that with stands and warmers and all the rest of it for that sort of money.
Yep.
It's a great way to start racing.
That's right, yes. Number 304.
So look, I had to pick this. Got to go Mitch Hawksley again, I think. John Hughes is going to be trying very hard, but I don't know. I think Mitch is riding high in confidence. He had a great ride over at the Bend in South Australia. And we saw when John Hughes challenged him in race 1, he hit straight back.
Yes.
And that shows a rider that's feeling confident and fast.
So I've just worked out Sam Delaney. He on the GSXR 600, his first race day today. So it's good to see him out and getting into it. He's taken some convincing to start racing, but he's a local from down here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and he's into the 59s as well, I think.
Yeah. So good to see.
So Mitch Hawksley just coming up to take his place at pole position. John Hughes right next to him. Who's missing from third place?
John Parnell.
Of course.
Crashed out of the last race.
That's right. What a shame for John. Obviously couldn't fix the bike to be back. But Joel Benson been getting good starts. So too, Matt Long at in the last race. Matt will be an interesting one to watch. But ready for a start. I think maybe a bit of creep there from the front too, but it looks like Mitch Hawksley will get the run into turn 1, and he does. But John Hughes right behind him, so a bit of a repeat of race 1.
Yeah.
Is that Daniel Briggs in there from
Yes, yep.
Matthew Long, is it? Did
Yep.
get a good run up the inside, yes. And then Brian Smith right behind them, is it? Yes.
So Brian will be looking to make a pass on Griggsy pretty early, I think, to try and better his time from earlier today.
Yeah, as long as that moment didn't rattle him, it was a big one.
Yeah, that's true. They could slow him up a bit.
It can be enough just to take a tenth or two off you.
Yeah, for sure.
Be a little bit more cautious. But John Hughes this time right on the back of Mitch Hawksley as they come down the straight.
Griggsy just past Matthew
Matthew
Long.
And Brian Smith all over the back of him. But John Hughes, he's going to have to think very hard about where he's going to put a move on Mitch Hawksley. Cause
Yeah, he
Mitch
looks
is proving
determined.
Very, very hard to get past.
He's right there, so
I just can't see where he can do it. He doesn't look like he's got a real advantage anywhere. Other than to run it in deep and wide. It's a bit of a block pass. Not the nicest thing to do to someone, but we see it happen at every level.
that's right.
MotoGP, it happens all the time. So Daniel Briggs there in third, pulled out a nice little gap over, that must be Matthew Long, is it? And Brian Smith.
Yep. Then we have
Is it Marcus
Delaney. Yes, yep.
That's a nice comeback from Marcus. John Hughes still all over the back wheel of Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, Marcus Delaney has just come back from a big crash, Chris.
Yeah, I know, we keep talking about this. We're going to turn everyone off motorsport. But yeah, great to see Marcus back out there. And Luke Van Egdom too, all over the back of those two. He's having a nice ride. John Hughes still not giving up anything on Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, he's really sticking with him, but
Oh, a bit of a spin up there at the bottom of the hill. So it just goes to show these boys are trying as hard as they can still.
using every bit of tyre.
It's a tricky place there. You want to get the power on early for the drive up the hill, but they're still on the edge of the tyre and they will spin up easily. So Mitch maybe have just gapped John a little bit.
Wow, yeah, Mitch and Jonathan's times were both 56.4. So they're right on each other for
Interesting.
time.
Interesting though that Brian Smith posted a 55 earlier in the day. So it shows you that Brian, if he get away well, could be running with these guys. He's got clear track now. Nice ride too from Daniel Briggs there in third. I don't know if he's capable of pulling them in. What's his lap time like?
56.5 is fastest.
So he's close enough, but he just needs to drop a bit more if he's going to actually reel them in. So certainly Luke Van Egdom putting in a good ride too. He's improving every time he comes down here to Baskerville, which is great to see. Joel Benson continues to impress with his change to the 600 class.
So Luke, he's just gone moved to a Honda. I'm pretty sure he was riding a Suzuki GSXR 600 before.
Right,
wasn't
okay,
he?
is that what's happened? So Mitch just pulling out a bit on John Hughes now, I think. How their lap times? 56.2, 56.7. So yeah, that half a second, you can see that now on track. Daniel Briggs not doing much about pulling in first and second, I don't think. Maybe the same with Brian Smith. Might be just a little bit too far. That, from a rider's point of view, that little bit of gap can feel too
Yeah.
much sometimes.
And you sort of get to a point where you think you sort of give up. Yeah, a bit too far gone.
Yeah, so just
Give
start
in.
managing it.
Yeah, it's a lot easier when you're right on their tail to keep the fight in. Whoa!
Bit of a tank slope there
wow.
for Mitch. Just having a look at the flags. There's a bit of a breeze come up now, so
Yeah.
and that will cause bikes to tank slope sometimes over the hump. To see it from here, it must have felt pretty bad for Mitch, I reckon.
Yeah, tank slaps, for people who probably don't know, is when your front wheel comes off the ground a bit and it comes back down, your bar starts shaking in your hands, and it can get quite hairy.
Yeah, to the point of causing people to crash. And we've seen that happen there on the back straight at basketball before. It's not very nice at all. Very fast place for it to happen. But what it did do is allowed John Hughes to close back up again. So is it going to be enough? Who knows? It looks like Luke Van Egdom's got the better of Matthew Long. Is that right? In fact, Josh Rees threw on Matthew Long as well. So Matthew dropping back into 9th position. So I can only guess there's something up with that R6 of his, because at the 2-hour weekend he was in the 55s.
Yeah.
A long way back from that.
I think they may have had a bit of engine trouble with that
it did
weekend,
overheat.
didn't they?
It overheated in the 2-hour, but his dad Martin was saying it didn't appear to have lost any power as a result of it.
Right.
Mitch holding first place still quite comfortably. I don't think John Hughes is close enough to mount any sort of challenge at the moment. Bit of a lonely ride there for Daniel Briggs in 3rd. Not coming under any pressure from Brian Smith. And as we said, nice comeback ride from Marcus Delaney too. Just looking, who's that behind Martin? Matthew Long. Oh, his dad Martin. That won't go down well.
The old boy passing him.
She'll be quiet over tea tonight
Yeah.
if that happens. And once again, Mitch Hawksley coming around now to pick up the last lap board. I don't think John Hughes is close enough to do anything from there.
No. He's got it pretty safe, so he's going to have to take it back a bit and finish the race.
So they feel a little bit strung out, but certainly today Mitch Hawksley has shown the talent he's becoming. So that last lap from Matthew Long, 59.7, so certainly having some sort of issue. Sam Gala just going through, just having a look at his time, 60.08. That's as close as you get to breaking the minute. But fantastic ride from Sam. As we keep saying, first race meeting.
Yeah, that's
him.
impressive.
Oh, that's tight between, who's that? That's Martin Long and Sam Delaney.
Yes, yeah.
Almost came together.
His first race day as well.
Yeah, just super impressive. You know, first race day, what you really want to do is be getting around in one piece and just learning a little bit from it. And all these guys have done that so well today and also raced well. Joel Benson just getting the better of Luke Van Egdom from Josh Rees.
Joel Benson's just moved up to 600 class, has he, Chris?
He has. He
Yep.
was racing the 250 production bike. So Sam Gala picking up P10 and a 59.6 on his last lap, so he broke the minute at his first race meet.
Yeah, wow.
And as you say, Sam Delaney as well, 59.8.
Yep.
David Bartels, I think it might be his first meeting.
That'll probably be Sam's PB nearly, I think.
I think it would definitely be Sam's PB. So some great rides there from some of our first timers. Some very happy parents down there as well, I can see. Which brings us to race 4 of our junior series. Should mention also, Chris, that it's great to have HereSafe come on as a sponsor for our junior class this year.
What's that, Chris?
HereSafe have come on as a sponsor for our junior class this year.
Yeah, right.
So
yep.
they'll be offering a set of free moulded earplugs to the winner of the junior class
Yeah, right.
for the year.
Oh, great stuff.
It's good to see just people wanting to get behind this junior class and see it grow. So thanks goes out to David Voss from HereSafe for getting behind the class, providing trophies for the class. So good to see, and also obviously a great product for motorcycle racing, as you'd know all too well. Things get pretty loud in your helmet sometimes.
That's right.
And just have earplugs can be a great benefit.
Be good to see how Oscar goes. Hopefully they've fixed their motorbike.
Yeah, don't know what happened there. So looking at the front end of it, so it's either got to be, what have we got, brake tyre Don't know, but it's back out there, so like you say, assume it's fixed. Well, with only 3 races to go after this, at 3:15, might be finishing early.
Yeah.
That'll be a surprise. So I didn't get a chance to explain to you before that the junior class this morning didn't do a full qualifying, and they agreed between themselves they would rotate the pole position.
Yeah, right.
So everyone would
That's
have
a
a
good
different
idea.
go at it. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
They should do that in Superbike. I think.
Yeah, put Brett at last.
That's it.
Every race.
Exactly.
Make him work for it.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Oscar, who DNF'd the last race with the mechanical, he won't get 4 from 4, but it was nice to see Ollie Skinner pick up his first victory.
Yeah, it's pretty good for first day's racing.
I think I've got to give start of the day to Harley Phipps as well for spinning up that R150 off the line. There's no doubt the little KTM gets off the line nicely.
Yeah. He looks excited too.
Yeah, absolutely, giving her the berries. And the other good ride in race 3, Chris, was Tom Turner, who came up on the back of Chad Wiley on the last lap.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see those two.
Yeah, yeah. Can see his dad Roy down there on the at the fence there,
Yeah.
watching his son go.
Nervous dad. They're ready for a start? No, he's spun it up again. I don't know how he does that. It's just a... I don't think it's worked that well for him, but I think he just holds it flat and pops the clutch. It's yeah, Oscar O'Donovan coming through the field pretty quickly, but at the moment it's Ollie Skinner out in front, going down through turn 2. Oscar going around the outside of Chad Wiley, I think that is. And then we've got Harley Phipps with Tom Turner just behind him.
So what's the age for these guys to get out of here, Chris?
12 to 16. I
Yeah,
think
right,
it
yep,
is.
yep.
Yeah. And then they can also, as Oscar has, get a riding with seniors endorsement, which means they can run in the lights production class as well,
Right, yeah,
which
okay.
Oscar does.
Right, yep.
So it gives them the option of getting into amongst the faster, bigger bikes as well.
Yep.
But at the moment, we've still got Ollie Skinner out there in front on the little KTM. Oscar closing in pretty quickly on his Morawaki, and we know he's the class rider in the field, so he'll probably get through pretty quickly, I expect. Looking for a run down through underneath Ollie through the sweeper, but holds back maybe up into turn 1. No, still not. Chad Wiley just crossing the line. And we've got Tom Turner, who's just got past Harley Phipps there. And Oscar O'Donovan just puts a move on now between as they run into the corner at the bottom of the hill. So got that done nice and cleanly, and probably expect to see him pull away. Oh, I tell you what, another lunge up the inside.
Yeah,
eh?
definitely
Suckers,
tried it.
Not scared. It's never an easy move up there. Through one of the hardest corners on the track. I was actually asking Boyd Witzeman before, Chris, what his favourite corner at Brown Basketball is. How about yours?
Oh, used to be Suckers. Until I, lost the front through there, a few months ago. But, yeah, a bit of a hard one now. Yeah.
So nothing stands out?
No, it's probably still Suckers, I reckon. Suckers is a good one when you get it right and can slide the back wheel and come out of it as a wheelie. Is a bit of fun.
Yeah, well, I was saying to Boyd that I've always liked Calvin's. I think it's a really important corner for your lap speed.
Yes.
You need to come onto it well to get good run down the back straight.
Yes,
It can
for
also
sure.
set you up for a race finish
Yep,
and a good overtake as well.
that's right.
But I suppose, honestly, every corner around basketball is enjoyable. They'll all change camber. They all have different... they're all different. You have to ride them differently. So it's a lot of people say it's a great motorcycle racetrack. It's a very technical track.
That's right. And plus you can see everything from a spectator's point of view as well.
Absolutely.
Get up on the hill there and you can see the whole track, and yeah, it's good spectating.
So last lap board out now for Oscar O'Donovan, who looks like he will manage to complete this race.
So where does Oliver come from? Has he got any family in the road bike racing scene that you're familiar with?
Look, I don't know, to be honest. I've got a feeling he was into motocross, but I'm really not sure.
Yep.
It looks to me like he's certainly taking this road racing.
Yeah.
Going very nicely. But Chad Wiley, pretty lonely ride there in third place. What's his doing lap time wise? So Chad's doing 1:16. Tom Turner just coming through now, 1:17. But I think in race 3, no, 16:8. They're both doing 16.
Yeah.
So shame they didn't get
right
away
there.
together.
Yep. Yeah, I reckon if they got a bit of a start and was stuck, I reckon Tom Turner definitely would have stuck with him.
And Harley Phipps is going through 1:23. Looks a little bit slow on that bike. I did see when Tom Turner came past him, it looked like Tom's bike had a little bit extra straight line speed.
Yep.
Look, at this stage, the important thing is just to get a few laps under their belt, to get a bit of confidence up. But checkered flag now being prepared for Oscar O'Donovan, who will pick up his third race win in the Safe Juniors 2020 Championship. That's the SRCT Championship, that is.
It's good that they got the bike sorted and back out for the last race.
Chad Wiley just coming around to pick up checkered flag for his last race of the day. As we said, Tom Turner not that far behind. It's a shame they didn't get away together, because they're both doing similar lap times on those R150s. So a great ride. And then Harley Phipps just coming down the back straight at the moment. And we'll shortly enter the chute to complete race 4 of the junior races today. And great to see, no incidents. They all got through safely, and I'm sure we'll be looking forward to getting back for round 2, I should say, which will happen at Simmons Plains.
When's that, Chris?
Don't have the calendar in front of me, actually. Is it in the program? Let me have a quick look. Next Simmons Plains, that's a ride day. No, I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately. Anyway, all our all the race dates are on both the club's websites. So that's for us at srct.org.au, and you can Google Tasmanian Motorcycle Club, who hosts the motorcycle racing at Simmons Plains Raceway.
So next up we have Tas Superbike. That's
going to be Table's turn. I think you're saying that Cody Travers has got the fresh rear tyre.
Yeah, he was talking about it, but we'll have to see when he rolls out what he's done. If he's changed his mind or not. If he does, we'll hopefully be in for a good race.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to having a good start. We know Brett is a great starter, and you can't give him anything. So Cody needs to be right on his back wheel heading into turn 1. Good to see Brad Hughes coming back out, despite his, I'd say, his stomach cramps or something.
Yeah, he's really struggling. He actually wasn't sure if he'd be able to finish the day after the second race.
It's nice for him that he's back out there.
Yeah,
Good to see.
Very committed rider.
Yeah, well, he's used to riding in discomfort because he does the 2-hour solo.
Yeah, you can see there, Chris, the sticker on Cody Travers' bike on the rear tyre.
Well, there you go.
He's ready for business.
Is it going to be enough? Jason Spencer has been certainly putting in some great rides again today. Not that you'd expect anything less from Jason, but simply that he's changed to the 1000cc machine this year. So it's good to see him getting to grips with it. So I can confirm that Brett Simmons has not put another new rear tyre in, so definitely for the first few laps Cody Travers is going to have a bit of an advantage over Brett as far as rear wheel grip, and that is important on these big 1000cc bikes.
Be interesting with I've never had an issue, but just the mindset for Cody for only one warm-up lap
Yeah.
with a fresh rear tyre.
Well, that's right, but I don't really think they need to scrub in.
No, I've never had an issue, but some people it sort of affects, I guess, mentally. But
Well, that's it. It's in the back of your mind, isn't it? You just want to make sure it's there. But of course, the other thing is that a lot of riders use Prepsol to take the protective coating off new tyres, and it makes them very, very sticky and tacky. So it's quite possible that Cody's done that anyway. It's funny, you see riders going out there with labels still on them, and they're straight into it. So coming around now to grid up. Cody Travers' first bike to arrive shortly, followed by Brett Simmons. Brad Hughes on the outside of the third row in P3. Jason Spencer heads row 2 from Jamie Needham and Scott Honeychurch. We have Jason Wiley, James Ryan and Bob Sellers, but now ready for a start. The all-important start. Lights out. Cody did get away better.
He's done it.
Oh no, he hasn't. Brett's
took his nose off.
Brett's good at sweeping around the from the outside and claiming first place. He's used to doing that. He does it with confidence.
Yeah, I really thought Cody had that.
But the important thing is that Cody's well placed, so it's a matter of whether or not he can make the most of that rear tyre.
Such a good drive up the hill. Brett is so good at getting straight on the gas.
He certainly is. Isn't that Jason Wiley in third place? He's got a ripper start from row 2.
Yep. Then what do we have? We have Jason Spencer, Scott Honeychurch, I think.
It is, yep.
Jamie Needham.
At the moment, Brett Simmons is still heading the field. Back wheel in the air under brakes, so certainly pushing hard. But right now is when Cody wants to make use of that rear tyre, when those thousands are putting down as much horsepower as you can possibly afford. He's still close enough if he can make use of that tyre and bridge that gap. We saw he could do it in race 2. But he doesn't want to let Brett get out any further than what he is. That's Jason Wiley in third from who? Jason Spencer, yes.
Yep. He's doing a good job.
He certainly is.
Yeah, Brett would definitely be having his putting the hammer down on this race, because I was speaking to him and he knew that Cody was definitely going to put one in for this one.
Well, it will be interesting to see what this next lying lap is. So Cody's still probably about the same distance behind. Brett Simmons coming over the line right now. Goes 54.4. 54.7 for Cody. 55.2 for Jason Wiley. So look at this stage, I'd say Cody's not going to be able to do enough with it.
No.
I was just saying, it's funny how the afternoon sessions, often the lap times just drop off a little bit.
Yeah. I always found my first race of the day was my fastest, and then it'll drop off.
I think it's the same for most people. I don't know if it's because your energy levels drop, or maybe a little bit heat in the track, or heat in the day even. The bikes don't maybe drop a little bit of horsepower. I don't know what it is, but it feels like you go out there and you ride your backside off, but you come in and your lap times are slow.
That's it. Brett's definitely looking quite comfortable in his position, pulling away from Cody.
Yep, flat 54,
yep.
Flat 55 for Cody, so it's full second lap difference. So he's certainly demonstrating again why he's the reigning Tasmanian champion.
Be interesting to see if Jason Wiley can hold off Jason Spencer.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Both pretty
Spencer's-
determined riders.
Yeah, Spencer's definitely on his tail. Yeah, he's definitely there.
It wasn't slow up the hill either, that
No.
that Honda versus the Ducati. Down the straight, the Ducati seems to gap it a little bit though. Big wheelie again from Brett Simmons. Yeah, just slowly eking out a bit of a gap over Cody Travers. But,
You can definitely see the horsepower difference between Jason Wiley and Jason Spencer's going down the back straight. The Ducati just pulls away. But luckily Spencer can pull it right back up under brakes.
it's going to be a tough move to put on though. As we know, Jason Wiley likes to fight his track space. Then Jamie Needham and Scott Honeychurch locked together as well in 5th and 6th. So that'll be interesting. Jamie certainly riding beautifully and not afraid to have a go.
No.
Nice big wheelie again from Brett Simmons.
And Cody.
Yeah. Jason Wiley still holding off Jason Spencer. Bear in mind that Ducati's an 1100cc bike.
Whoa!
Tell you what, that was close. Big spin up there from Jason Spencer.
Yeah, he slid for a very long time. So lucky to keep that up.
Yeah. And look, that's Jamie Needham up the inside of Scott Honeychurch. Is
Wow.
he going to hold that? He is. That's a great
Made a
job.
stick.
But look, that could also be the difference between 1,000 and 600. As you were saying earlier, Chris, the 1000s will bite quickly with
Yeah.
that extra torque and power, and they will spin. So
That was a big slide by Jason Spencer.
it certainly was. They don't get much bigger than that. It's so good to see him stay on it. But that's the sort of thing that does stick with you for a couple of laps.
Yeah, it hasn't. It doesn't look like it's affected him too much. He's sort of still there. He is experienced enough to keep it going though.
I'll tell you what, Jason Wiley's certainly riding well.
Yeah.
So flat 55.2 for Jason Wiley. He'll be delighted with that, I think.
So Jason Wiley and Jason Spencer both moved from Super Sport last year to Superbike this year.
That's right.
So they're both in the same position.
But Jason Wiley was usually following Jason Spencer around.
Yes.
So tables are turned for this one. Jamie Needham making some good progress too. So looking at Jamie's best time, 55.1. It's a little off his best, but he's slowly improving during the day, so he's getting his confidence back. Jeremy Huddleston, good to see him rounding out the day. He was questioning whether or not he'd even start, given the shoulder pain he's been suffering. But Brett Simmons, our leader, coming through to pick up the last lap board. So nice, comfortable margin.
Big lead.
Fastest lap so far for Brett is a flat 54.
So he's just gone through the day without being able to crack a 53. It's still not bad being a new
Jason
bike.
Wiley spinning it up hard between 1 and 2.
Yeah, right.
Almost had to back out of it. It was getting too big. Tell you what, if the race went any longer, I think Jamie Needham would be on the back of these two.
Yes,
He seems to be pulling them in. And he's left Scott Honeychurch as well. So
Yeah.
Jamie's really riding nicely there.
Starting to get back in the swing of things.
So Brett Simmons, our leader, just entering the last corner now, about to run through the chute for the very last time today. Pick up another very impressive victory. Well done, Brett Simmons. So despite the new tyre, Cody Travers couldn't do much about that.
No.
Still nice second place, but battle here for third. Jason Spencer all over the back of Jason Wiley, but won't get it done. Jamie Needham, lovely ride there, but not enough to bridge the gap.
Brad Hughes coming through. Normally Brad's right up there, right up to the top, the point end, but obviously his issue today is really getting to him, but at least he's out there gaining some sort of points, I reckon.
Yeah, that's what he'll be thinking about, just getting through the day. But look, even so, he's doing Brad Hughes flat 56.
Yeah.
Or 55.7. Still not a bad bad lap time, is it?
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody who's feeling very sick. But just goes to show the pace at the front in this class at the moment. There's no room to back off even a fraction. So only 2 classes left for the day at 3:30. Well done to race control for getting through the day so effectively. Well done Brett Simmons on a very, very impressive race win. So next up, Chris, what have we got? Lights GP class, lights production class. Tell you what, that was a big one of Jason Spencer's.
Oh, wasn't it?
They don't get much bigger than that. And stay on them.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very, very long slide.
I know what they feel like and come off them.
Yeah, you ended up all the way to the fence.
Yeah, I did make it to the fence on that one.
That was a spectacular slide.
That was probably similar to Spencer's.
Yeah.
But
You kept going.
I didn't stay with it. The things we do.
That's right. What event was that, Chris? Was that
was
Basketball
the
Historics?
Basketball Historics from a few years back.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, lap 1 had Brett Simmons behind me, and were you in that?
Yeah, I was behind.
You
Yeah.
were behind, and found a bit of oil on the sweeper on the way through first lap. I think Dave McCullough was in that as well.
Yeah. Yep.
So I suppose the class in this field today has been Josh Vanderputten. I don't see him being challenged in this one unless Taran Ocean finds something. But he was struggling with Daniel Briggs in race 3. Daniel riding very, very well.
Pretty sure Daniel's riding might be a higher bike of the greens. Is he?
Yeah, I think that could be right actually. And then of course in production class we saw a great ride from Jesse Woods, who was right up towards the pointy end of the field, GP bikes included, and Oscar O'Donovan very close to him as well. So that'll be worth keeping an eye on because Oscar's been having a great ride today. So Andy Vince, who we're talking about, having a return to racing today. He makes his way on the green number 10 machine to the grid. Oscar O'Donovan coming through on number 17. Takes up his place in the middle of the second row. Jesse Woods would have to be happy with his performance today too, I think. Some good consistent lap times, and as we were saying earlier in the day, he's planning an ASPK assault this year in the 300 class. Josh Vanderputten just picking up his place at P1 next to Taran Ocean and Daniel Briggs.
The top 3, are they all 125s, Chris?
Yeah. Josh has been getting the starts of the day too, and once again, beautiful start.
Yeah. Sort of kicked himself away there.
He did. Jesse Woods gets through pretty well on the Yamaha R3 as well to pick up 3rd position, but Taran Ocean has got himself in a 2nd place, right on the back of Josh. But as you saw in race 3, he didn't quite have the pace to stay with him. Would have been good to see because we know he's capable of running faster, but obviously there's something up today that with him on the bike that's just holding back that fraction. At the moment, Josh Vanderputten again leads the field very, very nicely up over Suckers for the first time.
Looks like Jesse Woods in front of Griggsy. Daniel Griggs.
Yeah, it does. So down the back straight for the first time, it's Josh Vanderputten from Taran Ocean.
You can see the 2-stroke just blast past the R3.
Yeah, not much Jesse can do about that. But all closes up under brakes again, which is a great job for an R3. But we saw Joel Kelso ride an R3 around here in 59s at the 2 hour last year, I think, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Mark Young just putting a move on Dane Griggs, I think it must be, up in there into turn 1. But at the front, it's Josh Vanderputten who's eking out a little bit of a gap there over Taran Ocean. Jesse Wood's holding on to Daniel Briggs pretty well. It's good to see Mark Young get through into, what's he running? About 5th place, is he? Yeah, just got through on Dane Griggs. So
6th. He's 6th, actually.
he was over the line
5th
and then
now.
put a move through it.
Yeah, yep.
Bit of overtaking going on there at Suckers at the moment. I can't see who it is, but a whole lot of bikes together. All got through cleanly. Interesting to see the flying lap times from Josh and Taran this time round. Because Taran looks like he's probably hasn't dropped off any more.
Right, pretty close.
0.3 of a second.
Yeah.
Josh is just a little bit faster. It would certainly be nice to see Taran dip into 59s. I'm sure that'd make him a lot happier today, because he can definitely run at that pace.
So the next 3, Jesse, Mark, Jejong and Daniel Briggs, are all in the 61s. So they're all pretty matched for time.
Yeah, a bit separated on track, so they're not likely to close up. But big battle going on further back. Where's that? Bit too hard to tell from here. We might have a look next time round. But overtaking everywhere up over Suckers.
Yeah. I think one of them might be Michael Regan.
Yeah, I thought
Graham
Michael was at the
and
front.
Chloe Honeychurch.
And Andy Vince might be in that group as well. And here they come down the straight. So we've got Graham Cunningham. I think you're right. Michael Regan, Chloe Honeychurch. And who's after that?
Going around the outside. It's all happening.
It is all happening. Oh, so Reece Tan's in there as well. Then we've got Andy Vince, just been overtaken by Garth Newton on the GP bike. But yeah, the 4 riders at top of turn 2 now. It's so Graham Cunningham, Chloe Honeychurch, Reece Tan and Michael Regan. They're having a hell of a battle. Let's look back to our leaders. Josh Vanderputten just coming down the straight now. Taran Ocean still in touch, but he's going to have to do a lot more to be in with a chance of winning this race, given that Josh is probably capable of dropping that time a little bit more if he has to.
Good way to come back from having a bit of time off.
Yeah, well, it worked well for you, didn't it?
Yeah. I found after having a bit of time off and coming back, I was a little bit more, a bit more headstrong and a bit more confident, and it all worked.
Yeah, I guess you can get into a bit of a rut sometimes. Look at some of these riders coming over the start finish line now. Garth Newton starting to find his way through the production bikes on that GP bike. Oh, Michael Regan round the outside again through 1 and 2. It's a long way around there, but he got it done. Chloe Honeychurch putting a great ride, holding off, that's Reece Tan, Michael Regan and Garth Newton, and then Andy Vince a little further back. Yeah, as I was saying, you can get a little bit in a rut sometimes with your racing, and I sometimes wonder if that's why you're quicker in the morning than you are in the afternoon. You come back and you're fresh and you don't have any, you're not so much in a groove.
Yeah.
You set your own, you find your own pace early, and then that becomes a groove for the rest of the day, which is why it's hard to break out of it.
Yeah, I sort of found myself finding that people, I'd sort of think someone would be faster than me, and then I'd run with that. But if a bit of time off, I sort of thought, oh no, I can beat them, and then you go out there and go faster. Yeah, you sort of, you do your own head in a bit. Losing your own confidence, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't appreciate. Bike racing is really a head game.
Yeah,
you've got to have the head in the right place, and once you're out there, it's like a high-speed game of chess.
Yes.
You think about where you how your race is going, where you might be able to put a move on people, and things slow down as far as the actual speed you're doing. It becomes all, just relative to the other people around you, until you fall off and then you realise you're going pretty fast.
Too much.
That's right.
So we've got 2 laps.
I don't think Josh Van Putten's under much pressure, although Taran's not that far behind. But as
Looks
I said,
like Mark de Jong is catching Griggsy.
it certainly looks like, and that's a good ride from Mark. And of course, Jesse Wood's on the production bike just in front of them. So I'd say with 2 laps to go,
Mark's
could
close
have
enough.
this. That 125 of Briggsy's is pretty quick down the back straight. I don't know how it's going to compare to Mark de Jong's Moto 3 bike. So
Everyone's hitting traffic now.
they certainly are. Josh Van Putten just coming through the chute now, so he'll pick up the last lap board. So I don't think Taran Ocean's going to be close enough to do anything. What's interesting is back here further with Daniel Briggs, who's got past Jesse Woods. Jesse back around the outside. This is going to be a tight contest at the last lap. So well worth watching these 3. Going over the start-finish line now. So it's Daniel Briggs.
Looks like Mark's
I'll tell you
pulled
what,
out
you
of
want
it.
to be careful in there. We're seeing too much of that today.
Yeah.
So Daniel Briggs, Jesse Woods, Mark de Jong.
Yeah, this could be anyone's.
Hopefully not tears.
Yeah, Mark de Jong definitely looking determined.
Oh, Jesse down the outside of Briggs. You're outside, is it? Into Calvin's.
He's
That's going to be tight. So the all-important run down the straight.
No,
This-
Griggsy's held him off. But Mark de Jong.
Josh Van Putten just picking up the win now from Taran Ocean. But back to this 3rd place. Jesse Woods down the outside of Mark de Jong. Oh, that's going to be tight. Pushes Mark a bit wide, I think.
Yeah.
But I think it was clean.
Yep.
So well done, Briggsy. He's going to pick up, what's that, 3rd place? Jesse Woods on a production bike. First production bike, but also mixing it up with the GP bikes. Fantastic.
Yeah.
And Oscar Donovan not far behind either.
Great ride.
Dane Griggs is coming through. He'll pick up P3 for the production bikes. And nice ride too from Graham Cunningham. He just seems to be getting better and better as well. Garth Newton, Michael Regan just got the better of Chloe Honeychurch. Andy Vince and Reece Tan, they're having a great battle between them. So good return to the track for Andy Vince. Doug Watson, one of the other KTM RC390s, he enjoys his racing. Marek von Petush on another of the GP bikes. Matt Allen having a bit of a lonely ride there, number 39. That pretty much wraps up that race. So only one left for the day, which is race 4 for Formula 3, historic over 500 and pre-modern over 500.
I'm sorry to do this to you, Chris, but I've got to make a move.
You've got to make a move, that's all right,
My
mate.
baby is calling me home, so thanks for having me, DeSavo, and yeah.
That's all right, it's fantastic having you here. Really enjoyed it, Chris, and look forward to seeing you back on the track again in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I'll definitely be doing a bit of time up here commentating hopefully over the next year, so yeah, definitely be back.
Thanks for your insight. It's fantastic having you here, mate.
Okay, thanks mate.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
So, day drawing to a bit of a close. Seen some fantastic racing here today, and really looking forward to this last race for the Formula 3 historic over 500 and pre-modern over 500. We've seen the man to beat outright as being Len Bester on the 1999 Yamaha R1, running in the pre-modern class, but some great riding as well by Peter Bellchambers on the GSXR 750. That's an historic bike. And also James Ryan on the historic FZR 1000. So just pausing because joined by another flying commentator for the day. Very, very happy to have Sean Patmore
Thanks, Chris.
join me. Sean, a long time serving committee member of the SRCT. Had almost lived your life out here for the last 10 or 15 years, I think.
Pretty much.
Seen some great racing today, Sean.
Absolutely fantastic.
And I'm a little bit surprised we got through the schedule so well.
I told you.
Yeah, I wouldn't have heard that if we hadn't.
Not at all. Yeah, no, it's been a fabulous day's racing. Superbikes were absolutely outrageous.
As they typically are, but I'll tell you what, we've seen some good racing in all classes and all through the field. It's been a great day's racing.
Yeah, the lights have been good. The production and GP class has been good in that, and the Formula Basket's even been spectacular sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. The ride from Emerita today,
Brilliant.
absolutely brilliant. So yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed days commentating up here. Been joined by various people from our community, and that's really added some insight and some interest to it as well.
Yes, I think Boyd and Chris did a good job.
Absolutely.
Boyd was a bit nervous.
Oh, you wouldn't have known. But look, despite having done quite a few laps around here myself, there's nothing like hearing from another rider. They always give you a different perspective, and it's entertaining for me as well to hear from these guys. You don't often get the chance just to talk about racing and commentate a race. Often, you might be actually racing against them, but you don't get a chance to talk about, well, what do you think about that, or how do you start a race? Or
Is that because you're a bit busy?
it can be, and it's a bit loud.
A bit loud too. Yeah.
But,
These guys have done really well today too, especially Hamish on that 650. That's a very good effort.
yeah, one of the standouts of today has been watching him mixing it up with these leader bikes in front of him, and 750 in the case of Peter Bellchambers, but also the race between Rob Scott and John Hughes. John Hughes on the the white number 7. Rob Scott on the red number 78. That was fantastic in the last race. But in the race's hands, the starter's hands right now, ready for a start. Peter Bellchambers has been getting starts of the day and does so again. Nice big wheelie again from James Ryan, but it will be Peter Bellchambers who will head the field from James Ryan. Who's that? I think it might be Stuart Bug up there into third. Len Bester being pushed wide by Hamish Sellers. So Len won't be too concerned there, I don't think, Sean, using having the benefit of the horsepower.
I think he might pass a couple going up the hill.
Quite possibly, but he level-headed rider. He will wait until it's safe to do so. He knows he's got plenty of laps remaining, so I wouldn't be too concerned if I was in Len's shoes. But the interest at the moment is out front with Peter Bellchambers, who has again streeted this field off the start. Oh, do I need to take that back? Because James Ryan's now in the lead. Certainly too. I didn't even see where that overtake happened. I know he got the start well and truly.
Yeah, Len Bester's picked up a couple of places there as well at the end of the back straight.
But Hamish Sellers up into third place.
Yeah.
So he's got the better of Stuart Bug there somewhere. And as you say, Len Bester coming through from where he was in 5th place. So at the moment, James Ryan looking like he's in a good position to maybe secure his first win.
Yes, James has always been a good rider. He's never had that running at the front opportunity that often.
No, you're absolutely right. He's often had someone like Jason Wiley out there on a GSK 1100 or Dave McCullough on his FZR 1000.
Doing lap record times.
Well, he will tell you that. Get sick of hearing it. It's like a broken record. Which was broken recently, just to let you know, Dave.
Yeah, was that Len that broke that?
No, it was Jason Wiley.
Oh, it was too.
Yeah, apparently it was pretty easy too.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the racing. Another big overtake there from Hamish Sellers coming from behind to go around the outside of Len Bester. Len's probably having a bit of a chuckle to himself. But it's James Ryan who's still heading the field. Fastest lap 58.5. Peter Bellchambers flat 59. So James Ryan pulling out a little bit more of a lead there, only half a second a lap, but it's enough. But I expect maybe this lap Len will make more of an effort and make that pass stick on Hamish, because you can see James getting weight there at the front and won't want to leave it too much later.
And Rob Scott's got ahead of Jonathan Hughes as well.
Yeah, I took my eye off that battle. How are they going? So
Neck and neck.
oh, look at them going down to the Calvins now. So another great battle between these two. James Ryan still a nice lead. So this time Len has got past Hamish, looking for a run up the inside of beside Peter Bellchambers, but doesn't quite get it done. So maybe another lap for Len, unless he can get a run up the inside of Peter into turn one. But Peter covers his line there nicely, as he does so again now. So I think for Len it might be either up the hill or back down the back straight. But back to Jonathan Hughes and Rob Scott. Jonathan looking for a way through to turn one again. He tried that in race 3 and it got pretty ugly pretty quickly.
But
what a great ride from Rob Scott. I always comment on how well he rides when he comes down here, and he's doing it again.
He is. Yep. And Jonathan Hughes is no slouch either.
Not at all.
No.
Well, we saw him running second in the 600 Super Sport class all day.
Yep.
James Ryan's still holding off the charge from second, third and fourth. I thought Len would have got past Peter Bellchambers that time. In fact, Peter might have pulled in James Ryan a little bit.
I think he has.
Not that far back. So let's have a look at the lap times this time around. James goes through 59.3. Sure enough, Peter Bellchambers 58.9. So at the moment, Peter Bellchambers is doing the work for Len, catching up to James Ryan. So still plenty of laps left.
There goes Hamish trying to go
around the outside.
Yeah, Peter's done a fair bit of riding the mainland recently as well. I'm sure that's helping.
Oh, riding beautifully. All of last season he was looking very impressive on that GSXR. So James Ryan still with enough of margin, but finally Len Bester finding his way past Peter Bellchambers. So what's he got? Probably about 3 laps left to catch and pass James Ryan.
Well,
I'm still thinking it's quite doable.
Yes, he's caught up a fair bit on James.
Because I think James is starting to nap a little bit there at the front.
Yep.
Truth be known, he's probably fatiguing because he's run Superbike and Historic today and riding both big heavy 1000cc machines. It's hard work.
Yeah, he was over a second slower that lap.
Yeah, I think he's probably hurting a little bit, but he's done a fantastic job to lead this field for as long as he has. Bear in mind that he is running Historic class and Len Bester behind him is pre-modern, so he doesn't necessarily have to fight that space. He'll still pick up the win providing he holds off Peter Bellchambers. But this time down the straight, is Len Bester going to be close enough? It certainly looks like it, and you can see the difference in horsepower there between 2 Yamaha thousands, just 10 years difference in age. I don't know if James is going to have it in him to fight back. I sort of doubt it. I think he'll think, well, Len's a faster rider and I might just have to settle here and consolidate.
Yes, I think he's probably more worried about Peter behind him.
Yeah, I think you're right. We've only got a few laps left. 2 laps to go. But they're closing up. Maybe Shell is still not giving it an eye. He must be having a ball out there, but at the same time, probably feeling a bit frustrated by the lack of speed in a straight line.
Well, he's doing 58.6s on an SV650.
Oh, absolutely sensational, isn't it?
Absolutely sensational.
And somebody was telling me before, I think Chris McGrath was saying that he's on old tyres too, so he thinks when he gets new tyres, he's going to smoke Harry's time. So Len Bester now just pulling out a little bit of a gap, certainly enough to give him safety margin. Maybe Sellers looking to go around the outside, and does so. No,
not
almost.
Quite.
Last lap, so James Ryan needs to dig deep here because he's got Peter Bellchambers breathing down his neck. Peter looking for a run up the inside into turn 2. No, there's no room. Hamish Sellers, I reckon, will try and move on Peter Bellchambers here between 2 and 3 if he can. And sure enough, straight through. Runs a little bit wide, so Peter Bellchambers probably not what he needed in trying to put a move on James Ryan, but close enough now. The problem is it's 1000cc machine in front of him.
Oh, he's Peter looks like he was trying into turn 5 then to get underneath. No, he didn't.
He's going to have to put a big move under the brakes if he's going to put a move on, and I don't know that he's going to do it. So James has done what he needed to do, I think, to hold on to second place, barring any issues in the last corner. And looks like they're all going to come through clean. So checkered flag, well-deserved victory for Len. Well done, James Ryan. Peter Bellchambers, bearing in mind that's 750 he's riding, so a great ride from him. And also Hamish Sellers, of course, as you said, doing 58s on the SV650. Bit of a lonely ride for Stuart Bugg, just coming through to cross the line. And Jonathan Hughes, who will get the better of Rob Scott. Rob looking a little bit disgusted with that result. But as we know, John Hughes is a hard charger, and he's hard to get the better of. Karen Webb just coming round to lead Mark Eagling and father Andrew Eagling over the line. Good to see Tony Oliver finishing his day here at basketball. He's always enthusiastic, happy competitor.
He certainly is.
Loves his day out at the racetrack.
So the times were quite respectable that time round for everybody. Len got down to a 58-1.
58-1, wow, okay.
Which is not bad.
That's certainly going, isn't it?
It is.
James Ryan, 58.5. Peter Bellchambers, 58.6. Hamish Sellers, 58.6. I don't know what Harry did. I thought it was 58.8, but we're going to have to find out.
Yeah, I'll check on that.
Yeah, well, she's going to be cut the air with a knife in the Sellers family tonight.
I reckon. So we've had another fabulous day's racing.
We certainly have. I know it's often said, but probably not often heard how much effort goes in to running these race events. There's a lot of time put in behind the scenes by people who get nothing for it other than the occasional thank you.
So I'd like to thank everybody who put an effort in to get today's, or put the effort in to get today's race spinning up. All the flag marshals, all the officials, Chris in commentary, and Rod in commentary this morning. It's not an easy thing to do to get a race meeting to happen, and we pulled it off again.
Certainly from where I was standing, I thought that was a fantastic day's racing, and I think all the volunteers and officials did a fantastic job. So my hat is off to them, and gratitude to them.
I've got to thank the riders as well, because I think this is the first race meeting we've had for a long time where we didn't have long delays picking up people's mistakes.
Oh, so that means if you crash softly.
Softly. Yes.
Yeah, well, I think the main thing is, as far as I know, there were no injuries. We had a couple of little offs, so we really had a great day's racing, and I hope everyone watching today enjoyed it as much as I did. I hope our competitors enjoyed it. I'd be very surprised if they didn't, because they certainly put on some great racing for us today. Fantastic.
Thanks again, Chris. I better get going and do some more officialing stuff.
Same for me. I'm going to sign off as well, because there's more things to do. But from me up here at commentary, thank you for bearing with us today. Thanks for coming out to basketball. Hope you had a great day, and hope to see you next time.